just because NASA, like those guys who are just like deer in headlights, like
I see it on
I have
TV.
compassion for those guys. You know, like
Me too, man. I feel sorry for them, bro, because they're
yeah,
stuck in a fucking crazy fucking delusion, and that's why I spend so much fucking time and effort trying my damnedest to help the motherfuckers. I met a guy on the bus on the way home last night, and I checked him in on the bus. And he's like, "Oh man, I've never met a flat earther before. All the stuff you're saying makes a lot of sense. All the stuff I've seen in media, man, it's really silly." I'm like, "Don't believe any of it." So I got him checked in, and I give him a roll. So he's in the server, man.
yeah. Oh well, you're good at like being out there, you know, with your activism, you know, just and it's really like the opportunities you take to do it. So it's not like sometimes it's not like you're seeking it out. It's just you see an opportunity and you take it. So you know, whenever it presents itself, it's cool. I mean, however you handle that activism.
Got to be done, bro.
Is he? Did he already come in here?
Yeah, I got him in. Yeah, I tagged him earlier. His name's Fazbam or something. Fazbam. He's an alright guy, man. I spoke to him for like half an hour on the bus. Or maybe an hour and a half, maybe almost two. And I told him loads of shit about space, the lack of curvature, fake NASA. I got him into the YouTube, got him in my YouTube, and then got him into the server. Just gave him all the regular check-in sort of thing, and then gave him a roll.
Hey, you know, hey, Spake, you know who we got in here?
Yeah.
Freaking Pete Shays in here, dude.
I heard him. I heard meme with him yesterday, chewing him.
Pete Shay's such a train. He's yeah. I don't like you. It used to like we used to be like banning people left and right, but like I didn't know who.
We just lose Miggy or wow. Test 1, 2, 3, check.
Did they take Mickey out?
Yeah, I got a phone call. It was my brother. He's coming to visit. But yeah, he's like, hey, I'm only like 2 hours away, so that's cool. He's come over to visit.
Good stuff, man. I hope you have a good weekend.
Yeah, I got just tonight to get to work, and I hate it when I'm at work and then I get into really good conversations and then I have to leave. It's like, no. I wish I could do this full time. Like, I know I'm really looking into because it's hard to start up a channel like as far as like content and stuff because you have to. I don't like just to like put my face on there and just go willy nilly. I used to like shoot from the hip and just have that, but I want to have a little format, just something that kind of puts a thing like the way we used to have Jedi. Remember with the Zany Space Nude segment and just have like where we're making it kind of segmented, so it's just a little bit more proper, I think.
Sounds good to me, man. I do remember Zany Space News. That was fun.
So you were speaking about NASA earlier, and I live in Southern California. I was raised in Pasadena, California, right outside of Jet Propulsion Laboratory, home of Caltech. And when I was a kid, one of my friends, his father worked at JPL, and I thought, oh, that's really cool. You know, I was only like 10 years old or something like that, but I knew what JPL was. About 30 years ago, I was doing a lot of work in theater, running soundboards. That's where I got the name Wave Mixer, how that started. And I did some work at Caltech, at TACIT, stands for Theater Arts at the California Institute of Technology. And I met a lot of these rocket scientists. I actually had a roommate that worked at JPL back then. And I had so much admiration for them, and I thought, man, I'd really like to be able to have a job here. But at that point, you know, I didn't graduate high school. I became a father when I was 16, started raising a family when I was 17. And so it wasn't until I was like about 30-something until I got this one job where I had to have a GED in order to get it. So I got my GED, got the job. But I always had this admiration for people up in JPL. And actually, I had a neighbor that worked there, and he was a cost estimator at Dryden Air Force Base up there at where the space shuttle would land. And he was a member of a group called ISPA. It's the International Society of Parametric Analyzers. And I designed a website for him. I built it and got paid, pretty penny for that. So thank you for your tax dollars that paid NASA to go ahead and pay me to build that website. But anyway, the guy that, figures out the budget on how much it's going to cost to go to Mars and all this other stuff. And he was kind of a character, but, he's a bean counter and he's good at it. And I look now at my past and the admiration that I had for these people. And it's like, it's so compartmentalized. They get people, the people that I knew that worked there weren't like really super intelligent people. It's just they had one facet that they were fairly good at. And so they would focus on that. And so this guy would figure out ways to, well, here, look, if we're going to go to Mars, it's going to cost $36 billion. So this is how much tax money we're going to need to have. And I haven't really talked to him since I, found out about FE. I moved away from that area. But just being surrounded by this, being in the Pasadena area, Caltech, where all these brainiacs come from, being working in the theater groups with them and running the sound and lights and all that kind of stuff. And having no idea about FE back then and knowing what I know now, there's so many questions that I would like to ask. But if Jenna is still on, I'm looking now in the live chat, and there's this one picture of the toroidal where they've got the human body with the chakras going through it. And I'm not going to get off into that tangent right now, but that's a very cool, interesting picture. Maybe sometime we can talk about this in the future, but chakras are one of the things that I'm working with too, along with the biofeedback and getting those aligned and adjusted. Anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt the conversation, Mickey. Go ahead. You're better at this than I am.
No, dude, like everybody's a part of this. Like if you're in this community, like you're very much a part of like having a voice here. And so I think being vocal is a great thing, especially if you're not really used to that. But it provokes more conversation. I think it's great. We get to know who you are, and like it's better that way. You can, if somebody pops in here with, let's say with the idea that they've had like some kind of background in jet propulsion, like you'd be able to talk to them because you've known some people. But like that's interesting too. Like have a conversation with those guys and just see what they have to say. But definitely, like what you said, they are very good at doing one specific thing. So if it's a job that's people don't realize, they're like, well, how come everybody at NASA is not saying anything? Well, because they're only doing like one or two different particular things that they're really good at. And it's like you think about like the actual deception part of it. It would be a need to know kind of thing, and only a select few probably would know this. It wouldn't be the entirety of NASA that is like all behind this.
Exactly.
So it's just the way it is, like you don't have to have like all these whistleblowers. You just the people that actually know, because like think about it, if they're creating rockets and the rockets are going up and parabolic and all that, like the people that are creating this technology only have to know they have to make the rocket do something. That's it. It's got to be good to do something. Where it actually ends up, they're not the ones that, as far as they know, it could be going to Never Land, second star to the right, straight on to morning. Like you don't have to know exactly the place where it's going to be at. Like you just got to create something, some innovation, some technology.
Living here in Los Angeles, I can see the rockets when they shoot off from Vandenberg, and I've seen them, and they go fly like on a southwardly bound, like they're going down the coast of California, Yeah. So I see them go up and come across at an angle, and I heard, when I was a kid on TV, they don't go straight up because of the friction from going through the atmosphere, so they have to gradually go at an angle, and that's why they, go off at an angle. And so that, made sense when I was younger and didn't pay attention. But now watching stuff actually take off from Vandenberg and go, and it just heads straight down to San Diego, all the way down by Sunny, and it's...
And let's make this even more weird. If that was really true, then the Go Fast rocket would have exploded or burnt up because it went straight up.
Yeah.
There's certain instances where you see videos where rockets do go straight up. You know, it's like, well, what is this about? And then they're like, well, it's not going straight up. It's just the rocket has a camera that, on its own perspective, looked like it's going straight up, but it's actually going parabolic. And it's like, it's just, they want to play it both sides, right? Where on the one hand you have like visual on the video that the rocket's going up because its cameras look like, from the perspective of the rocket, it looked like it's going straight up. But then when you're like on the ground, the vantage point on the ground, it looks like the rocket's actually going parabolic.
Well,
But then, yeah,
go ahead.
this is the like the two things that they want to say. It's like it looks parabolic to us on the ground, but it's actually going straight up. But then again, that you hear that they say that the reason why rockets do that, like, because number one, yeah, they would burn up if they go straight up, and also they need to gain escape velocity, so they're using the Earth like a springboard because they need to go parabolic and gain momentum as they go out. So their parabolic curve is so that they can gain escape velocity. So 25,000 miles per hour is like, if you've ever seen Back to the Future, it's like 88 miles per hour. Like you have to hit that certain speed in order to escape the gravitational pull of the Earth. So that's kind of what they have to hit before they leave the Earth's atmosphere. 25,000. And once they're going at that speed, the Earth doesn't have a hold on them no more. 25,000 miles per hour. So think about how fast a bullet flies out of a gun at 1,000 miles per hour. And they're going 25,000 miles per hour. These speeds are so ludicrous. Like when you think about like how fast they have to be going. The ISS is in a decaying orbit for over 20 years, going around the Earth at 17,500 miles per hour. It circles the Earth at 90 minutes. Every 90 minutes is going around the Earth. So it's traveling that fast. This flying tin can that has human beings on board. I mean, yeah, it's so, the lore behind the globe is so insanely crazy. Like it's just unfathomable. Like, but yet it seems to be logical when you're speaking to these guys. Well, it has no problem.
So
It's no. Yeah.
you mentioned about the speed of a bullet's 1,000 miles an hour. So let me ask you this: if I was standing on the equator and I was facing towards the east, and I fired my gun straight across parallel, the bullet's going 1,000 miles an hour, and the Earth's going 24,000. Shoot.
No, it is spinning at
The Earth's going
equator at about 1,000.
Yeah, so 1,000 miles an hour. So technically, when I fired that gun, that bullet should just drop straight down to the ground, or just stay right there in midair, wouldn't it?
No, I know, I get what you're saying, like because of the spin of the Earth, but
Right.
they're going to argue because we've heard this many times, like because you're attached to the Earth, so it's like if you fire a gun in a moving car, you're going at the speed the car's going, so you're inside of the thing that's moving. You're on the moving reference frame. So
if you were
it's going to be
driving a car at 1,000
Yeah.
miles an hour, and you're headed west, and you shoot a gun, so then that bullet, instead of going 1,000 miles an hour, since you're traveling west, that bullet should then be traveling 2,000 miles an hour.
Well, I mean, if you talk about
Because of the momentum of the Earth.
Yeah, you're talking about adding the momentum. Yeah, but
Yeah.
but the thing is, like, because the vehicle you're in is so big, let's say, that you're inside of this giant vehicle, right? So the giant vehicle inside doesn't feel the motion because it's already used to everything inside of it is used to the speed. So you're really not noticing that the speed you're going, because of course, according to them, you don't feel speed, you only feel acceleration and deceleration. So the thing that you're trying to say right now the bullet would have to leave the reference frame of the Earth and then enter into a separate reference frame where it's detached, and then it would talk about the speed. That's why the speed of rocket leaving the Earth needs to go around parabolic. These are their explanations basically. So I'm just repeating back to you what they were. So in your idea or explanation of like what you're saying, you'd have to leave the Earth's atmosphere in order for that to be like take hold. Where now you're gaining the momentum of the Earth and also the speed of the bullet that's flying out of the gun, and then it would gain like that extra, momentum because it's now leaving the Earth's reference frame, but at the same time, it's catapulted out of whatever is being fired out of it. So that's the idea of a rocket using escape velocity. It's leaving the Earth's. Yeah. So do you see what I mean? Like that's.
I don't believe that the rockets are leaving the Earth's atmosphere. I don't believe we went to the moon. So that's all a moot point because we all agree here that if nothing else, we all agree that the Earth is a motionless, stationary plane that we live on, no matter what size it is. Maybe it is a big ball, and maybe it's 100 million miles in diameter, and that's why we can't see the curve. I've got no idea. I haven't been outside of where I live. But not to change the subject, but I want to change the subject real quick. Something I've wanted to mention a couple of times and ended up getting sidetracked. Well, there's a commercial I've seen on TV for Skyrizi. I don't know if any of you have seen it, but when I look at it, it's like an infinity loop figure eight that's smaller on one end than it is on the other, and it's shaped almost exactly like what I've seen pictures of, where they take a still shot of the sun every so often, and it makes like that figure eight pattern. It looks just like the Skyrizi figure eight pattern that they have. And then also I noticed that it has like a blue background with white trails. And it reminds me very much of the Windows 7 startup screen, if any of you remember that. And when I saw that Windows 7 startup screen, it reminded me of smoke trails in the sky from the planes. So not chemtrails, because I don't know what the chemtrails are. Thank you, Miggy. I think you were the one that brought that to my attention.
Yeah.
But anyway, I see the Skyrizi, and it's got that figure eight pattern of the sun, if anybody knows what I'm talking about, along with the blue background with the white trails that remind me of the Windows 7. And I found that interesting. It caught my attention. I don't know what to make of it, but it caught my attention.
Are you talking about the analemma? Solar analemma?
I think that I don't know what the name of it is, but how the sun at different positions in the sky throughout the years, and they take or not throughout the years, but throughout the year.
Yeah,
it's positioning.
It's a still of the sun at like noon. So it's a sun at noon every single day is going to be at a different position in the sky, and so like they just like they put all the pictures together of like where the sun is at noon. And so like it's gonna do like a figure eight. So throughout the year it's gonna show like that's what they consider the analemma to be. So it's basically making a figure eight pattern.
Yeah, and that's something that's new to me that I've just come across recently. But when I saw that on the Skyrizi commercial, and you take a look at that, the same proportions. It's not a perfect figure eight. One loop is smaller than the other, and it's kind of pitched on the side. It's not straight up and down.
Yeah, and so the top, the loop that's small would be the one where the sun is in the north. That's if you're in the north and you have summertime, that's a small loop. The big loop is the sun in our wintertime for the north, and the summer for the south. So that's how that. If you look at any time somebody shows you an analemma, that's what that is. It's a representation. Does anybody have a GIF of the analemma? I think we do somewhere. I've
seen it before. Somebody must have it.
It's a really nice one, actually, online. If you look it up, just type in analemma in Google, and you'll see plenty examples of it.
Well, so if anybody here still watches TV, keep an eye out for that Skyrizi commercial. And see if you come up with the same observations that I did with that figure eight, with the blue sky and the white trails. And if anybody still has a Windows 7 computer, take a look at the desktop. Not the desktop, but the startup screen.
Maybe you're talking about something else. I don't know if it sounds like maybe now it sounds like something else.
Well, the
What
Windows
I'm-
7 doesn't have the figure 8 in it. What it is, it's a blue background with, and it looks like little white stems or something. That always reminded me of what I call chemtrails. And on the Sky Rizzy commercial, it's got that figure 8 analemma, but it also has like a blue background with the white streaks through the sky. So it's
Okay.
I don't know. It's just things that I never paid attention to before. Now I'll notice. Like I've got a 2-year-old grandson, and we go to babysit him sometimes. And my wife puts on these educational TV shows on YouTube to go ahead and teach him stuff. And then I noticed how they had an astronaut for A. Not Apple, but astronaut. So 2-year-old, teach him astronaut instead of teaching him Apple. I learned A is for Apple. Now today's kids learned A is for astronaut. And just looking at the psychological programming that's going on nowadays that I was never aware of before, but now I'm looking for that kind of stuff because I'm aware that it's there.
So the young man that I spoke to yesterday at work, he was 18 years old. He's still in high school. And so I was telling him, I was like, let me ask you some challenging questions. And I had just a brief moment to talk to him about the 3 points. And I was saying, just answer honestly. If any, I was just walking him through it. But it's funny that like he didn't know not even one single thing to refute anything that he was being honest. Cause like, I didn't come at him like, answer me now. Or like sometimes it gets heated. I was just like, if you know this, that's great. If not, then I told him I just want to challenge you on this, and if you can, just with the information that because you're in school right now. And he was like, I have no idea. It was just like, I was like, that's kind of weird because they teach you that to think about it like it's a globe, but they don't show you any way that you could understand that it is. So yeah, even somebody in high school right now, supposedly like that's in school, wouldn't even be able to say anything about it. And it's not because like some glober out there is like, yeah, but that's the education system failing him. And no, it's not. Like everybody has the same answer to the question, even in school. Like they don't know how to answer how they know the Earth's a globe.
We accept the reality of which we are presented.
I mean, that's to summarize. That's it. Like, what else can you say? Like that you have proof? Like, no, they tell you ships go over like that's how redundant this is. Even like now, they still say like Bill Nye the Science Guy, ships going over the curve. Like his video of like, that's what they're using even now.
Well,
Crazy.
I've never been sailing. I've never used a sextant. I've heard of them. I've seen them. And I've always, wondered, well, how can they tell by, where the stars are? Because the stars are always moving. And I didn't know about the North Star. And it wasn't until just, recently, within the past few years, I've seen the time-lapse photography of the North Star and how it's motionless and it's stationary, and all the circles, all the other stars seem to circle around it. So, there's so much stuff out there that, they don't teach you. And at school, they don't teach you how to think and how to learn on your own. They teach you how to memorize stuff.
And
and I had a hard time with that. For me, like even in my work, I was an auto mechanic for 20 years, and I've been into computers for about the past 30 years now. And if something on a car, like, okay, the firing order on a Chevy V8 is 8436572. I think I left out the 18436572. But just trying to remember those numbers, I had to look at it in my head. Well, here's how the pistons fire back and forth, and this is how this works. Okay, now I understand that. And just trying to remember how things work, for me, I have to have an understanding of how it functions. Just remember, you spell anti-disestablishmentarianism this way, but break it down into separate words and know how the compounds go together. and that's what works for me. They don't teach that in school. They teach you how to memorize, and if I had a better memory, I'd be an actor or something like that and get paid lots of money to remember what words to say. And school, I haven't. I'm going to be 65 in June. I haven't been to school in a long time. From what I hear, a lot of stuff has really changed drastically from what it used to be. I've heard they're teaching kids in school that there's more than just two sexes, and you can choose to be any sex you want to be. And it's like, what?
Yeah, it's truly amazing, like the level of like indoctrination that the young ones are getting these days, and there's no buffer to stop any of this because the agenda and the programming is running right now. So the only safety net or the only guard between that information reaching them and them actually understanding that that's what they're conceiving as of the reality is you and me and everybody else who wants to take a stand against this. But if there's nobody to stand up and say we're going to be the buffer, then no one will. It'll just be the information coming at them at full speed because nowadays they have their devices, right? They have their smartwatch and their smartphone, and they got alerts and pings, and they got all kinds of stuff coming at them daily. Information flowing into their face, like newsflash, something happened in China, like or whatever, and so they're more, I guess, aware of like all the programming because they're getting hit by it like 24/7, like the alerts, the pings, the news flashes, and so it's a greater weaponized tool than it was in the past.
So I was going to say, speaking of my grandson, and we go to babysit him, our kids, say we don't want them watching a lot of TV. Go out and play with them. So I'm old, fat, bald. I don't have the energy of a 2-year-old to go running around with them, and it's really easy to go ahead and turn on a TV and then give myself the reassurance, well, this is educational. It's not just dumb cartoons. Taking a look at some of the stuff that's on there, most of it seems innocent and really good for teaching them stuff, but what it's teaching them, I don't know if it's necessarily all that good to be teaching them. I think learning how to memorize astronaut is for astronaut is kind of off the wall to me.
I'm gonna dip out, guys. Yeah, it's been great talking to Wave, and I'll catch up with you guys later.
All right, Miggy.
I probably won't be on later, but you guys have a great day, and I'll catch up with you guys later.
Cool. Good talking to you, Miggy.
Yeah, later, Wave.
Well, with this bit of dead air, I think I'm going to go ahead and jump in the shower and get ready for the day. As I mentioned earlier, there's going to be a Flat Earth meetup at Sunset Beach later on today. I'm not at my regular computer to go ahead and post a link to it, but if you go to Mark Sargent's website, it talks all about the Flat Earth meetup in Los Angeles. We're bringing Mark Sargent in. Those of you that are probably familiar with Flat Earth Professor Dude, he's the one that had actually invited me to join this server a few months ago. He's going to be there. We're hoping Sunny is going to be able to make it there. And I need to get ready and start my day because I got to fill up a tank full of gas, take a shower, dress, pack some stuff up, and get ready to go. So it's been a pleasure, everybody. I'm going to have this on in the background listening, but as for now, the mic's going to be dead. Take care.
Did somebody say dead air? Dead air Dave's here. Anybody else here? My mic's
Hey, what's
not
going on,
working.
Dave?
My mic is working, thanks to Flat Lloyd Wright confirming that. My satellite's currently online. Thank you, sir.
Sound good. Yeah, it's great to hear about the meetup too. Got to get one going on in Texas.
There's been some in Texas, hasn't there? I don't know. I need some around here. There we go.
I've never been to one, but I'd be glad to pack up and go. Ooh.
Well, every day I don't know this for a fact, but I basically do. There's more and more people realizing the globe stupidity on the daily, you know what I mean? It's not like our numbers are decreasing. But I guess that's speculation. I have no idea what way of verifying that. But anyway, anybody new on here? Anybody old on here that wants to talk? Don't make us play the music bot. Somebody's got something to say. Or not. Who can I provoke here? Crypto, I believe, has changed his mind. He now thinks he lives on a spinning ball zipping around through nothing. Is that correct, Crypto?
Hell no.
Oh, must have got some bad information. My bad. Give us a full report from Sun Gold England or don't. Your choice.
I heard that Dave believes that there are 72 genders.
There is 72 genders, right? That's what they said on TV. So, if the TV said it, you know how that goes.
So, Dave, are you a gender fluid pandasexual?
I could be. I like to keep everything fluid. I've got fluid in my body. Who knows?
That's a good point.
What's your new icon? What's that little blue guy?
Oh, yeah, no, it's just one of the standard Discord ones because I wasn't sure if I'd get banned again within a week, so I thought there's no point putting the effort in this time.
Alright, I didn't know if there was any meaning behind the little blue guy or not.
Yeah, I'm just going to go full alt accounts now. Probably have like 5.
Why do you keep getting banned, man? You're saying stuff you're not supposed to say. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, just wrong speak and wrong think, standard stuff.
Heard that.
But I'm just going to use alts to go into those servers now. So if I go into a server that I think that that will offend the liberals, then I'll just use an alt. And then if that alt gets taken out, so be it,
Yeah, that's a good plan. Sounds like a good plan.
I sure learned my lesson. I mean, years of research and logical thought processes were totally wiped out by having a throwaway account banned.
Thanks for piping up. I was somebody else was joining the convo here. I got nothing to say. The globe is bullshit as far as I can tell. There's nothing in objective reality that confirms anything about the globe. If somebody thinks they've got something that does confirm something about this globe model, come in here and discuss with us. We'd love to discuss it with you. Well, who else wants to talk here? This has been Dead Air Dave at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. The best place on earth to talk about Earth. Mic check. Am I working now? Can anybody hear me?
Yes, mate. Can hear you, Dave.
Thank you.
No worries, buddy.
So the last 10 minutes, was I not working? Or people just aren't talking? Either way, if you're listening to me right now, you think this subject is silly or you don't know much about it, you know, we all got taught we live on this ball that basically exists in a medium of nothingness, and it's doing all these motions and stuff and everything going through galaxies and blah, blah, blah. You go back to the basics of your senses, what you observe, what you perceive, and this whole model we got taught falls apart. So we're not here to convince anyone of anything. We're trying to share information. We're trying to get you to think for yourself. Click the link. Come on in here. This is Dead Air Dave. Somebody else talk or don't. That's your choice.
That's what we're talking about. Nobody's saying the horizon isn't real. We're saying that interpretation of the horizon, we need a demonstration to back that. Right. So if you don't have that, don't have the physical demonstration out of geometric horizon, or you just told me you don't have a convex body of water to show us, and that's the thing that you're invoking with sunsets, right? Pretty illogical, Matt.
I don't know what to tell you. There's lots of evidence for convex bodies of water, including sunsets, including pictures from space, including eyewitness testimony, including the way that navigation works. I mean, there's dozens of proofs, but you don't buy
It's
any
just
of them. So
weird how all the evidence is never an actual demonstration of just a convex body of water.
It's good enough for most people. I don't know.
Good enough for most people. You don't have a single demonstration of the thing that you're claiming to prove, but it's good enough.
You mean by not a single one, you mean the 6 that I listed?
No, those weren't demonstrations of the convex body of water, because when I asked you for that, you're like, no, I've never seen that. Right? You just invoke it, right? You just induce
there's
it
evidence
out of all
that
these
it
other
exists.
things, right? Yeah. So you just infer it out of all these other things that don't necessarily tell you that it's there, and you never actually directly see it. So how do you know it's there?
I never directly.
Or how do you know it's not just a ghost you're inferring out of thin air?
Yeah, I never directly see Wi-Fi, but I can infer it through lots of different proofs.
Right, but you have physical, tangible demonstration.
I don't have to directly see something. I can use other proofs and other observations.
Yeah, but that's practical use now. Okay, so there's practical demonstration of that, right?
Right,
like this conversation itself.
So practically go to the sunset and watch it.
Okay, I'm going to go to the sunset and watch it. If it sets over a curve, we're going to have a geometric horizon. Is that there?
Yes, it is.
Okay, because you say so, or because it's measured?
Because something is blocking the sun. I don't know where it is. That's the apparent horizon.
Something's blocking the sun.
It might move up and down a little bit, but the geometric horizon is blocking it. The apparent horizon shifts a little bit due to the atmosphere.
Oh, okay, apparent horizon. Okay, apparent horizon. So how do you know this isn't all just apparent phenomena then?
The apparent horizon is based on the physical horizon.
That's weird. The physical horizon being the real one, the real tangible one that you don't see, and then the apparent horizon being some sort of distortion of this real one that you don't see.
Yeah, just like looking through glasses. When you see a building through your glasses, the real building is causing the light to come to you, but you see it in a slightly different place due to your corrective lenses you're wearing.
Okay, but in that case, you know that there's a building there, right? When you're seeing a distorted apparent image of a building, you know that that's what it is because you have confirmation of the building in the first place. In this case, what you're saying is distorted. You don't have any confirmation in the first place, or do you?
There's a geometric building and an apparent building, and then same thing with the horizon.
No. See, a false equivalency again, because the building is demonstrated in the first instance. The geometric horizon isn't.
Yeah, but just claiming false equivalency doesn't prove that.
No, I didn't just claim false equivalency. I described the false equivalency
incorrectly.
No, not incorrectly, because we have validation of the building's existence in your example, right? We don't have validation of the existence of the geometric horizon, the thing that you say is being shifted and distorted in that scenario. We don't have that.
I do.
Or do we?
You don't.
Okay, where is it? Now you're going to point at sunsets again and just imagine that it has to be due to the geometric horizon you didn't see that you said was shifted and distorted.
Dude, people have understood that sunsets prove the Earth is round for hundreds of years.
Did they understand that, or did they just think it for no real reason like you do?
The main reason why people throughout history have believed that the Earth is round. And
yeah,
I'm
but
sorry
when
that you don't, you can't catch up with the rest of humanity and understand something simple.
Oh no, it's not that. I'm ahead of those guys. It's not that I'm not caught up to them. I was already where they were at.
You're behind the curve.
Most of my life. I'm ahead of it. I got ahead of the curve, right? I was stuck where you guys were at for most of my life, right? But I managed to supersede the curve.
That's not how I would characterize it.
Yeah, I know you wouldn't because you're still stuck behind it or on it, I guess. Yeah,
but I apologize. You don't need me telling you guys that you're not understanding things correctly because the rest of the world does. So I don't need to repeat that.
Well, the rest of the world doesn't. If this is their understanding, Matthew, if it's the same understanding that you gave us here, then they don't. They don't actually have any. They just have a blind belief, right?
No. I'm sorry. I meant the rest of the world, like your friends and your family and all the people that you know in real life are already telling you all that type of stuff. So you don't need me to say it.
Right. Exactly. Everybody has this religion. It's the one that we're brought up.
I must be getting tired if I'm getting cranky, so I should probably go to bed before.
No worries.
But it was nice chatting, as always.
Well, that was interesting. I get to hang out with Matthew today, and Mark Sargent and Sonny on the plane, and Wave Mixer is going to be there. Some great people hanging out at the beach on a beautiful sunny day. Oh my goodness! And I'll definitely jump on while I'm at the meetup, and I get Mark to come on for a minute, hang out with you guys. All right. What's up, Chris V? Jenna. Crypto's in here. Okay, man. You guys are pretty quiet this morning. I'm just sipping on coffee for the next 5 minutes, and then I got to go. I'm going to pick up Sonny at the train station.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Kyle. I'm going to pick up Sonny at the train station. I'm going to go grab a quick bite to eat, head over to the beach. Should be kind of fun, man. I'll post some pictures and shit later.
Flat Earth Professor, dude. Are you there?
Hey, what's up, Dave? Dinkle.
What's going on, man?
We're going to the Flat Earth meetup today with Mark Sargent.
And you're going to meet Matthew?
I am going to see him again, yeah. I met him, I don't know, 5
Can you
times
make
now.
sure he looks out at the ocean and points out the bendy water for you? Please.
I'm bringing my P900. We'll get a picture of it if it's there, for sure.
Okay. Well, he seems to think it's there, so maybe he can show it to you today and end all this.
I'm just hoping, man. Last time we hung out, him and I measured the distance to the sun together using sticks and shadows.
Oh my God!
And we calculated it. We calculated at 3,477 miles away. That was our calculation.
Wait.
I know.
It means nothing because that doesn't.
No, it means nothing. It means jack all, man. Nothing. And that was funny, man. Even he admitted, well, that's how it was done. And I was like, oh, crap.
All it means is two grown men wasted their time doing a calculation, right?
Yeah. There was like 4 of us that were there doing it. And it was funny as hell, man. I was laughing. Yeah, I'm going to give Matthew a hug for you guys, and then I'll slap him in the face. Try to slap some sense into him. But, hey, he's our NASA answer guy, man. Just remember that. He's got NASA's answers.
So this will be like his 3rd time he's went to a meetup at a beach and not done an observation, or actually ignored observation.
Hey, well, he brings his telescope. He brings his sticks and shadows. He brought his camera. I think he had he has pretty, not a great telescope, but it's good for like the beach, man, kind of telescope looking across.
Dude.
Yo.
Man, thank you for inviting me to Discord. It's because of you that I am here.
That's right. I'm going to invite all kinds of fucking people today to Discord, and I'm bringing that QR code so you guys can just click it and fucking figure it out yourself.
What? And is Sonny still in here, or did he just?
He's on the train, man. He's on the train, man. I'm gonna go pick him up in 1 hour.
Right on, man. I was hoping to be able to get to see Sonny again.
Yeah, we're gonna hang out with Sonny. He's bringing some his guitar, and we got all kinds of musical instruments there. So we're gonna have a lot of
on that train. He's proving the earth is moving because he's feeling linear motion. But never mind. Go ahead, go.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's. If you've ever ran up and down the hallway of a train or down the center there, it's easier to run with the train than it is to run against it. You can feel a difference, man. You can definitely feel it. I remember as a kid running up and down. I'm like, dude, I'm like gliding. Yeah, you can feel the difference. It's cool. So they talk about that. What do they call it?
Coriolis effect.
Conservation of energy shit, right? You know, like
Conservation of momentum. That they think that proves the Earth's moving somehow. But we all know it's ridiculous.
It's crazy, man. People think this shit, man. I don't. These guys that tricked everybody, man, they did a good job, man. And
yeah,
they're sorcerers, man. Damn sorcerers, bastards.
You got to give them props for coming up with all this math and all this convoluted logic and everything that people think they believe, but they don't actually know what they believe. But it's so complicated, they don't really. Well, these smart guys figured it out. I ain't got to worry about it, right?
Well, it's actually very clear, because effectively what they're doing. Effectively what they're doing is they're saying, "Here's what's true, and here's why we can't prove it to you."
Right.
Exactly.
That's insanity, man. Damn.
Yeah, I was posting an image of the inconsistencies in the globe images, and one of my friends who's doesn't know much about flat Earth or anything, he's like, you should study calculus first before you say that.
Yeah. Well,
I'm like, it has nothing to do with calculus. It's basic geometry.
It's geometry, Mongos. Come on. Get it right.
I mean, calculus would be useful if the Earth was moving, but you kind of have to prove that first.
All right, I got to pack up some crap and go pick up Sonny. I'll check in a couple hours, probably. You guys carry it down, man. Anybody out in the YouTube? Any YouTubers? We got YouTubers?
Hey, dude, I'll be there probably around 1 o'clock or a little bit later.
Okay.
I got to pick up somebody else, and we're not going to be leaving here till noontime. So, save a spot for me.
Yeah, plenty of room, man. Got a whole beach. It's huge.
I'm just hoping I can find a parking spot.
Yeah, today's going to be really nice. You see the weather this morning? Oh my goodness, crazy nice out there. So,
well, I've got a handicap. I got a handicap plate on my car, but there's only one handicap spot right there next to the bathrooms across the street right there.
Yeah.
I was fortunate enough to get that one last time, but I got there early, so we'll see.
All right,
anyway, I'll see you there, bro.
All right. Thank you, brother. All right, guys. Get some globies up in here, man. Give them something to think about. Give them something to check out, man. Not think. Go check out Earth. Hey, it's outside.
Yeah.
Go.
And it's like anytime I tell a friend of mine, well, listen, come to Discord, bring your claim and your proof. But it's like people just want to stop at the ridicule or the hand wave dismissal, and they don't want to move forward after that.
Exactly. They're stuck, man. Stuck in quicksand. It's sinking fast. All right, cheers, guys. See you in a bit.
There's everything goes out well. Y'all got good food, good fun, and somebody opens their eyes, maybe. Matthew. Anyway, back to whoever was talking.
Hey, so last summer when I first met Dude and Sonny, it was kind of interesting because Renee, that owns the beach house, has this big gorilla. It's not a real gorilla. It looks like he's sitting down, but he's like a life-size gorilla, and he put him right out at the end of his patio, which faces the Pacific Ocean, and put a loudspeaker there. And as people were going by, he's flat smacking people. So it looks like the gorilla is talking to him. I got a kick out of that. Renee is an interesting person, so we're guaranteed to have a good time today.
Yeah, that would be interesting to get flat smacked by a fake gorilla. That sounds interesting.
Hey, well, it's better than getting globe smacked by a fake professor.
Exactly. I got a few more minutes I can be on here if anybody cares, which you probably don't. I don't see any new people. So
what about Blood Sticker? Has anyone talked to them?
Blood Sticker. That sounds like Pillbox. Is that him?
Hello.
Are you there, Blood Sticker?
I am here. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, loud and clear.
Yep, coming in. What brings you to the server? Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. No, I've heard about the server. I know people that come in the server, so I thought I'd join, see what it's all about.
Okay. We're on about the shape of the Earth. What do you think the shape of the Earth is?
I have no idea.
Do you think it's a globe?
Not so scientifically and geometrically impossible, in my opinion.
That's a good answer. Can you elaborate on why you think it's not a globe?
It's physics, science, geometry. Don't know where do you want to start? Physics of water. No. Quite a few things.
Yeah, the water's a big one, isn't it?
It's the largest, yeah, I would say. It's got to be.
Somebody else is there and continue talking to him. I got to log off here. Go ahead. Welcome to the server, man.
Thank you.
So when did you find out about the whole topic, Blood Sticker?
Excuse me. Maybe back in 2018, I was into aliens, UFOs, that sort of thing. So I went to the first UK's UFO, convention. It's called The Awakening in Manchester. I think it was 2018. And so I went there for the weekend, got a B&B, went to listen to all different people about their research on aliens. And Ancient Aliens was there. What's her face? I got to meet Linda Moulton Howe, Eric von Däniken. I was into all that sort of stuff. While I was there, I was reading the pamphlet you get. There's all the timings of people and when they were doing their talks. So they're like an hour slot and that sort of thing. And there was a person there called Darren Nesbitt with his flat Earth research. And I remember just standing there thinking, what the fuck is that? There was no one on at the same time as him, so I thought I'd go and have a little listen. And I sat down there for about an hour and a half listening to him at The Awakening. I think it's online as well. You can see the video. And he literally shredded NASA apart with quite a few things and left me with quite a lot of questions that weekend. I come back home and I was quite, couldn't think straight, for all the information I'd been given. Because I was a bit of a NASA fanboy myself. Like, loved everything they'd done. I was right into space, Black Knight satellites, aliens are here, we're working with them and all that sort of shit. Just because, was what you're taught, what you're made to believe in, sort of thing.
Yeah, I haven't heard that in a long time. The Black Knight. I believe
it. So I spent quite a few months usually trying to debunk it, sort of thing, things he was talking about. And I looked more into NASA, and the more I looked into NASA, the more it was like a studio type thing, actors and stuff like that. And then the proofs that were actually given, and it nothing of it made sense. It was all nonsense, in my opinion. So I couldn't actually prove that I lived on this spinning ball flying around the sun. And the observations I'd done, anything like that. Yeah. So 6 months later, I was like, well, I can't prove a spinning ball. So I can't say that I live on the spinning ball. And I think I come up with you introduced the flat Earth and this pizza thing. So you immediately go to that. I think maybe a lot of people, they want to replace a model with a model sort of thing, And then kind of digging into that sort of thing. And there's a lot of discrepancies in that as well as things that don't work.
Well, that's still a model. That's still a model within their space.
Yeah, so I tend to stay away from models and things like that. I don't know the shape of the Earth. I don't claim to. The furthest I've travelled is Australia from the UK. I didn't fly around no ball, you know. Planes can't do that, for a start. I filmed... I like filming my travels and things like that, and there's nothing that tells me I live on this spinning ball flying around space. So yeah, I don't know what it is. Sorry, I'm trying to talk. I'm in the middle of doing stuff as well, but I don't want to be rude. People asking me questions. See, I have problems with the... you guys don't seem to push a model, which is great. Everywhere I seem to go, the Flat Earth, they kind of... A lot of them are religious. I find, personally, it's a lot of the Americans are kind of religious with the Flat Earth kind of thing. And yeah, I'm having trouble with the pizza, with the North being in the centre and all that. So yeah, I'd actually come to ask questions on that, but no one seems to push that sort of model, which is good. And now I've got nothing else to say.
Oh. No, I mean, I'm with you. I personally believe that I don't think there's any way of even having the discussion about the flat Earth if you're still married to all this, moon golf and dune buggies and like the guy in voice chat. The guy was just talking about James Webb. If you're still married to that, I think it's almost an impossibility to go forward. So
I think so too. Yeah.
That's you almost have. I call it coming through well, you have to. Once I realized the whole NASA narrative, well, to knock on the front door of the flat Earth is almost impossible. I think, unless you're just open-minded and not too fanatical about the NASA stuff. But if you're still with the NASA stuff, what?
You got no chance.
Yeah, it's in your psyche. These pictures, these images.
Yeah, I think that's why I struggled for so long with it, I said, nah, bullshit. NASA. Been to space. We're in space. Fucking hell. What is space? Define space. Holy shit.
The greatest trick they ever done was got you to look up instead of looking at your feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the trick. Yeah, we had a proper meltdown in the voice chat because the guy, well, a couple things, but the Mars rover seemed to really bust his chops, and I don't know. So hopefully yeah.
On a light in the sky. It's the thing, you keep it to basics, and they just can't understand that. They kind of push you to you have to know what it is. If you're denying it's this, then you must know what it is. So there are some things in life that you may never get to know. And some people just can't handle that, which is what I say about the model. Some people replace one model with another model,
Well, yeah, it's like, for instance, if you see like a small portion of an animal and it's got like yellow with a black spot or whatever, it's not an elephant. It could be an elephant. It could be another type of big cat. It could be all sorts of things. But it's not an elephant because elephants are grey.
That's it. You know what it's not.
No, it's just about assessing the necessary characteristics of the claim. And if those characteristics don't exist, then it can't be that thing. It doesn't mean that you know what it is. Because there are many things that could have the characteristics that you actually observe.
Yeah.
And this is like basic logic that they don't get.
Yeah, we're not. If only we were taught logic at an earlier age, we could have picked apart all of their bullshit ourselves.
You don't happen to be from the Norwich area, do you?
No, mate, no. I'm near Heathrow.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's my part of the world, southwest London.
Oh, okay.
I won't get more specific than that, but yeah.
That works.
I've been in this long enough to know that you don't go telling people where you live.
Definitely.
Because they get very upset if you start saying things that goes against their zealotry, and they try to stop to find you, which is really weird.
Yep.
Can you imagine, right, if you went onto a Grass is Green server and you told them that the grass is blue, just for instance?
I know, just the sake of it, you know. The server.
But like, imagine that they would try and find you and like try and gaslight you all the time and stuff. Like, they wouldn't need to use these tactics if they actually believed that the Earth was a globe. So I think a lot of them actually kind of know it isn't, but they I don't know what it is. It's like they want to feel the heat from the flames before the fire burns, like control or something. I don't know what it is.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah. So you must have a lot of nice Indian takeaways around where you live.
Yeah, the few.
You gonna go? I assume you've driven in London and then you've driven outside of London?
Yeah.
Have you noticed how people drive totally differently?
Yeah. Definitely.
It's weird because it took me about 5 years to get used to London driving, and now I'm not used to non-London driving.
Hate London driving.
So blood's thicker since you mentioned Linda Moulton Howe. I'm guessing you used to listen to the Coast to Coast AM, or
again, sorry, from the start.
Well, Linda Moulton Howe, she's on a show called Coast to Coast AM from time to time now.
Yes.
I used to listen to that all the way back to the Art Bell days, and kind of slowly, who knows? The show was always theater. But you could see it really shifting towards the Ancient Aliens theme over the last two. I don't listen to it anymore, but even a decade ago, I was wondering if you witnessed that morphing also.
Yeah, no, you're saying it, yeah.
Like I said, it could always been theater, but there used to be some sense of realness. It seemed to be like an actual radio show once upon a time where you never knew who was going to call in. And then it just seemed to go all just totally produced.
Yeah, they capture all of these like legitimate conspiracy shows, and then they just subvert them because it's the easiest way to control what let's just call because free thinkers, maybe that's not like out of the box thinkers is probably the best way to, like, because we clearly don't fit with how like normies think, right? So the best way to capture that is to just find a popular conspiracy show and then just make it all about the same shit that the mainstream's about, right? But from a different angle. Like they did that with Alex Jones. Like Alex Jones was questioning a certain group of people who seemed to have disproportionate power, and then he wasn't, you know. And Joe Rogan was questioning the moon landings until he wasn't, you know. This just seems to be what they do.
Yep.
But I wonder if
that's not a good look to realize the moon landing is a farce and then go back on that. That's kind of an odd look.
Yeah, it's obviously not like Joe Rogan knows that the moon landings never happened, but he also knows that £100 million or dollar paycheck from Spotify looks quite nice. So yeah, it's a question of which he knows more. And I think he knows that $100 million is nicer than.
Well, yeah, you can just look to Howard Stern if you want to see what a $1 billion radio contract does to your personality.
Right. Yeah. Quite a lot, I'd imagine.
Well, it was a show that that you couldn't stop listening to. I mean, if you were into it, to a show that is unlistenable now.
I mean, I don't actually know who Howard Stern is. Who is he?
Stern?
Yeah.
Well, he became famous when he got that E! show, but he was always like New York radio famous. He did a morning. He was on. He did the show that competed with Don Imus, even though Imus was earlier in the day. They overlapped, and he was just, you know, the movie Private Parts. He was sort of pushing boundaries once upon a time, you know, the Carlin 7 words and all that stuff.
Right.
He was a shock jock. That was all he was.
Yeah, he listened to him back in the 90s. He was all right.
Yeah, it was entertaining, at least.
Yeah, one of his regulars, though, Richard Christie, he's a damn good drummer. He's drummer for Death for a while.
Huh. Yeah, that was always my favorite part of the show, was the cast of characters that showed up in the studio.
All right, I got that, guys. Have a good afternoon, all.
All right, you too. Good luck driving.
Cheers, mate.
Hey, Wave Mixer, I don't know if you're out there, but I heard you mention cartoons earlier, or, you know, educational little alphabet shows. There's a show called Ada Twist Scientist, children's show. And they have a new version of the scientific method. What's interesting is you hear a lot of people in here echoing it. So they must have not invented it, but it's this bastardized form of the scientific method, which is basically just teaching people how to do circular reasoning, coming up with a hypothesis and reifying it. But yeah, that's not the only cartoon. There's a lot of cartoons. You'll be hard pressed to find a cartoon that doesn't reify the astronauts in space and all this nonsense. But when I saw that Ada Twist Scientist and what they'd done to the scientific method, it blew my mind a little bit. Almost blew my mind as much as when I found out that Big Bird was actually scheduled to be on the Challenger, but I think he was over the headroom in the shuttle. I mean, Slimy the Worm, the Sesame Street astronaut, I didn't even blink an eye at that once upon a time. But once I found out about Big Bird canceling on the Challenger, uh-oh. Maybe I'm too far gone on the other side of the fence, but at this point, I don't understand how anyone sees these things like the dune buggies on the moon. I don't see how they can believe it anymore. I don't get it. And someone in YouTube chat a while ago, when I mentioned moon golf, they accused me of making that up. That I made up. No one says we played golf on the moon. I say, oh, contraire. So to go back to what I was saying, I just if you're still brainwashed by the NASA story, then you got some work to do, I think. How they end up here arguing with us, still under that confusion, is beyond me. All right, I'll stop complaining. What's going on with you, Smurf? You filled up Saturdays before with
Hi there. Good
monologues. What's up, man?
Just making some tea. How is everybody in this beautiful flat world?
Going so far so good.
Good to see you all here. See, I'm a night owl, but that's the morning, so mornings are especially challenging for me, but I'm happy to be here.
Explain time zones. I mean,
yeah.
No, I'm just joking.
Obvious. Okay. I'd be like, where do I begin? Let's see.
Did they spring forward your time yet?
The world's like a clock, like a Swiss clock. You can tell the sign, the seasons, all sorts of stuff.
No, like they sprung the U.S.'s time up like a couple weeks ago, and the U.K. time is getting ready to spring up this week. So for 2 weeks, yeah. So for 2 weeks, it's been an hour missing. So that's 14 hours missing.
Wow, they're stealing our time.
What's crazy is now that basically most clocks that people have access to now just adjust automatically. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even know it happened. Once upon a time you had to, go around and change every clock. Now I only have one clock to change, and I changed it 3 days late. Because all my other clocks just do it automatically.
You know what I do is I try to not have to be anywhere at a specific time, and I just try to take my time getting anywhere I need to be. How's that? Why show up somewheres whenever I get there, Travel usually throughout the day. How's that? What I mean is, modern society is so fast paced, It's like the clock is like keeping people on a wheel on the clock, I just don't align with time slavery. I just made that up. I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, it kind of does, because you look Look, if you travel into the past, you don't want to change nothing to change the future, but yet you won't do nothing now to change your future.
Yeah. They always have you looking towards the future like it's some distant thing rather than acting now. Yeah. Who controls the past, controls, etc. Future stuff. Who controls our perspective of the past? Oh,
Yeah, time is on Mick Jagger's side. That's all I really know about it.
Well, time's a crazy thing when you go back and you find out how they changed calendars and change how we keep track of stuff. We used to keep a moon time. Now the world's on a sun time.
Hey, my friend called me on the phone. Hey, I'll catch up with y'all in a little bit. Sorry, somebody just called me. I'll be back soon.
Does anyone, speaking of time, does anyone remember, and I don't know, this was at least a decade ago now, but the leap second. Does anyone remember that? Yeah, because we have leap years, which add an extra day. But about a decade ago, they added a leap second. I was just wondering if anyone else remembered that.
I was just thinking it happened so fast. I don't.
I think about that.
That's the thing. That if every go ahead.
How you can add the day if sun has the same path, you know?
Yeah, don't ask me.
How you can change the time zone now in USA and we in UK still didn't change the time if sun has the same path. Did you change it, the time in US 1 week ago?
Yeah, they always do.
We didn't. We will change time in next week.
Right. That there leaves an hour over the Atlantic Ocean that disappears.
Yeah, but how we can change 2 weeks time because sun it's moving the same way?
Oh, it's just a matter of a mark on a calendar nowadays.
Oh, just like that.
Yeah, they just say this is when you do it. You do it. You don't look. You don't look to see why you're doing it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what time it is where you are, Sasha, but here it's too early for riddles.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what time. I'm saying the moving 1 hour in front or changing time. You know, you did that.
Yeah, man did that. Yes.
Yeah, but you did that in US. That means we need to do the same date here because it's changing the same way. No, we will do 2 weeks later.
Yeah, just 2 weeks later. I don't understand why it wouldn't happen in the same cycle.
But you cannot change the time on the earth. You have the sun 2 weeks later in other part of the earth.
That's what they do.
Oh my God! Yeah, that's the
whole time thing.
Yeah, you can do that. I'm not saying that you cannot do that, but you don't have that what you call a heliocentric model.
Well, I know we don't control the heavens. And they don't change. They're consistent.
Yeah.
So time's just a construct of man.
Ridiculous.
Do you remember the leap second, Sasha?
Leap second?
Yeah, about a decade ago.
I remember this. This was what I learned, that we are rotating, and that we are rotating 364 days and 8 hours.
Well, I think the narrative was for that leap second was something about the Earth spinning. which confuses me because it predates the whole flat Earth thing. So maybe, I don't know, maybe it was just another, now they have the stories about the core not spinning or reversing spin. So maybe it's just the same think tank that's producing these little concepts.
Nothing is spinning, man. We discussed yesterday about stationary and spinning stuff, like we are on the air, and the heliocentric model saying that we are taking conversational momentum, that practically we are spinning with this stationary feeling. And now my question will be opposite. If we are moving, what that then mean? If you really feel that you are moving, what that then mean? Because somehow in their narrative, you cannot be stationary in any case.
I know I go out here, put a nail in the ground, it'll never move. It'll always be there.
And what's interesting is, the proof that the Earth is spinning, sunsets and sunrises.
Yeah.
But if you start watching sunsets and sunrises, well, it's hard to even it's hard to believe that I guess people aren't watching sunsets and sunrises, because when I watch the sunset, the sun will go, it sets in the west.
It's beautiful.
I see the sky continue to be lit up moving north. I mean, I know not everyone has a view of that, and it depends on which way you're looking. But I started watching them pretty closely. It kind of blows my mind, because it's so obviously not the Earth spinning and it's the sun moving. Yeah, so it's crazy that holds up to this day.
And that word it will be some another word, I think, that people in English it's saying sunset. It doesn't say Earth sunsetting or something like that. Beautiful.
Yeah. I wonder I would like to hear the translations of sunset from all around the world, because somewhere it must have been.
It's in my language. It's like a verb also. Verb. Sunset. It's not. It's a verb, and it's telling you that it's a movement of the sun. It's practically telling you what sun is doing. It's saying, it's sun setting. It's saying like that, something like that. In my language, Croatian. It's going over something like that. Translate also. But it's not telling you anything about Earth. You say that word. Yeah, it's telling you it's setting like behind the horizon.
When I checked out one of my first sunsets, I watched it fade away. Like it got farther into the air, the density just faded away. Almost like a light does underwater when it gets away from you.
Yeah. I think you can observe sometimes that.
Yeah, the flat Earth,
And I went one more time, and I went to there's a tower on the water that has a live cam that watches the sunset. I ask any of you to go sit there and watch the sunset one time, and just watch it fade away right before your eyes. You can even replay it, slow it down.
And it's interesting that what has more sense for people doesn't have sense. That the sun setting on the flat surface has the more sense for me. Not because I'm flat earth, because you can see that with your eyes.
Yeah, the whole thing about the Earth's surface not having the curvature it needs to have for a ball is one thing, but the stationary Earth is something that shouldn't be controversial. That should be easy to, if someone really thinks about it, that's the one that should be like not need any prompting or just. But there, and I guess even before the flat Earth, there were all kinds of TED Talks and things like that suggesting, this is the center of the whatever. So maybe that is the obvious one of the two, that we're stationary.
They invented the term flat earther in 1878. So it's been going on for a long time. But as far as the Earth's movement, when you look into it, you find out the only thing they have that tells you that Earth moves is some experiment in a basement with lasers. That's how they tell you they did it. They went underground to figure out how, if anything's moving.
Yeah, well, shut down the server.
And then just recently here, I've come to believe that the only picture taken by man of the whole Earth is a complete fraud with 5 Easter eggs in it that I didn't see when I was young. At one time, I was blind also. And if they can do that and market it and change the perspective of the world, reprint it, publish it in 2012, celebrate 50 years with it, and nobody sees yet, that's pretty extreme. But what would it matter?
What's interesting is, the Blue Marble and the Blue Marble 2.0 get all the attention, but prior to those, I'm almost, the pale blue dot was supposedly the Earth. But I think even recently, within the last 5 years, they've sort of, even NASA, I think they've sort of abandoned the idea that was an actual photograph, or they claim that was a photograph, the pale blue dot.
Yeah, but the 1972 Blue Marble is the only picture taken by one of 3 men.
Yeah, but the pale blue dot, that, I guess, the pale blue dot was a satellite photograph, supposedly, or some Voyager or one of those.
Yeah, and to this date, it's still the only picture by a man.
There's 2 different ones. There's the Blue Marble and there's the pale blue dot.
Yeah, but the 1972 Blue Marble was the one they published 4 days after they got back with said photograph. And they went on book backpacks, up on school walls, gave everybody the overview effect of the planet.
Yeah, science textbook covers.
Everything's plastered it everywhere. Put it in. It was even in my mind as a kid, because I didn't see what I see in it now.
Well, and I know it's just another video on the internet, and the funny thing happened on the way to the moon, the way they showed that image could be created, turning off the cabin lights and looking through a circular window. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's almost as if, like Buzz said to Bert Sabrelli, he says, "Where did you get this footage? How did you get it?" So it almost kind of, to me, it points to the legitimacy of that's how they did that image, because you can recreate that, but it's pretty far out how devoid people are from understanding that pre-CGI, you could still do funny things in photographic darkrooms. People don't seem to understand that.
Yeah, and they did it.
They did,
and they did it in advertising too, with the subtle images inside of advertising and everything else.
I just watched a haircut commercial that keeps playing on my YouTube, and it's about them blasting an asteroid out of the sky. So yeah, it's still in the commercials.
Well, we got one getting ready to pass between us and the moon too. Some big thing, they always say it, but yet we have no early warning system for any of them that do come in. We get 12 seconds. Anytime anything ever comes in and goes across that sky, for the most part, you get like 12 seconds unless it's going across the sky.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but I'm starting to wonder, because when I was young, I witnessed Halley's Comet, or what I was around during that era, and they would say, oh, in 72 years. I could have swore they said 72 years. Now when you look, it's 78, 70. I'm starting to think that the whole Halley's Comet thing, no one's going to be alive to see it twice. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's like the Illinois meteor shower of 1833, where they had 50 meteors a second.
What's that? Say that again?
The Illinois meteor shower of 1833.
Yeah.
They had 50 meteors a second. The sky lit up, looked like the sky was falling.
Well, even that on, like on your star trackers that you can get the apps for, that comes by annually, supposedly, correct? I mean, I remember seeing it on my...
I don't know. It's kind of like looking at lights in the sky sometimes to me.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I've seen some big lights in the sky that I still don't quite understand or can wrap my mind around. But one of those they claim to be the trail of Halley's Comet.
Yeah, that we're supposedly passing through. Yeah, we're moving at these astronomical things. How do you cover the same ground twice? But like I said, that's the biggest trick. Get you to look up. Did you know your birthday is only important so that they know which zodiac clock you was born under and where on Earth? That's your birthday. That's why it's marked.
Yeah, I was watching an interview with Prince recently, and he doesn't celebrate birthdays. Prince only had one birthday, and I guess we all did. So that's another one. Maybe that's why they try to make birthdays so fun, just to another reification of going around the sun.
Well, I read a book, Heliocentric Astronomy, and that there was like the first line in the book, and it's all about knowing whether or not you're special because you have these signs, and
Yeah, I've probably seen in my life 100 shooting stars. Most of them look the same. And then I've seen, I don't know. I saw one night where it was during a meteor shower that they were claiming was going on, which any night you look at the sky, you can see something. Well, not most clear nights, if you look up long enough, you'll see something. But I watched one time, and I'm trying to think what direction it was going. But it was so big, so bright, so low, I could hear the thing sizzle. I thought that I was fully expecting to hear a grand explosion when it crossed over the horizon, but nothing. But the fact, being able to hear it it kind of leads credence to this whole idea that they're just some sort of electrical discharges or something completely unknown. But this thing was not, if it was, I don't even, it didn't even have any characteristic of any sort of flying craft or anything, but it left a trail, a smoke trail or whatever it was, that completely disappeared within seconds. But yeah, to act as if, people just take it for granted that, oh yeah, I've heard people in here say, oh yeah, asteroids, meteors hitting the Earth, and
was the trail curved or straight?
Oh, it was straight. It was straight as an arrow. I only saw it for a small. It blew my mind, but yeah, it was straight as an arrow. And it is strange if out in the U.S. if you go out west and look up, it's a sky that is completely foreign to any sky you've ever seen. So I mean, I guess I can see how especially if all these stories hatched hundreds of years ago without any light pollution, because in most spots in this country you can. Even on a clear night, you see so few stars, but I don't know. It's pretty fascinating. And the way the moon, I could make a 2-mile drive, and throughout the course of that drive, on these nights where the moon is low, looks low and large, it just changes from one 2-mile spot to another 2-mile spot. I don't see how things like this don't. I guess people aren't looking up anymore. Yeah, all their proof is up, but all the people pointing at this proof, it seems like they're just that they've never looked at anything. I don't know. Leaves me kind of baffled. Anyone here witnessed the 2017 solar eclipse? Yeah, it doesn't seem like a very popular one. It's bizarre how. Now I wonder sort of what I think the next one's in a couple years or maybe next year. We'll see what the result of that is if people see that one.
Oh, hi, I'm back. I had the phone call. Good morning, everybody.
How's it smurfing?
Buenos dias.
Just smurfing around. What's up? Yeah, I'm of the opinion that there's obviously more land. I mean, for example, this map I just posted, that like the yin and the yang with the sun and the moon moving, it just seems conveniently like a lot of land is just deleted from the map. Now, this, of course, is a realm of speculation. Can't confirm this, or maybe I can. Maybe I can confirm this, but I just haven't yet confirmed this. But thing is, they kept America, the Americas, hidden for forever, and I mean, they knew about that for at least centuries, if not a millennia. So the point is that, I mean, whether or not there's passageways or to other worlds, whether or not whatever outer lands, and that's also speculate. But just within the known world, within the Arctic Ring, the world we know, it seems obvious like why they're going to be lying. The same reason they lied before, because they didn't. They kept all this vast land, the Americas, hidden from us. And I think it's kind of absurd to think they wouldn't continue to do the same thing with that centralized publishing and everything so centralized. I mean, people often come in here and say, "Why would they lie?" I'm like, the same reason they lied before, and to control people, to have everybody where they want them, managed. You know, does anyone know what I'm trying to say? That of course there's probably. I mean, it would be highly improbable that there's not continents, if probably multiple continents, because when you look at the travel routes, like the sea or air routes, it's extremely what's the word for that? Where they're all on the same routes. I mean, when you look at a map, I just want to say, I mean, if it's of course there's probably more land within the known world. I think it's absurd to think otherwise. I'm saying probably. There's an extremely high probability there's more. I haven't been out there myself
Are you
yet.
are you talking about extra territory and extraterrestrials?
You're within the world we know of that we think we know, the Earth they call it, the flat plane. You know what I'm trying to say? Of course, there's more land. I mean, I'm not. I like a super high probability. I'm not 100% certain of this, but it's so probable. It's like obvious why they would lie to us. The same reason they lied before about they acted like America didn't exist. You know.
Yeah, why wouldn't they lie?
Exactly. Well, that's a great point. Also, I'm just saying, I'm just trying to zero in on, you know, the real big, high value. It's like real estate. I mean, in a way, they own it if nobody else knows about it. What's the difference?
Did you ever see? I always bring this movie up, but did you ever see the movie The Village? M. Night Shyamalan.
That's a great analogy. I think yes, I did. I already see what
Yeah,
I
well,
watched
that's
very few films, but I saw that one.
yeah, that's the situation that they've got us in somehow.
Yes, exactly. Great example. Yeah, like The Village. Exactly. I bet most people here have seen that. They think that's their whole world. They have no idea there's a vast world out there because they use fear to keep
That
them within the boundaries.
is that story in the forest.
Yep.
Yes, it turns out it was just a
Oh,
park
oh
reserve.
yeah.
Spoiler alert.
Park or something.
Spoiler alert. No, I'm joking. But yeah,
They believe in some monster will attack them or something.
Yeah. Yeah, just like today, I mean, you could make parallels. What I mean is
Yeah.
they would put on these monster suits and scare them at night and stuff, and they would always stay in their little village. But actually, that was just a part of a park reserve that was, you know. But as far
well,
as
yeah.
the villagers were concerned, that was their entire
Isn't
world.
I will say? Isn't that the blind girl will go?
I don't remember the movie that clearly.
I don't remember, but I think she was a blind, or she crossed. She got the fence, and I think movie. Yeah, because there is a road and something like that.
There was a fence. That's a perfect analogy. Yeah, there was a fence. I think of the ice wall, which I'm not even. I
Yeah,
think there
yeah,
is
yeah.
an ice wall, but I haven't seen it myself. But the photographs look very. Yeah, I mean, there's probably passageways, but hey, I'm getting in the realm of speculations, like the Truman Show. But I don't know if they hardened off whatever that partitioned off this one area of the endless flat plain.
Well,
I think plausible, you know.
Well, yeah, in the movie, you thought that all the twists had been revealed, and then right before the credits, they pan out because William Hurt had these people thinking they were living in some sort of 19th century village. No technology, and then they pan out, and here we are. It was 2000.
Just like our reality. Just like this reality, they have us thinking we're in some 21st century so-called modern dark. It's like a dark age, overly sophisticated dark age, if you ask me. But anyway, they have us thinking we're in this reality at this tech level. But if we just climb the fence, it may blow our minds, dude.
Well, but remember in the movie, it wasn't just the fence. The people didn't even know the fence existed. There was a monster. Yeah. There was a monster in the woods that was the closer fence.
Yeah. That's like the Navy. That's just like the government, the UN. Exactly. That's like the monster, the government. Yeah.
That's the 60 degrees.
Yeah, that's exactly. And in the movie, William Hurt, he thought that's what was best. He was creating an idyllic society. So his intentions were good from his point of view.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Whether or not their intentions are good or evil, which is, I believe, a matter of perspective, the balance with feelings and instinct. But I believe in something called cause and effect. And I also believe in something called karma, but karma, I think, is when you take cause and effect and you kind of, what's that word? Distort it with your feelings. But I believe in it. I believe in knowledge are two different things. My point, I'm kind of trailing up. My point is that we don't know whether these people are so-called good or so-called evil. I do believe you get what you put out in the world. I mean, I'm sharing my personal beliefs here, but anyway. I try to resonate and be good, even though I wonder if it's merely a mental construct. Every choice I do, I choose what I believe is right and good, even though I'm not. It may just be a mental construct. Is my preference. I prefer to. I'm just saying, whoever is managing this park reserve, they may be good or evil. I don't know.
Yeah, well, at this point, and the people who put the ball in motion, the people who created this park reserve are long gone.
Exactly.
So everyone now just inherited this task.
Yep.
So who knows if any of these people even realize what they're doing? I mean, someone must know.
Well, for this reason, I presume that our managers of our society are influenced by people call them extraterrestrial, but it was defined earlier better here that people on other lands, not on the map, are, in my opinion, likely influencing our management. We call it leadership or whatever. And the reason being is that there's indicators that suggest this, like for example, the chemtrailing, the vast poisoning of the food logistics and water, etc., is because it's like they're trying to treat us like insects or bugs. You know what I mean? They're doing mass poisonings. Why would they do mass poisonings on their own world that they reside? Well, no, that's because they probably live elsewhere. They live off the main continents that we know of. They probably have vast continents that are pristine, that they do not pollute or contaminate. They're slowly gradually poisoning and killing people, by altering the environment. It's kind of like the opposite reverse of terraforming. And they're doing this because they don't live here. They don't reside here. They live on some other land, or a few land, probably many lands within our world. I think this is the most realistic perspective, that you don't even have to leave the known world. I mean, I think it's absurd to dismiss. I'm not saying anyone here is doing that. I'm just addressing the thought. I have a thought process that it would be absurd to dismiss that there's other lands within the known world. That makes everything clear. It makes sense. Of course, that's why they're just dropping poisons in the sky and in the waters and in the environment, because dude, there's other environments, is what I'm trying to say. What do you think about that?
Yeah, there's got to be better vacation spots than what we already know of. I mean, you never hear of Bill Gates saying how great Hawaii is. Well, someone will post some videos of surfing in Hawaii, but I'm sure there's nice places. Well, not that there aren't nice places here already. But there are places where the lowly Peckins that they see us as are not.
That's very logical. I like the way you phrased that. There must be other vacation spots, yes, where it's pristine and they don't poison those areas. I bet you they're vast, like continental size. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. They could take some of our species of creatures and seed them there, and if they wish to preserve anything, and just do the scorched earth policy. You know, they could just do like a scorched earth policy, just mass contamination, mass pollution of the environment, because it'll regenerate. The earth, the world is like a big filter. You know, I mean, so all they're trying to kill is us. You know, but by contaminating the environment, they're just trying to like eradicate it's like they treat us as pests or potential competition. What's the difference to them? And then in the future, it'll all regenerate and heal. That's what the earth does. But they don't reside on our lands. They reside elsewhere. That's why they're mass contaminating our environment. You know what I'm saying? They don't live here, but they live with it. They likely live with it. This is I'm speaking with statements. Sorry, but these are really speculations. But I think it's extremely highly probable. Of course, they don't live here. You know, they live in the world, but not in our continents. You know what? That's my point. What do you think about that? I mean, it would explain why they're bullshit about the globe. You know, why they have this globe concept. It's absurd. You know, what the reasons I just described is you know, what do you think? They want you to think you're on a spinny wobbly space ball rather than venture to where they're residing. You know, they're not afraid of us because they have most people, the vast multitudes, believing that they've discovered everything, that the whole earth has been cartographed, mapped out, surveyed. And so they really believe, they got most people believing that they're transparent about the cartography, that they've revealed to everybody all the land. They got people really believing that. And so people are dismissive of going. It's like in the Truman Show when he says he wants to be an explorer and they ridicule him. And that's the desired effect. The whole point is this mind control where the sheep herd themselves, you know, and so they're not at all afraid of us. So they go to the full throttle of mass poisoning, killing, extermination, genocide, because the sheeple are, they're not afraid of the sheeple because the sheeple think there's nothing but blank ocean out there. You know, you know, it's like the best defense is invisibility. The concealment is vastly superior in many ways than armor. You know, they don't need a military to defend themselves because no one will ever bother to go venture out there in the first place. What do you think about that?
Pretty much wraps it up. What else can you say? I mean,
I said all that just trying to get your reaction, but I guess it
no, I
really just
I sometimes wonder if they. Now I'm a day early on this, but what if they're not even polluting us at all, and telling us they're polluting us? You know, because. And, you know, yeah, we produce trash, and there are islands of plastic in the ocean, they say. But I don't know. I don't know. Life expectancies seem pretty constant. If not, they're going up. So I don't know. I don't know if you can pollute. Maybe you can't pollute this place.
Yeah, I mean, great point. Yeah, it's like a big filter. This place is just one big filter. It's just constantly filtering itself.
Yeah, I mean, people complain, oh, there's seaweed stinking up the oceans, but believe me, there's lots of little creatures that are thrilled by that seaweed stinking up the beach.
That's a great point. You know, the world is constantly trying to seek equilibrium, and every time they try to dabble or mess with it, it just reverts back to equilibrium eventually. I mean, there are ways they can dump a vast amount of certain elements or compounds, and in an isolated area, it can take a lengthier amount of time, maybe even century. But the point is, though, I don't know about century, but many years anyway. The point is that the world is constantly trying to restore equilibrium everywhere at every time, and so I'm not really sure you can cause permanent damage to this world. I'm really not sure about that. I mean, yeah, it may be possible to. They say you can make some species go extinct. We're still not sure how the. I think like the stars astrologically, possibly procedurally generate. I'm not sure exactly. I'm not really sure if you can cause whether or not you can cause permanent damage to the environment. I can't really make with certainty. You know. Anyway, my point is, yeah, what you were saying. So,
Hey,
what you were saying exactly.
since I've already crossed, well, you can speculate any day. I get. Well, I'll just ask you a question. What do you think about this total population number they give us for Earth approaching an hour? Yeah.
No way there's 7 billion people. So I heard somebody yesterday say there's like 36 million people in America. That's a more realistic number to me because I've driven across the country and I've traveled, and I don't think there's 350 million people in America. No way, dude. Well, I mean, I don't know. This is that's my speculation. Maybe there is. I don't think so. I really don't think there's 100 million.
It's like trying to count flies, but it's a strange thing, this number, because the number seems to be mixed in with their whole global climate crisis threat, and about the whole thing about being able to pollute this earth. Well, if there were 8 billion people, if there were 20 billion people, maybe people could speed up that process where the earth couldn't keep up with it, but
take longer for the earth to regenerate. Yeah.
So I don't know I don't know. It's pretty wild.
I think you're onto something because I am highly skeptical of these population numbers presented to us. I've been in some vast city. One time, like a tourist, I spent like a week in New York City to check it out. But that's an isolated area. I mean, most of the land is vast and empty and just full of nature and wildlife. For example, Hawaii. If you go to Oahu, everybody lives in the same spot. But I mean, if you zoom out on a map, it's mostly overgrown with lush tropical forest. I mean, I would say most of the world is a beautiful natural environment, and they have the people all herded into small little areas, and I think it's scalable. I think they have society thinking there's only these few areas that we call the continents, and there's probably a few other continents. There could be maybe 2 or 4 more, maybe 5, maybe a few more continents within the known world. Sir, I think that's most probable and realistic.
I'll wrap this up. I'll just ask you I've heard you say before where you are. I don't want to dox you, but
I live in Virginia.
Oh, I thought you were in California. So I thought you were in California.
I lived there a year. I've been there.
Okay. What do they say the population of California is? I don't know off the top of my head, but
I forgot.
Well, it's at least 20 million, I think. Yeah. It's more than that. Well, how many people do they say live in Australia?
A comparable amount.
Yeah, that's never added up to me either.
I completely agree.
So I don't know the whole. See, I like to count people. I like to think about it like if I go to a sporting event that's sold out or a huge concert, you're looking at 50,000 people, and then you start doing what's that?
There's 39.5 million is the number for California.
California, see, that's
the number for Australia. 1 second is
like 25 or 30.
It says here 26. Yeah, you're
26.
Right. 20. Well, they got 2 numbers, 25.89. Yeah. Anyway, about 26 million is the number for Australia that they gave us, and 39.5. So let me round up California for the sake of visualizing it. They say there's about 40 million in Cali and 26 million in Australia. Is what they say. I don't believe that at all. I think there's like at least a digit less, dude. I'm skeptical of these numbers because they want us to believe these numbers. It's all part of their agenda. It's like it's the same logic with the sun and the moon. They say the moon is 400 times bigger than they say the sun's 400 times bigger than the moon, 400 times further away. But truly, it's just a 1-to-1 ratio, and they're roughly similar size and distance. But they add all these zeros in the globe model. The same thing with the population. It gets all globalist depopulation agenda. You know where I'm going with that? I don't believe these numbers at all, dude. These numbers they just add a bunch of zero. These mathematicians, I don't believe it at all. These are vast in California or Australia. These are vast, empty land, well, empty of people, full of natural wildlife. I don't believe these numbers at all. They want us to believe these numbers, which is why they've presented us with these absurd numbers. You know, I mean, how come no one? It'd be neat if it was not. It'd be expensive. It'd be neat if a private entity or nonprofit or something did a census. It's the government has a monopoly on the census. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think any type of census is like I said, it's like counting insects and stuff.
Oh, that's a great way to put it. Yeah, it's just like counting flies, dude. Good luck.
You're going to be the more complete the census is, the more inflated the numbers are. I mean, someone will get counted 3 times. I don't know.
Yeah, you're right. Yep. It's all just mathematician stuff, dude. It all fits to the same agenda. They want us to believe that there's too many people and that there's less land than there really is. They want us to believe there's no land to explore and that we're overcrowded. But the truth is, you can get in your car and drive across the land, and you'll see for yourself. There's plenty of space for everybody.
I don't
think you got to pay for land is absurd. When you actually go and see how vast it is.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you've ever encountered one of these census takers. I've only encountered one in my life.
I saw one once, yeah, but I've never taken a census. Yeah.
Well, what blew my mind was, she had notes, and all the people that she couldn't contact on the block, she would ask the neighbors how many people were there, who was there, and that blew my mind. And I thought to myself, "Oh my Lord." If someone doesn't answer their door, they're asking someone down the block how many people are there.
Yeah, that's wildly inaccurate. Yeah, the whole thing's a joke. It's like counting flies. How many flies do you think is that bottle over there?
Yeah, I mean, I could honestly, if someone held a gun to my head and walked me around, just my neighbors, I wouldn't know it. There's only a few people I would know for an exact number in the house. I mean, I'm not paying any attention to that. But yeah,
I think what it is they put these census people out there to keep up a show. Really, it's a bit. The world's a stage. They already have numbers they're prepared to present to us, dude. It's just like voting.
Yeah, hold on. If they're issuing birth certificates, wouldn't they know down to?
Wow, that's a brilliant point. You're right, dude. There's no reason to have a census. It's all for show. It's all for show. Yeah. If they got social security numbers, birth certificates, and death records, there's no reason to have a census.
Add the birth certificates and have someone down there with a ticker at the border, and just there you go.
Dude, you could just subtract the deaths from birth certificates. There's no need for a census. Yep. It's all databased. It's when somebody passes away, that is extensively in many databases. It like ripples through the computer systems. So they know precisely how many people there are, yet they have these censuses. Well, yeah, it's just to trick us into thinking, they're counting people, and then that gives them an excuse. It justifies the lie. They say, well, the previous census says there's way too many of y'all, and y'all should shut off the air conditioner and pay more for your electricity. Y'all should just work harder and work longer because there's too many of y'all, and y'all turn in your vehicles and get metro, and go move into a high density urban area because of the census. See. You know?
Yeah. How dare you? You're stealing Greta's future.
Ah, it's hilarious. That's hilarious. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you run an air conditioner? And don't you
Luther's
know
back.
that we're on your? Don't you know we're on this tiny little blue marble and there's this limited space? How dare you?
Man, don't you care about doing the right thing? What the violent terms?
For the wobbler space ball.
Someone, I mentioned earlier moon golf. Someone in YouTube once upon a time, well, a couple people, they accused me of making that up. Someone also accused me of making up the hole in the ozone layer. Remember that one? The hairspray ban.
I'm thinking about that.
That might have I don't know how old you are, but that might have predated you. They once upon a time said there was a hole in the ozone layer and they banned Aquanet.
That's funny.
Another weird coincidence is Aquanet. You know, that was. Yeah, I mean, and the 60th parallel or Aquanet.
You know how the ether basically means liquid or fluid. You know, the Ethernet. You know, anyway, I just had to point that out when you're talking about. But I haven't heard of this Aquanet. What is this?
Well, it was hairspray. It was a type of hairspray that was banned. It's an aerosol.
Oh yeah, I didn't know that, but I know they'd say that the hairspray is bad for the ozone layer. That's hilarious, dude.
Yeah, Aquanet was like the big one. You know, that was.
That's hilarious. They do that as a psyop. It's all part of the psyop. It's funny. I don't even know what to say about that.
Yeah, it's like they're keeping score in the break room. Who can come up with the biggest zinger?
Yeah, exactly. I like to think Star Trek was. I never watched an episode, but we're all familiar of the theme, the flavor of that show. I like to think Star Trek was plotted up by people who were just sitting around taking psychedelics, and you know, and like you just said, they try to come up with the next zinger. You know, like Aquanet and the hairspray and the ozone. They're just sitting around, joking around. Like, you think they're going to buy this? Yeah, I guess so. I guess they're buying it. So just keep selling it. The lie, the lies keep selling. The sheep will keep buying. I think they're a bunch of comedians. You know, they call themselves jesters. You know that, right?
No. What do you mean?
The Freemasons, they call themselves jesters. Yeah, because it's a joke. The globe is a joke, dude. I think they mock us with it. I think they're deliberately sloppy about it because they inherited this, like we were talking about earlier. The people that exist today, they did not design the globe. They just got to deal with it. They took these blood oaths and stuff. It's like a big telephone company, and I think they're deliberately sloppy. Like Nikola, was it? I'm sorry, Elon Musk. I almost said the wrong thing. Like Elon Musk, there he said it looks, it's real because it looks so fake, and they didn't put land on there. I mean, it just looks absurd, and the continuity sucks. But I think they actually want us to figure this out. I think they part of them they're mocking the people who believe this globe stuff, and at the same time none of them have a passion or a heart in this. They're in over their head. They took some oath and they're in over their head because people generations ago set this in motion. And my perspective is that it's all about control and hurting the sheeple, but also I don't think they have respect. For example, I've over the years, I have flat smacked many dozens of Freemasons because I've encountered them. I've encountered them doing private security where sometimes they hire everybody is all Freemasons except. So it's happened a few times where I'm the only one that's not a Freemason because when you get into that industry, VIP security, you find that in some circles there's nothing but Freemasons on anyway. But that's all private sector stuff. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is not only that, but I live in the middle of nowhere where there's a Freemason lodge up the road, and so like something like half the dudes in the town are Masons. So anyway, they keep trying to recruit me, not only here but up north too, and they keep trying to recruit me all the time over the years. And my reaction always has been consistently, I ridicule them about their globe model and I flat smack them. And whenever I do this, they get shocked and laugh, and they make jokes, and they invite me in their house and their lodge. I go to their houses, and I go in there and I flat smack them, and they're often shocked. But anyway, they have stuff like flat Earth clocks on the wall, and they try to give me different books, but I have never, because they take heavy oaths. They've never been honest. They were evasive. They've never agreed with me or said, oh yeah, I get in strange answers. Like I say stuff like, the earth is flat, right? And this one dude looked at me with huge eyes and he said, the world has changed a lot. No, I mean, that was a funny one. I mean, I could say it all day long, how all these
Yeah, I heard
hilarious
you tell that story before. That's an interesting one because he knew you knew.
I've shared these stories before. Well, I'm trying to say that my point is I feel like they respect me when I make fun when I ridicule their globe, and they just can't tell me because they took these oaths, and they can't agree with me, so they're evasive. But
Yeah, that was his way of acknowledging that he knew that you knew. It sounds like you actually shocked him.
Yeah, and their response is they continuously keep encouraging me to join them, but that's how I think the devil works through consent. I'm not trying to personify astrological stuff, but as a phrase, I think they use pledging and oaths as a way to bind them to their organization that I call it a telephone company, but that's a joke. But anyway, what I mean is they don't have power over me. They try to get power over me by encouraging me to join them, but I think that they probably respect us and they probably envy us that we can openly speak the truth because we never took their oaths. They cannot have a straight level on the level conversation with me because they don't want to they don't want to break their oath. This is heavy oaths that they take, but there's such a vast, huge organization. You can just type it in a search engine, Freemasonry oaths, and you'll see why they're shocked.
Yeah. It probably blows their mind because they were told when these secrets or truths were unveiled to them that only you know these now, and with this comes great responsibility, and and now they know they have to live their life a certain way to the grave.
Yeah.
And they're probably kind of blown away. They're like, wait a second, there was a way of finding this.
Yeah.
If they would have held out, they were too eager to find out the secrets, maybe.
Exactly, dude. And it's like a magnet. It's like a fly's drawn to shit, or I don't know how to find the best analogy. They were drawn to the masonry to learn the scientific truth or whatever, and then they were revealed. But then they didn't realize, well, I guess you could just binge time on the internet and figure it out. You never had to take those oaths. You could just spend a lot of time on the internet and figure it out. I mean, really, that's how I figured it out.
Wait a minute, I could have just gone to the beach and figured it out.
Well, if anyone gave you a clue, you could have done that. Yeah.
Well, who knows? I mean, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I actually remember in my youth, 35, 40 years ago, people talking about boats disappearing over the edge. So because you would see these boats when you're at the beach for a long time, there aren't many things to do other than swim and look out at the beach. So, when there are at the sea, when there are cargo ships that do funny optical things, people talk about them. And so this whole boats going over the curve thing, not only was it, attached to the Columbus story, it was actually discussed by people. Because before the internet, people actually had conversations.
It seems obvious to me the mathematicians just figured out like the viewing range of the human eye, the rough distance, and they decided, okay, well that's where the geometric curve we're gonna claim that's what it. They just
the whole Rayleigh criteria.
Yeah, they figured the human eye can see only so far, and they're okay, well that's what we'll claim there's a curve.
Yeah, that's something I want to I've looked at and heard people talk about, but I would like to get like a personal PhD in it. But the more I think about that, studying it, I don't want to, sound. But what I'm saying is, what is there to study about it other than what it is? I think you're right. It's just, the perspective hijacking.
Yeah. What I'm trying to say is that these people, curiosity killed the cat, and they were drawn to the Freemason Lodge, and then somebody like me comes along. I go right, they welcome me into their house. I mean, first off, what's funny? I'll use this specific local area as an example, without telling you where but my point is, they've invited me to I've visited the lodge a few times. I even gave them a book. Me and my friend gave them this beautiful book from the 1970s called The Secret Teaching of All Ages. It's a beautiful illustrated book, and we brought them as a gift because they're our neighbors. Like something like around more than half of the men, they're all older dudes, retired out in the country. They are members of the lodge. So anyway, we gave them a gift, But anyway, we've been there a few times, and then they invite us into their houses too. And so anyway, you get somebody like me. I come in your house and I tell you all about how the Earth is flat. And then they keep trying to give me books, but they give me super evasive responses, and they can encourage me to join. And they call me on the phone, and they're like, "So when are you joining?" And I'm like, "Well, I keep telling them I'm too free of spirit. That's what my general response is." But they seem highly entertained by me, actually. Because what it is I think curiosity killed the cat, is what I'm trying to say. They went to the Mason Lodge to learn stuff, or maybe or ambition, whatever draw them there, one or the other. But with me, I'm not a member of their cult, and I just walk right in there and start talking about the cosmology, and they're like, I don't know, they make jokes about me. I was flat smacking a bunch of Masons on a job, and they called me a space alien. I said, I don't believe in space aliens. It goes back and forth, and then we're just all sitting around it always ends up like this. They're all sitting around laughing. Yeah, I'm sitting there with a bunch of cultists, and they're all laughing, and then they just keep encouraging me to join them, and this continues to this day. I mean, I'll encounter them more, and I've got desensitized to the point where let me get to my point though. My point is, y'all could do this too if you want, but I don't want to encourage you to. I know it may sound scary, but the reason being is that they only have power over their direct employees. It's like if you join a corporate. Here's a better example. If you join the U.S. Army, you're now government issued property. If you sign the contract when you enlist, well, then now you're owned by the government for a certain duration of time. Well, if you take an oath to the Freemason Lodge, whoa, man, for the rest of your life, you have to take that to the grave, and then they tell you the Earth is flat. I mean, duh.
Well, it's interesting that over time it's morphed. Once upon a time, they couldn't ask you, they couldn't advertise, and then that shifted, and it's sort of like now it's almost like, if in your personal case, if you join their cult,
I lose.
Then you'll be silenced.
Yes, exactly. I won't be here. I wouldn't be allowed to be here.
Yeah, it's almost like the Yankees. If the Yankees, every time they go into Anaheim, get struck out by the same left-handed pitcher, well, next year that guy will be in the Yankees uniform.
Yeah. Dude, you're right. If I joined them, I wouldn't be allowed to say all the stuff I said, and I'm entertained to have this conversation with you. But if I joined them, I wouldn't be allowed to say this.
I mean, that is true that within the last 20 years, they've shifted from being able to recruit now.
Yeah, whether or not they're officially allowed to, they're desperate and their numbers are dwindling, and whether they're kind of bending their own rules, like they really need help, and they're desperate for new recruits.
Yeah, I used to have a job where I photographed. Well, it was a job where you photographed groups of people that when they make catalogs for churches or whatever. But the majority of the places I would go were Mason lodges, the big ones, the little ones. So that was a fascinating job. But I was asked on 3 occasions. Of course, it has to be 3 to join. And I you know, this was prior to the whole flat Earth thing, but I would laugh,
Yeah,
and that would sort of get them sort of like a little miffed. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm always flattered though because they don't have any authority over me because I never took their oath, but I do respect their power. They are a vastly powerful organization, but they don't have direct power over me because and I posted it because it's this thing. You can just type it in online. You can type in all their things online. Like I heard they have this little black book with their hand gesture symbols. Well, if you notice, you can download that online too. You could download everything on. They even sell their books online on Amazon. But for some reason, they verbally or audibly or sonically, they're not allowed to tell you directly the Earth is flat or and other things. So see, look what I did. If you look in the live stream text, I'm going to delete it. That's why I'm telling you. If you would look at, I don't know why I'm going to. I just feel bad to share any organization's secret. But I want you to see. Look what I posted. Do you see what I posted? Do you see that?
I'm looking at it. Yeah, I've seen.
I'm going to delete it in a few seconds here, just because I'm really pushing I'm really pushing the limit of my freedoms here, positively. But they don't have direct power over me for the reasons I never took. The point is, I never took those oaths, and that's why I'm able to come here and have this conversation. But if I ever gave up and joined them, then I would, look at those oaths, dude. See that?
They're equally. I think at the end of the day, they're equally flattered that people are. That's how they operate. People talking about them. You know, that's how people know about them. People talking about them. But
it gives them power, and it encourages people to join them. When we talk about their power, they're energized. Like, there's a lot of ambition there. There's a lot of I remember when I first visited the lodge, they had people, and I wonder if they were doing this on purpose. I don't know, but I don't know if they were doing this on purpose as a group. Let me just say what they did. When I was there, I could overhear, and I wonder if they want me to overhear this. They were speaking around me, saying things like, "Oh yeah, a lot of very important people joined the Masons, or were Masons. George Washington was a Mason, and there's a big painting of him on the wall. They're like, all the presidents were Masons. And, they want me to hear this, right? And they're all saying it around me. And when I visited them in the first time, they were saying,
some guy said something to me specifically, and this guy was real charismatic. You could tell he was rich, successful, and retired. And he says to me, "Oh, I hear one of these times where I'm photographing these people." He says, "I hear you're the." He goes, "Oh, I hear you're the big wheel." And I said, "Well, someone lied to you, you know." And he thought that was the best fucking response I could have had. But what's weird is, these little lodges are the little places that are just little buildings, but then they have these structures that are just grand. And they have stories about their construction. Not a nail is used in the building of this cathedral. And what's weird in these places is the stained glass windows. You see historical figures that I've never even known of. Or they have all these people in stained glass that have these names that are completely foreign. And then I'll wrap it up. I know that's not masonry chit chat 24/7, but there's that church in South America. I don't know, or maybe it's in Portugal. But there's a church that has Neil Armstrong in stained glass.
That's hilarious.
I'll try to find that.
That's very funny, dude.
I saw that. It blew my mind. I'll try to find that.
I'm trying to load a meme right here. I got a meme about this. Not that, but one second. You say here it is. You say it's not masonry 24/7, but look at the meme I just posted. You sure it's not masonry 24/7? Because that's what it is. I mean, that's what it is.
So what's
Masonic?
Yeah. So what's the G? Gravity or globe or something else?
I think it's Gnosticism. If I don't know that, but I've done a lot of research, like you have. In my opinion, I think it's Gnosticism. That's my best guess.
That's good. I like that. The silent G. The silent G.
Yeah, I really strongly lean to it meaning Gnosticism. That's my perspective. You got Gnostics and agnostics. Gnostics see there's a language of symbol. The Bible is veiled in the language of symbolism, and they have something like the Bible or whatever your faith is. If you were to join, and then you have agnostics who take it literally, right? So you got Gnostics and agnostics. Anyway, these Gnostics, well, clearly they're Gnostics, and that you got the true cosmology. That's like Gnosticism, So I strongly lean to it being Gnosticism. I can't confirm that. The only way to confirm that, I suppose, would be to ask multiple extremely high-ranking.
And then you get a riddle.
Notice they're
But
called high level.
speaking of letters, there's a JKIFQ in here with VC verified. I don't think any other roles. What say you?
Hello, JKIFQ.
You with us?
Well, anyway, I just want to summarize and say I believe that they've
I take that back. He does have roles. Anyways, go on.
I believe that the Masons are an outer party and the Jesuits are an inner party, and I've been talking like this for over the course of a decade or longer than that, or around roughly that long. I don't know how long I've been saying this, or many years I've been saying this, and I say it directly to them. I confront any important person I can find about the flat Earth. I have confronted high level. I won't give examples though. I've done a lot of private security work. I've confronted just about every important person I can think. I've flat smacked literally everybody. I've flat smacked the local pastor, even though I don't identify as Christian. I've flat smacked. I think everybody I know. Anyway, you know who gives me the most fascinating and the most entertaining, and they seem entertaining, are the ones that are in the cult, the Masons and etc. They seem entertained by me, they keep trying to get me to join them. So my point is, I think they respect us. And I was on another server last night. Somebody was explaining to me about, I mixed up part of me, I mixed up I'll find out later and get back to you. It's either McToon or Flight the Fatter, Flat, whatever, I think it was McToon he was talking about. And he had like a mason jar on the table, and he drank it out of it. I mean, the point is, a friend of mine here on the internet, Invisible Man is what he goes by. He was explaining he saw a significant pattern where they're trying to show us through symbols or signs that they know that we know that they know the Earth is flat. And I know that sounded funny, but they know that we know that they know the Earth is flat. Is what I'm trying to say. Now, what do these people do? These FTF and McToon. McToon means 33 or something. Mick, like Masonic. Anyway, they try to let us know through pattern recognition. They're showing us sign to those who can see. Now, I'm not saying I can see this stuff. I merely claim that I can see when shown. Like Da Vinci said, there are those who can see when they're shown, and those who can't see, which are most people can't see, because in the land of the blind, the one I met, the one who has a mind's eye that's not calcified or poison, one with a mind of imagination that can visualize things and see pattern recognition and imagine. Anyway, my point is, but here's my point. Okay, they try to show us in ways. If you got pattern recognition, they're trying to let us know that what I was explaining, and I think they respect us and they envy us, because they got in over their heads, taking them blood oaths. But remember, it's like you said, they did not invent the globe. They're just carrying it on. And I think it got set in motion, this globe thing. And I really think they don't like it. They don't. I mean, it's an avenue to bring in money, but they could find other ways to bring in money. They control the government, etc., the banking, etc. I'm trying to say, this is regarding the globe model. I tried to say why I think. I'm trying to summarize all that we've been talking about, and I'm trying to summarize that there's other land. There's, of course, very highly probably other land like the Americas. There's other land out there, and I think they're trying to scale down the population and keep us herded on this in as small areas as possible. But the other thing is that I think they respect us and envy us, and I think I don't think they're proud at all of this. I don't think they want to lie to us. NASA, they believe. I think they believe to some degree or agree on karma, which is why NASA is the deception agency. Why they're rather honest with the lie. If you read between the lines, they give you images rather than photograph. They imply that you're on a wobbly space ball, but if you read between the line, take a close look. Most of the time, they're not lying. They're not lying. They give you images, not photos. They're very careful with the word.
Well, yeah. Well, and they've changed that over yeah, things that used to be called photos, they've now changed the captions to say images. So that's why I love the old Trent. But to bring it back to the whole thing that we were talking about earlier and what you were just talking about, there's the archipelago, the Gulag archipelago or whatever. I can never pronounce any of the words or the guy's the name. Solzhenitsyn. The quote. Let me read the quote from that book about the gulags. We know they are lying. They know. Let me start over. We know they are lying. They know they are lying. They know we know they are lying. We know they know we know they are lying, but they are still lying.
That's hilarious. That's exactly what I was saying. And I think they have no choice because of these blood oaths. They're in over their head. And it's just this huge, elaborate machine. I like to keep making it an example. It's like a telephone company. That just keeps coming to mind in my head. It's like a big telephone company, dude, and it's its own like I like to say society is like an organism. They created this thing called whatever you call it. The Vatican really is what it is. All roads lead to Rome. You got the Jesuits, the Freemasons, whatever. But at the end of the day, the individual that's caught in these organizations, I think they respect us a lot for our discernment, for our curiosity, our research, for our common sense. That we don't fall for their obvious sloppy blood. I mean, I think they're deliberately going. What I mean to say is they're going through the motions. They're commanded to make these space production, science fiction productions, and they mock the people that really believe this. Like I keep calling him Ted. Damn it, he doesn't deserve that. Like Elon Musk said, it looks so. You know, you could tell it's real because it looks so fake. He's trying to say to you, so he's trying to send you a message when he says that, you know, that it looks so fake. Because I think they want us to figure it out. Again, I've personally gone into a lot of these cultists' houses and flat smacked them extensively. And you know what? They don't get angry. They've never got upset with me, and they've never dismissed me. In fact, they like to call me on the phone regularly and talk about current events like Afghanistan. They like to call me and complain to me about corruption, actually, and they keep trying to give me books and tell me to go find other books and tell me to keep reading other books. You know, I think what happened, dude, is when they joined and they swore some oath. I think they regret that for the rest of their lives, dude. You know.
Well, to speak of the whole Bert Sabrell thing again, when he brought that up to Buzz, you know, the Buzz punching him in the face aside, Buzz was fascinated how he got a hold of that. And then he started having this conversation with him, and he kept catching himself. Oh, we'll talk to just passengers on flight. Talk to them, but they do want I think the people who were told this would never get out of it. I think they're fascinated that the cat got out of the bag.
Yeah, check this out. Imagine what will happen if everybody figured out the Earth was flat. Then they would no longer have to lie, and they would no longer feel guilty, and they would, you know, they could still be cultists, and they could still have their secrets. But dude, I think they're ashamed of themselves. No, I'm not joking. I'm not talking shit. I think they are literally ashamed of themselves when they have to lie. They're commanded. They're commanded to lie. They have like this multi-layered dictatorship thing going on where they call the local person that rules over them they call that the worshipful master. I think that's quite a title they give themselves. But my point is, you know how society can be structured in different ways. They have a very multi-layered dictatorship sort of thing where they have this one local commander, and they also do elections though. I know they vote on stuff, but it has to be unanimous is what I've read. But anyway, they have a very simple and efficient structure where they have a dude that says, "Listen, you're going to lie to the sheeple. You're going to say this to them." Okay, you know what I'm trying to say? That was super overgeneralized. But my point is, they don't have as free a system as they constructed for us. You know, I think America was founded by Freemasons, but they made it more complex than their own. They have a very simplified, more efficient system where they're commanded that they have to deceive the sheeple about the globe. You know,
You know what I think, and this is the last I'll say. You know what I think keeps them coming back, and it sounds like I'm joking, but I'm 100%.
No, what is it?
Well, I think it's the food, because if you look at the kitchens of these old places, they are enormous, and even to this day they serve them nice meals. So if you have a bunch of guys who become widowers.
Widow sons.
Yeah, no, guys, who the horrible condition of living past your wife, I would say they're there for the dinner.
You know what? When I visit them, they have a basic dinner they prepare and ice cream. Everybody likes ice cream.
Oh, it's the ice cream.
They get the zero win on it, buddy. But I agree. You know, that's a great way. You know, they call it a lodge. You know, and you know, when you hear the word lodge, you think of hospitality, brotherhood, and food, cuisine. They and that's something they often do. They invite me over for dinner. But I very, very rarely have dinner, because when I actually do show up, I just start flat smacking them the whole time. Flat smack them for a couple hours, and we joke back and forth. And then they try to give me, I have a collection of books that Masons have given me. I go upstairs, I got a whole bunch of books that they've handed me from these encounters. Because you know why it is? They're not allowed to break their oath. That means they're not allowed to say, they're not allowed to directly say anything to me, but they can give you a book, and and you go on Amazon and buy their books. You can not just download. I'm not just saying it's all over the internet. You can buy their books. So they want you to know all this stuff. I mean, as an individual, at least. The organization is a soulless corporation. It doesn't desire anything. But the individuals that comprise Freemasonry or etc., whatever it is, Jesuit, I think they're fascinated by our ability to discern and figure stuff out. I think they're fascinated by when we share our perspective. I think a lot of these people that claim to believe in the globe, they just pretend that, and they actually just want to hang out with us, and they're not allowed to say they. You know, there's people here, I'm like, that come on these different servers, and I'm like, dude, after all these years, if all this information presented to you and you still claim to believe, I'm skeptical you believe you're on a wobbly space ball. You really believe that? And you know, the only thing that over the years, the only logical thing that to me is that they took an oath of secrecy, and they're not allowed to join to say they're not allowed to admit the earth is flat. So they have, if in order to interact with us, like example, if they want to ask us a question about the flat earth, they have to phrase it in a way that there's you know what I'm trying to say. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So that by defending the globe,
Yeah, it has to be like a Jeopardy question or something like that.
something like well, hey, if the earth was flat, then explain this. And you know what? Maybe they really want to know. Maybe they really want to know, dude. And they act like they're ridiculing us. But the truth is, they took an oath, and they're not allowed to be honest like a child and say, well,
I heard a story one time, and to kind of use the Mason. I'm assuming Neil Armstrong was a Mason. I don't know, but he was an astronaut who walked on the moon, they say.
Of course he was.
Well, I heard a story. I guess this is just anecdotal, but it's such a meaningless event that it wouldn't have been made up, because it was actually a disappointing event. I heard a story on the radio, and it was a local radio host who's kind of a big deal locally. He was at a golf tournament, and Neil Armstrong was a celebrity golf tournament, and Neil Armstrong was at the same celebrity golf tournament. This guy showed up early, saw Neil Armstrong there before there were throngs of people, introduced himself and, thank you, you're a hero and blah, blah. And the story goes that Neil was very nonchalant about it. Oh, no, I'm not this, that, this. And he goes, oh, I've got to introduce you. He saw some of his friends show up. He goes, he went to go get his friends to bring them over to show him the hero. And he was gone. He was on his way to go golf. So yeah, they can't. I feel bad for someone like him. I feel bad for them, yes, because. And I hope Neil Armstrong's somewhere out there still listening. He
might be. Let me tell you why I feel bad. I feel sympathy for them is because before they joined the Masons, they didn't know they didn't know they were going to lie to the world about the shape of the world. They didn't know that until they were in over their head. They didn't know what they were going to do. And then they found out the truth, and then they found out they had to lie to everybody. I think.
Well, yeah, just looking at their faces before and after, they didn't know until the last. I mean, I'm speculating, but they couldn't have known until the last second that they weren't going to the moon. Well, Michael Collins, on the other hand, of the tree, I think Neil and Buzz. Well, I think I'll disagree
with you on that one. I would say that I have no idea whether they knew ahead of time. I have no idea.
Would have had to known eventually ahead of time, but I don't think it was like years in the planning. They said, okay, boys, here's what we're going to do. We're going to show you on. Michael Collins, I think, was, he in that press conference where they look like the saddest three guys on earth, where Michael Collins is answering questions for Neil. What Neil saw on from the surface of the moon. Well, Michael Collins never was on the surface of the moon. He may have been in a later trip, but he's the one answering the question. And I think at that moment moment's where it broke, because Neil had an answer for that. You know what I'm saying? Neil would have kept the veil on the whole thing, but Michael Collins was too eager to get the talking points out. I don't recall seeing any stars. Do you? And Neil's like, you idiot, you weren't even with us.
I think it's because he knew he had to answer the question to keep the lie going. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he was getting worried about Neil's meandering answer, which would have been a Masonic riddle. He could have handled it.
Exactly.
Morning, fellas.
I agree completely.
Good afternoon, I should say.
Hello.
What's up, Max Smart? Loud and clear.
All right.
We were just talking about why they would lie, and I know that's a common question, but to us, it's kind of obvious. They're just in over their head that they took oaths. But that's what. Hey, how are you doing, man? What's up?
I'm pretty good. Listen, you gave me a different perspective because I never felt any sympathy for them. But, considering what you said and considering how they did look in that interview, I could imagine that their families were tied up in the basement. I mean, that's not far-fetched, because, I just wanted to interject and say, let's not forget Gus Grissom. I mean, I think there may be something to the fact that someone knew something, because Gus Grissom, ended up, fried up in one of those rockets. Yeah, he put a lemon on the ship, I believe.
Yeah, I lean to the perspective that they envy us and they respect us, that we didn't take the blood oaths that they took, and that what we're doing right now. I think they wish they could join us. I bet you they wish they could join us and freely, openly, publicly talk on the true shape of reality. But they got in over there. They didn't know the Earth was flat before they became a Freemason. They didn't know before they joined that lodge, cult, whatever you call it, or even the Jesuit, whatever. Before they joined the club, let me call it the club, okay? The Globalist Club. Before they joined, they thought they all thought, like we used to think, that we were on a wobbly space ball. Then it had to be broken, the reality, the truth broken to them. And then they found out in the process along the way that they're not allowed to share the truth with anybody outside of their club. So I actually feel sympathy for, because they didn't wake up one day, roll off the bed and say, I'm going to lie to the world. I'm going to go join the Masons and lie to everybody. I don't think no way. I think for whatever reason, probably financial is probably the number one reason, and financial ambition. And then second to that, some people are curious, perhaps, or a combination. They joined the Freemason Lodge and like, what? The Earth is flat? What? I can't tell anybody about this? what? And I think they envy and respect us. That's my opinion.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Murph. If you go join the Masons, I won't feel sorry for you.
You're right about. I won't. Yeah, that's fair. Fair enough.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people. Another reason they get into it is just because their dad and their grandfather did, and the great grandfather
I
did.
think that's actually the number one reason. I stand corrected. My other reasons I said were secondary. Yeah, there's a long lineage or whatever you call it. Tradition is the word. A lot of people have been in that club for many generations, going back to the Crusaders.
And I've never seen chandeliers or dance floors more grander than in royal palaces. They must have had some big time socials. So it was probably a real fun place to be.
Yeah, I like to look at it as a society is like an organism, and the club they're in is like, well, you could say it's like a parasite, our telephone company. Anyway, long story short, though, it's comprised of individuals, and my frustrations are more with the organization, less with the individuals that comprise it. And if you zero in on them, they're enslaved. They're contractually by pledging. They're enslaved with their consent. And they're knowing slaves, and I think they would rather be free. If we broke it wide open and the masses figured out the Earth is flat, then they would have no option but to stop lying to us, and then they could freely be open about the cosmology. What's that?
The pledge that they take that pledge voluntarily, generally speaking. So they do that knowing that they're going to be, given some occult information and that they're going to be expected to play a certain part. They may not know what that part is, but they do so of their own free will, knowing that they're trading off their soul for this. And they do so. So, I don't have that same sympathy that you do. I can't generate it when I think about it. They take those oaths freely. They don't have to. They could back out before they take the blood oath. But they decide that they're going to go through with it, whether it's family, tradition, whether it's, a power thing. I'm not really sure what it is, but I don't have the same level of sympathy.
What you said is the power of it. That's what gives it power, and I believe what you said is 100% accurate, but I have to also put it in context that they had no idea how big the lie was until after they took the oath. It was only after they took the oath. Because, people are raised on believing they're on a globe in an atheistic way, and they think it's all superstition. Then they take the oath, like you said, freely, voluntarily, etc. That's what gives it power. But they only then after they take the oath, wow, this is serious. Whoa, this lie is big. Well, it's bigger than they imagined. They didn't know the Earth was flat. Like, you know what I mean? And you know what I'm trying to say? Like
The only people I have sympathy for are very few. People who thought they were signing up to risk their life to go on a rocket and then had the rug pulled out from under them. So, I mean, I only have sympathy for those people.
I think they knew the Earth was flat long. That's why they got the job. But let me tell you.
Well, I don't know.
But let me first say this, okay? But when they first joined the Mason Lodge, before they knew anything and before they took the oath, they thought they were atheists. Like most people are to some degree atheists, believing they're on a wobbly space ball, and they see such things like oaths as superstitions. They probably went in there thinking, "Well, this place is full of superstitions. Just say whatever." And but only after they take this. Max Smart, I believe, is 100% accurate. I mean that. I agree completely with what he said. But all I'm trying to say is that it was only after they consented and knowingly gave this oath that they oh, wow, this is a big lie. You know what I'm trying to say, Max? They didn't know how big the lie was,
I do. I understand. They didn't know what type of information they would be privy to, and what roles they would necessarily play. I totally agree to that. But the fact that you would, agree to do something that more than likely is going to put you in a position, and you're going to take advantage of a whole bunch of other people, and you don't care who gets hurt by your actions. That's the question that I have in making the determination to go forward with the oath. Now, yeah, they didn't know, and most of them still don't know. I'm going to say the majority of them that take the oath aren't on that next level where they get to know certain occult information, so I'm going to, so.
They all know the Earth is flat by the time they're a third degree. I think they all know it's flat. I think that's a requirement. If I looked up the rituals on the internet, and I didn't memorize it, but I think it's what part of the third degree rituals about for tracing the cosmology. I think they all know it's flat at that point. But I mean, there's more stuff that
I have to be honest. I don't know a whole lot about the Masonic Temple and all of that. When I think Mason, I think of stoneworkers, generally speaking. So, I mean, I know a little bit about the temples.
The earth was laid on its foundations and its four pillars and such. And the body is the temple. There's different meanings to to Masonry.
Yes.
So you brought up Grissom.
Yes.
Well, remember he said, how are we going to be able to talk from the moon? How are we going to talk from the moon to Earth when we can't talk between buildings? Well, to me, that sounds like engineers' humor. That sounds like someone to me who actually thought they were going to try and shoot him up to the moon. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, by him hanging that lemon, he's. It's weird because who knows the validity? I don't know, but I think they do have it on recording. I think I've heard it where he goes, "Oh, if we can't talk between buildings, how are we going to talk to him?" But that sounds like someone who, I don't know. What do you think, Max? At what point did they know they weren't going to the moon, or were they these astronauts?
Okay, so this takes quite a bit of speculation, right? But I'm just going to go logically. All right. They said that the people that they chose had to be able to pass specific physical, mental tests, have to be able to stay in periods of being alone for long times, and all of these other things. And these guys basically had to be supermen. None of the guys that they sent looked like they met those requirements if you just physically looked at them. Okay, they did not look like they were, Bruce Jenner or whoever was supposed to be the top athletes at this time, right? So I don't know what they knew. I believe Gus Grissom may have been the only guy that was actually in there that was new to this information. I think the rest of them actually knew. I think they knew. Now, whether or not they did it willingly or because there was some other motivations, because there may have been other motivations involved. But I think that they certainly knew that they were not going to the moon. Period. I didn't think that they believed that they could. If these were airmen, if these were pilots, then they understood a little bit about aerodynamics already. So I don't think for a moment that they thought that they were going to the moon. I thought that they knew that they had to play a part, and maybe they didn't know how big it was, just like Smurf is suggesting. They didn't understand the ramifications of it, perhaps, and how deep and how long-lasting it would have to be. This is just pure speculation. Based on what I've read about the astronauts, based on the footage we've seen, because none of them has said anything. I mean, you got this guy being confused a whole lot these days, and a lot of people want to put it on that. Who is it? Armstrong, I believe, gives the interviews. Look, these guys aren't dumb. Period. And there was a robust discussion in the 50s and 60s still to the shape of the Earth, because nobody had been outside to see anything. So it was still a robust discussion. The Rockefellers had not cleaned up all of the school books yet. So in some school books, and you can find newspaper articles from the 30s and 40s that suggested that there was being a change in what was being taught as far as the place that we live on this earth. So I can't really say, but I don't think that they thought that they were actually going to the moon. I mean, in my humble opinion.
100%. That's why they were selected. But when they did it, though, of course they're going to feel terrible. I mean, they lied to the entire world. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, if you have a conscience, if you're not a sociopath or a psychopath, then yeah, you're going to have that guilt and you're going to have that regret. And I believe that they have that their entire lives, and that they lived a miserable life having to hold this secret in forever.
Yep. That's what I believe.
I don't know if they know the dimensions of the Earth, but they know that they didn't go to the moon.
I think they know it's flat. I think they're at least master Mason. So however that works, they're fully aware that the Earth is flat, and somehow went over their head. That's
I'd agree with you that they fully believe and understand all of the documents that they use, military or otherwise. Being a mason, being a person who has to use a level and build things and construct on this level plane, you would understand it's a level plane. So I would agree. Now, when I hear debates, and Smurf, I was over in Tartaria the other day when they had the geologist over there. I believe he was over there. They was trying to get you to participate. The geologist immediately went to, well, what does it matter, and why would they lie? Now, when I hear anybody go immediately to those arguments or those questions, I already know that they've given up. I already know that they don't want to look. I already know that everything that you ask them from this point is just going to be a contrarian answer. They're not going to give any thought, and they're stuck in their positions. Because that's the last question that you would ask is, why would they do that? The fact that they're doing it, the fact that it can be proven that what they're saying to you is not true, at minimum, right? That much can be proven and shown and has been. And, you have these professional PhDs, these college-educated folk, these professionals all want to say, well, why would they do something? No one can divine those answers. There's a myriad of different reasons. If you go to your girlfriend's job and she ain't there, and then you come home and you ask her how was her day, and she says, oh, it was great. You don't know why she's lying to you, but you know she's lying. Right? Yeah. Now, your job is to try to figure it out. And so why is she like, did she go to the jewelry shop and get me a ring? Is she cheating on me? Was there an emergency? Is she trying to do? You have no idea.
Yeah, anyone who asks these questions, they're just, in my opinion, exposing that they're gullible or just willingly ignorant. They're turning a blind eye.
Exactly. They've given up. They are not going to look at any information that you present from this point forward when they ask that. Everything is going to be looking for a reason to dismiss whatever evidence you present. They're going to try to obfuscate when you present something that is infallible. They're going to skate over to another subject and try to scattergun. And they're going to come back to, well, why would they lie? And what does it matter to me? How is it going to make my day any different tomorrow? Those are when I know that the person have checked out, no matter who they are. Period. They've given up. They've given up, and they don't want to look. Yeah, they've given up on the internet. Right, not on a personal level, not on a one-to-one.
Right. People in real life, that's always their first question is why, and they're being genuine. Right. But the internet is where the only thing you find on the internet is extremists. So literally all you find on the internet are the extremes of everything. There are no normal people here. I mean, think about it like this. If we're all activists, that's why we're here. Because to be an actual activist is kind of extreme.
Well, some of us are just curious. Some of us are voyeurs. Some of us, like having information and being able to be, smarter than someone. There's a myriad of reasons why people are here. I'm not going to say that everyone here is an activist. And I can't make an absolute statement to say that everyone on the internet is an extremist. There are some people who aren't, in my opinion.
The internet balkanizes because the nature of the internet is to gravitate towards extremes rather than towards centers. And
absolutely, I agree with you.
And so that's really why we get these completely irrational anti-flat earthers.
I agree with you that, the internet is kind of like giving somebody who never had a gun and the power going to their head. That's what the internet is. I agree.
Well, two, there's another thing. Like, let's say in 1990, you didn't have any weird thoughts or weird fetishes or anything like that. And then you get onto the internet and there's groups of people that are exposing each other to all these different things. And that creates subcultures, and then groups start banding together. And so what naturally happens when you have unlimited information and anonymity is that groups all band together naturally into extremely niche, extremely xenophobic communities. And
don't you have to have an interest in it to get in it? Don't you have to have an interest to attract you to these groups to begin with?
See, a lot of people don't know they have an interest in it until they see it. That's how it happens. People do not know. Like it's a joke. Like among I've been on the internet since '94. Is how I know a lot of this stuff. In like the kinks communities, there's jokes that I didn't know I was into this till I found it. So a lot of people don't know what they like until they're exposed to a lot of things.
I can't argue that point. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily go there, but I don't have anything to say against that.
Let's say you live like you've never had anything but hot dogs your whole life, and then someone introduces you, like you're 34 years old, you've never been out of hot dog world in the state of hot dog. It's all you've ever had are hot dogs, and someone gives you a slice of New Jersey strip pizza. And you go, oh my God, I love this. And I didn't know I loved this until I found it. So that's kind of like what happens, because the internet allows people to like explore that inner conflict already, because inside everybody is the potential for good and evil, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
so
I mean,
people,
I don't know if it's good or evil. I have a different idea.
Or what you would call the shadow self. I mean, it's the same concept, is that there's a negative and a positive that's inside of you, right? You have
not one-dimensional. There's a myriad. There's a lot of things we can do.
Right, you have the potential to tap in both your light side and your dark side, so to speak. And so people get on the internet, they're in private, they don't have to worry about what other people think, and it's a lot easier to tap into what it is the shadow self. And so that's just kind of what ends up happening. So it creates like ideological balkanization all over the internet. Like they did a study on Facebook. They originally claimed that Facebook would bring people together, and what it did is, because of how the nature of how people gravitate towards their own groups, it actually created harder and harder divides than in real life among normal people. So people who were normal in real life, the moment they were on the internet, they became, all their opinions could only gravitate towards this side of the extremes. I mean, there's been a lot of really cool studies done on this. So
I understand them, right? And I get them all, right? But however, you got to understand, when we're talking about this, we're talking in one dimension, right? We're talking a person is on one particular subject. Nobody lives their lives like that. Nobody goes outside and is on one subject all day long. And so we are a myriad of people, and we can be strayed, and we can even, move back from that point in public, right? So you might be preaching something online, but then in public, it's a whole nother thing. Right. So again, this internet is like having a gun. It gives you this power, and you think that you're big and bad and you're anonymous and all of this. But as soon as you get exposed, you start to reform back. You don't really want that smoke. You know what I'm saying? I mean, let's talk about it.
That does happen. I would contend that the person who is awake is three-dimensional, and the persons who are not awake are one-dimensional.
Awake term is charged these days, because awake and woke, are they different? Are they the same? What are we talking about here?
We say woke. Now, woke came from that was like a black idiom, an American idiom, right? It was a black idiom back in the day.
I actually figured out what woke means. It's an acronym for "We only know everything."
Well, it goes way farther back than that. Kind of like simp. Simp is supposedly an acronym, but it goes all the way back to the 80s also.
No, I do think it's interesting that awake and the whole woke thing was totally unwoke. But I'll shut up.
Well, originally woke was in like black terminology in the U.S. It was idiomatic. It was to be woke to like the power of the state. And this is like back in the 60s and stuff, when this kind of stuff was actually going on, right?
Yeah, I guess I'm talking about hijacked wokeness.
Right, wokeness got hijacked by groups like BLM and the LGBTQIA+. And Yeah, I think I got it. I'm not sure. But woke got hijacked by them. So I like to say that people are awakened or awake, because I just don't need the stigma of saying woke.
Thank you. I agree.
Right. All right. So now that that's cleared up, like people, it's my sincere belief that people, you can never wake anybody up. You will never wake anybody. I've never woken anybody up. No one in here has ever woken anybody up. And you can't actually wake anybody up. What happens is something internal in someone changes, and their paradigm shifts, and they don't even realize that it shifts. So one day they get up, they make the coffee, they go to work, they get home, they take a shower, they go to bed, right? They watch their favorite show. The next day they get up, they make their coffee, but then something's changed. Something's different. And he starts to just notice things. Just notice patterns, notice this, notice that. Now he's woken up and he doesn't even know it. He is fully awake and doesn't even know it because he doesn't yet have the information. But when he gets into that awakened state, the moment that someone gives him information, all those dots that he previously knew all connect.
Now, I agree with you, except for the fact that I do think we wake people up. I do think that all of us sitting here wake people up. I think we were woken up when we stumbled upon to the fact that something did not fit quite right in this world, and then we heard some information. We put it against the information that we previously had, and it did not work. So I believe that people drop jewels. We don't necessarily have the ability to wake somebody up, but what you can do is you can give the breadcrumbs. Right. You can lay a path. Right. You can present ideas and stimulate something, and then all of a sudden, like you said, one day they make their coffee and things start lining up differently.
Right.
So, so I do agree that the only thing is I do think that we are a part of that.
Now, I will agree with this in that what we do makes waking up easier for people, because I do not think we have anything to do with the waking up process. I think that is an internal spiritual thing that no external factor can affect. I think that is up to the soul or ego of the individual that exists. That is something completely and totally internal. Maybe it's this enlightenment of the soul, whatever it is. I don't know what to call it. But if they already have all the dots and breadcrumbs given to them, when they wake up, the fog goes away instantly, right? They're fully awake. But I would say to even investigate into something, you've already woken up.
Like, I would agree that everybody in here is aware that we've been manipulated, indoctrinated, and lied to our entire lives, right? But I would not agree that everybody is awake to every other thing that is going on outside of this one thing that we generally have a platform for. And I believe that there are a lot of different things that people are still, under the impression, asleep to, walking around in the days, and still have not shaken off all of the things that are out there that we are misled by and indoctrinated by.
Would you mind?
Agree with that?
Almost. As long as you let me, as long as you let me quibble with a piece of terminology.
Sure.
Awake. You say awake when you talk about people who aren't awake to things. I would say aware. They're awake, but they might not be aware of other things because they just don't have the information yet.
Okay. So so it's basically.
Because you still have to, after you wake up, yes. Right? After you wake up, you still have to train your awareness. You still have to gain knowledge. You still have to come to an understanding. Being awake just means that your soul is suddenly open. It means now you can know. Before, like these rabid anti-flat earthers, I don't hold it against them because their soul is not there. It's not where it needs to be. It's not awake. And so there's no information you will ever give them that will wake them up. They will come to their long, dark night of the soul. They will have like some either conscious or unconscious self-revelation and suddenly and that's when they wake up. That's when they suddenly start. It's like the adventures of the guy who just started paying attention, who just starts to notice things.
I will cede that anti-flat earthers are not awake, but I will not cede that they are unaware. Anti-flat earthers who do this for a living are quite aware that we live on a flat stationary plane.
I do believe that. I agree with you. I do believe that they are aware. I do believe they're aware. I believe that they are aware, but their belief is stronger than their awareness. And so they can take a contradiction and fit it into their puzzle. So they're like,
so that's what I would say. Yeah, they're not awake, but they are aware. Yes.
Right, because the awake person realizes that contradictions can't be true. The awake person just fundamentally realizes it, and that's why the patterns start to appear. That's why they slowly come to an awareness of the things that are going on. Like, I would contend that someone would wake up, and if he was never given any information anywhere, ever, about anything, he would still know everything is screwed up. He'd still know. Because he's awake.
They'd be aware that we lived on a flat stationary plane. If anybody is born with no information, that's like going to be the first thing you're aware of. That we're not moving, and the sky above us is, and it seems to be flat. There's no curvature. We would automatically know that, period.
Do you ever think about, here's what I think. Do you ever think about what the ancient people, who, just the normal everyday people, did they ever visualize the Earth at all?
So, how far back are we going? Are we going back
let's
the start of civilization?
Let's say just before the globe. 500 years. Let's say 500 years. Was your average person thinking about the Earth? Or were they thinking about life?
Yeah, the Earth was their sustenance for life. The Earth was the reason that they could live. The sun was the reason. The water was the reason. So the Earth was the most important thing to them, and the daylight was the most important thing to them. They hadn't. Oh well, no, they had. If we're talking before that, then they definitely mastered fire by that time.
Yeah. Well, think about it like this. Like you.
Let me answer that real quick. Considering like the legends and the names they gave mountains, Earth in its entirety, I think, was beyond them, but the topography was what they were living in, and that's what they saw as the Earth.
How they experienced Earth was their environment. That was it. They didn't think about the greater question: what is the Earth? It wasn't even on their mind. No one thought about a globe or a flat Earth until someone said it's a globe. Nobody thought about it before then. Before then, all your depictions of cosmology were really from a more spiritual standpoint. Like we're on a plane and there are greater planes of existence, or there's something above, right? But nobody thought about this thing, like that it had distance or volume. They just experienced life and had experiences of that life within the environment that they existed. But it never would have entered into anybody's mind, what is... I live on dirt and I take a boat on the sea. What is this thing that I'm on? Because the questions they would have is, look at the moon, because I can see the moon. Look at the sun, I can see the sun. Look at the stars, I can see the stars.
So what would be the most important thing to them back then? I mean, of all of those things you said, right, what would be the most important thing to the people back then?
Their relationship with their creator.
You don't think it would be the sun?
Nope. For all people, for all cultures throughout all time before high civilization, they lived in constant and total awareness of either God or the gods.
Right, I'm not disputing that, but I'm saying in the physical world.
Oh, they didn't separate the physical world from the spiritual world.
Yeah, what are the options of actual years? Like the time period of a year, if they weren't seeing the Earth revolving around the sun, like the seasons, I mean, wouldn't they be counting each season? And people had different seasons. What are the actual origins of
all the cultures understood that the sky was a calendar. They all understood that.
So it was just so they were always privy to just the cycle. So they were just counting cycles prior to.
Right. So who counted 21,000 years for an age, 2,100 years for an age, right? They're saying that, it takes 2,100 years to go from an age, right? That's when the whole thing transitions to the next zodiac sign. The next
would have been the transition from Akkadian to Babylonian, because their empire would have lasted, and then from them to the Greeks, to an extent where they kept it up. And so they would have had about 25 to 2,600 years of studying the patterns from one civilization into the next to know.
How can anybody last? How can mankind last 2,000 years and not develop computers and cars and like that? How is that impossible?
Oh, I mean, you're talking to somebody who doesn't think that's possible. So, we've had technology in the past. We've had technology in the past. There's no doubt. But like, I can't say what exactly it was. All I know is we find our infrastructure projects everywhere. These aren't like temples and stuff in the ground that we're finding like in the Mayans and in the North Americas and the Egypt and stuff. These are infrastructure projects, like city dams, or federal roadways. These are massive infrastructure projects. They're the only thing that's going to survive of a civilization. Like if they turned off all the iPhones and the power tomorrow, in 10 years, no one would see an iPhone or have any power because nobody knows how to operate anything. And in 300 years, it would all be disappeared and rusted away. In 1,000 years, the only thing left of us will be, the Hoover Dam, foundations under New York.
The pyramids will be left.
The pyramids and the Colosseum will still be left.
And the shit we built is going to go like 200 years.
No.
Easter Island will still be left. The Suez Canal, the Panama Canal.
Göbekli Tepe, all that stuff will still be left. I mean, it depends on what's coming, and nobody knows what's coming.
I can't really say.
I agree with you. Back to the star maps. Do we know that there's a 26,000 year cycle, or is that something debatable?
That is a projection. We don't know that for sure, but if you follow the projections as they have existed, you can get a 26,000 year pattern. If you follow them as predicted, which means that no matter what, even after 26,000 years, your stars haven't changed.
Which doesn't that mean that Polaris will move? Doesn't that mean that though?
Polaris does actually move tiny on a very tiny circle. It's in a very tiny circuit. So Polaris is not perfectly
that Polaris will move from the pole star and have a different pole star in X date. And in the past, there was another pole star that wasn't Polaris. Is that true?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I've read Velikovsky, Worlds in Collision, where and there's a lot of cultures that said the sky was different in the past. But I mean, nobody was alive. Göbekli Tepe, which would have been back at that point, has modern, what we see are some modern constellations, but it also has constellations we don't recognize. So, I mean, there's no way to say we're looking at like a destroyed world. So, like, I couldn't tell you.
How about the moon? Was the moon always there?
I'm gonna say probably so. I don't think it's a broken sun or anything like that.
And those ancient artist drawings where they portray like alien flying saucers in the sky. What's up with that?
I think those are UAPs, which are unidentified aerial phenomena. We still see them today. I don't think they're aliens. I don't know what they are. I have no clue. I've seen one. So, I mean, and I didn't get the impression that it was an alien.
Good answers. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Since we're asking questions, were the features on the moon always there?
Are they features?
Well, that's the things that look like features.
The things that look like features, man.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Oh, the marks, the things that differentiate the sun from the moon, were they always there?
Yeah. You mean all the electrical discharge marks? Oh, I have no idea. I know they look like electrical discharge marks, but I have no idea.
Someone trying to blow up the moon, if you want to speculate, and they gave up.
Or you live in an imperfect, destroyed realm that went through a cataclysm and is still broken.
That's what
they couldn't get to the moon.
That's what some say. Isn't
it? What's that, Chris?
That's what some say, right? Some kind of ancient cataclysm took place.
I am definitely in the camp of ancient cataclysm. Mostly because every single culture of any value says it. So you have two really outstanding things with all the ancient cultures is the cataclysm and the cosmic hunt. Right? And that's something that's shared on every continent by every culture, are those two things. The cosmic hunt had to do with the constellations chasing each other, right? And then there was a cataclysm. And
the cosmic hunt.
The cosmic hunt? Well, there's a few.
It sounds like the cosmic hunt.
The cosmic hunt.
Someone's got to put it out. Someone's got to put it out. Yeah.
Yeah, the cosmic hunt. It must be Australian. But yeah, the cosmic hunt. So it's like I'm going to name myself Mike Hunt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So you've got the cosmic hunt. That's the oldest story on Earth. The oldest shared story on Earth is the cosmic hunt. That is non-religious, or I should say non-scriptural. So it's not part of a manual of sacred text. It's just a shared drama that all cultures shared, right? And then there was the cataclysm, which every culture also agrees was a flood.
Yeah, that's the bit I was waiting for. Yeah.
Yeah.
So with obviously, very quickly, with reference to, say, Mount Meru or some kind of mountain of God at the center of the earth, if the idea of a cataclysm or a flood took place, wouldn't the after effects of that flood still potentially, and what I'm trying to point out is still covering the top of that mountain at the center of the earth?
Yeah. I mean, why not? I mean, it's reasonable.
I mean, if
there was a flood,
if we're talking about a flood that took place, isn't it possible to conceive that there's definitely more water around than before the flood took place? Maybe after the flood, that he didn't get rid of all of the waters, so there'd be a higher level of water, right?
Yes, that's where my thinking is that generally it's still flooded.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's just you have only 25% of land.
Yeah, of course.
Oh. So that's that, anyone curious about anything else? My vast useless knowledge reservoir?
The knowledge is never not useful.
Oh, I know, I'm being facetious. Ooh. What did we get on this topic? Where are we coming from? Being awake and being the difference between awake and awoke, and then awake and then awareness after you're awake, right? And how we think that the anti-flat earthers, the major ones there, they are aware of the problems with their model, but they aren't awake. Was that the fair analysis we made, that they are aware but not awake, which is why they fight us? Okay.
I agree with that. Yes, that's definitely true. They've had so many discussions, debates, presented with so much evidence that they know. Now they refuse to accept, and they want to stay sleeping, but they are aware of the facts. They are aware of the information that's been provided to them. They're not complete dunces. They're stupid because they choose to be, but they're not dunces.
Ancient World Order says, I know there is a God, but no man has the truth about it till we depart. I would actually agree with you, because even in the main, the big three religions, even in their scriptures, they say you can't comprehend the nature of God. So I always thought that was a general understanding among everyone who was either, a spiritualist or even religious, is that it is impossible to know to comprehend the nature of the first cause creator. Oh no, deity is a conception that we have. Ancient World Order, deity is just a conception that we have.
Well, isn't that what David Bowie said? There's a starman in the sky, but he'd like to come and meet us, but he knows he'd blow our mind.
Minds, yes. It's my favorite David Bowie song.
No such thing as atheists. Everybody know we're created.
Yes, this is true. Humans anthropomorphize their belief in God. That's it's interesting, ancient world order, and truthfully, that's okay, because that's why we have the reification fallacy. Because when humans anthropomorphize, what they're doing is they're creating a model of God, which is okay, because when you can visualize something and connect to it, that actually helps your mind be more aware of it. So for some people, they need to visualize. So,
conceptualization, yes. You need to be able to conceptualize it.
What is the Horizon? Farshad says the Horizon test pick that shows options A, B, and C. That was a picture. Oh, is he talking about Black Swan? Or was that?
Mate.
He's talking about what?
Yeah, the Black Swan with the options. The Horizons. Yeah.
Yeah. A boat in a sea. Some in 3 lines where you think is the horizon. Well, it's not where you think the horizon is, Chad. It's where is the horizon? And the horizon is behind the second platform. Shad, is it a picture of oil platforms or a boat? Wait a minute, are you talking about a Fata Morgana? He's probably talking about a Fata Morgana. That's the only thing I can assume. Do we have...
What? Sorry, even if it's Fata Morgana, does Fata Morgana mean the invisible?
No.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Look at this strange phenomena that we've had to name because it does something and we can point out the reasons why and look at it and stuff.
Yeah.
Does it mean we're on a ball?
You know what I love about this picture of the sailboat, the GIF of the sailboat, is it's just so far away and it's a teeny tiny little sailboat. Look at it. Look how far away it is. Oh, we look up. Let's go to Google.
Hey, anybody there?
Yes.
Can you hear me? You can hear us?
We can hear you.
Okay, cool, man. I got a friend of ours here. His name is Mark Sargent. Hello.
Oh, how's hey, Mark.
How's it
going, Mark?
Here, hold on.
Hi, guys.
How are you?
I'm good. Who am I on the line with? You, avatar-wise.
Mimus Aurelius.
Oh, okay.
I'm the admin. Who are you with?
Flat Earth Dude, Kenny.
Nice.
We got Sonny's here. Sonny on the plane.
Okay, so you got Sonny there. You got Old Man Sonny, we got you, and we got Mark Sargent all together.
Yep, all three of us.
Excellent.
Nice.
And we got Gabe here.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are you up to?
We just got back from breakfast. We're going to a Flat Earth meetup.
Cool.
You got any questions for Mark?
Yeah. What do you?
You want to call him some bad names or stuff?
Yeah, no, I love Mark. I love Mark. We love Mark. Mark is the best. There's nobody better than Mark. Everybody knows that we love Mark.
Oh no.
Yeah, sorry, I'm
No, I wouldn't go. I wouldn't go that far. But thank you. I
No,
appreciate it.
I'm one of the founders of the server, Mark. We love you here. It's fine.
Well,
Yeah, you're
thank
great.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
sorry that I
Is this the same server that Karen drops by on every once in a while?
Not anymore. No, that was.
okay.
We've had this server since 2016. We got 27,000 members right now.
Oh wow.
So
That's a lot.
if you do any Discord, you make an account here. We'll take care of you. You ever want to come in, do an AMA or anything like that? Feel free to.
Yeah, sorry, I apologize. There's some there's some Apache gunships that are flying over the coast right now. So
beautiful.
Sorry, they're just now going. You know, they do don't they do SEAL training down here?
Yeah, Camp Pendleton.
Yeah, they do military training down here. So who knows what they're doing with those guys? Anyway, what how long you guys been on this today?
On today, we're on 24 hours a day. It's 24/7 Flat Earth.
All right. How long have you been on today?
How long have I been on? I have only been on about 48 minutes today.
Oh, that's not bad.
No.
That's not so bad. And you're gonna you have to forgive me. How long is your shift for this?
Oh, my shift? It's as long as I want it to be. I just hand it off to a moderator.
Ah, gotcha.
So I come in, sometimes I'll spend 6 or 7 hours on. Sometimes I'll spend an hour on. It's because, on one hand, I got to help run the server. And on the other hand, I also like getting into the debates.
Right now.
Yeah, there's not much going on right now because, it's a weekend morning.
Ah, gotcha. Well, is there any, while I got you, because you and I don't talk very much.
Nope.
Is there anything you want to throw at me? Any questions, thoughts, theories, jokes?
Oh, man. Does anyone else have anything? Because I don't know, Mark. I probably haven't watched a flat Earth video or anything like that in about 3 years. Because for me, once I got all my math down and I had my first principles, I didn't need anything else, and I just go Socratic the whole way anyway. And
Right.
so I don't need all these different models or ideas or anything clogging up how I argue.
Gotcha.
But I think people are interested in you maybe expounding on some of your ideas because we got you here. So, it's not Speculation Sunday, but, feel free to tell us what you think about anything like off the wall or odd or anything like that.
Well,
we haven't thought of.
Something I mentioned at the conference down at Karen's last year was that I think really, right now, Flat Earth is doing extremely well. They always have been. Even during the pandemic, we just saturate social media so much that we've gotten to the point where if you walked out to the average person on the street 8 years ago, you would have said, you could have asked them, hey, what do you think about Flat Earth? And they'd look at you like you had a bug on your face. It's like, what are you talking about? I've never heard of it. Now everybody's like, oh, right, that thing. But my only complaint, the only thing that I say that is a weakness in Flat Earth right now is we don't have, and it sounds silly, we don't have high caliber enough trolls. Meaning the trolls we have are so pedestrian. You've got a couple bigger ones, but like Simon Dan and Professor Dave and that new guy from Britain that's doing his thing, who keeps showing up in the search engines. But most of the guys that come on are coming on in response to us. Meaning, and I don't mean just in response to Flat Earth. They notice. You can see the trend where all of a sudden it's like their channel's been around for a while. And then they make an anti-Flat Earth video, and all of a sudden they get this huge spike in views. And what do you think that does? It's positive reinforcement. It's like, oh man, I got to start doing more Flat Earth videos. And next thing you know, they start dedicating part of their day and sometimes even more than that on it. But we don't have any high-profile, guys that Neil Tyson, he's pushing retirement. Joe Rogan, he won't risk it. Bill Nye, don't know what the hell he's doing. Guys like that. That's my only complaint because I still believe that trolls. Remember, remember I said stuff way back in the day, which is even if you're attacking Flat Earth, all you're really doing is shooting wooden arrows into a bonfire. And from a distance, you look like you're doing something, but you're really just making the fire bigger. And what we need is somebody to shoot a whole bunch of arrows into it. Because it just helps us in the grand scheme. Somebody that we can torture. Because now that we've been doing this you've been doing this for years. now that we've been doing this for me, it's been 8 years. There's nothing they can throw at us that we don't have an answer for. You know, if you wanted to shoot flat Earth down, well, you should have done it 7 years ago, and you didn't. So, I mean, anyone new coming into the game, like, I feel bad for that new British guy that's in, because it's like, poor dude, you are so late to the party. What am I even supposed to do with you?
It is funny how when someone new comes into the game, immediately all their comments, all their ideas are from 2015.
Right.
Because the only articles, because what they're doing is they're taking that first search result, and that's what they're using as like the basis of their debunking. And it's like, well, go look at the date of that. And that's from, 2014, 2015, 2016. So you've been around 8 years. I've been around 7 years. A lot of the founding members of this server have been around 7 or 8 years.
Yeah.
And I wanted to ask you, since you're out there more often, like in the public, would you say we had crossed over into the Overton window? Where there's
the what window?
The Overton window. It's like it's this almost acceptability of thought to even mention it, to where like there's jokes about it, because people didn't joke about flat Earth. Right. In 2014, they didn't mention it. They didn't think about it. Nothing. And now there's memes about it on Minecraft all over the place.
Yeah.
It's
no, you're absolutely right. We have gotten to that point where everybody. When there was a clip I included, and we crossed that into it years ago. There was a clip I used at the beginning of Strange Worlds where Jimmy Kimmel and Jimmy Fallon are talking to each other, and I watched the whole thing when it happened, which was Jimmy Fallon just happened to throw a flat Earth hand sign, and but he wasn't doing it deliberately. It was just he was trying to describe something, and you could see Jimmy Kimmel immediately pick that up and followed it with a flat Earth joke, because they were just kind of riffing. And it's like, how do you know the world is flat? And it's like, oh yeah, because it's in your mind. You know, it's all the terms and the symbolism and everything we do is out there to such a degree that yes, it's in the consciousness now of just about everybody. Everybody knows of it. They've heard. I mean, come on, the documentary itself, whether you liked it or you hated it, it ran the full.
It had great flat Earth proofs in it, and we used those. We actually used those as flat Earth proofs. What they provided in that documentary, behind the curve, right?
Yeah, and it ran for a full 3 years. It ran the full contract at Netflix, and they even got a little boost at the end during the pandemic.
Yep.
And then, and it's still out there. You can pick it up on Amazon all day long. And there's other people. I mean, there was one of the first anti-flat Earth books that just came out at the end of last year. I can't remember her name off the top of the head, but it was called Beyond the Edge, I think. And it was it was a writer from a mainstream publication, and she decided to put together a thing. It was mostly gossip about the flat Earth community, which was weird. That she dedicated an entire chapter to Mad Mike.
Opponents, not about their ideas.
No, not really about the ideas. She really turned it more into a he said, she said type of thing.
Right.
It was. I mean, come on. There was like 2 chapters on Patricia Steere. It's like, come on. and it was a woman writing for other women. She wanted to do that, but it's like,
Goose Rider.
Yeah. But the fact that she dedicated an entire chapter to Mad Mike, it's like, okay. And that by the way got buried. They could have really milked that. It's really strange because the Mad Mike thing, when he crashed and died, the media could have jumped on that and pointed fingers at flat Earth. It's like, this is what flat Earth does.
That a little bit.
Not much though. Not much.
I think that would have beat. I think that the best. Like if I was in their mind, if I was doing marketing and stuff, I would avoid Mad Mike generally.
Yeah,
because it would be good for anybody.
Yeah, and
it doesn't look good to make fun of somebody dying, and it doesn't look good to maybe promote his ideas on accident.
Exactly,
those ideas, which I don't think he did.
There was a little trivia. He was supposed to be in Behind the Curve, and the producers, had this weird double take, which was like, oh crap, wait, what if we put him in there and he dies? What do we do? Right. What do we? That'll change the whole tone of the freaking movie.
That was a good choice.
Turns out they were right. He did die.
Yeah.
But they didn't want to spend the money. Honestly, it's like, it would be wasted money. It's like, then we'll have to, if he dies before we finish the movie, we'll have to pull him out of the movie. It's like, oh no, we don't.
And there's insurance, and then there's possible delay of your documentary because you're in, have some liability suit. Who knows?
There you go.
Right.
Those guys aren't rich.
And what the thing that most people don't know is that, remember, he just before that happened, he signed a 5-year TV deal with the Science Channel. and they were the ones that set him up with the new rocket. And they were the ones when it crashed and burned, it was like their team was out there really, really fast, like, get the wreckage, I can put it in a truck, and that was it. Nobody ever heard from it again. And the series, they didn't hype it up anymore. But it's like really strange. It's like, did they sign him to a 5-year deal? And then, because that parachute shouldn't have fallen off like that right away, if you remember the footage, but whatever.
What's been probably your favorite flat Earth awakening experience in like maybe the last few years? Like maybe your favorite individual to have been part of making them aware of things.
Favorite flat Earth moment? Oh boy, that's a tough
It could
one.
be a moment or an individual or an idea or something. Just what was like your highlight in the past maybe 2 or 3 years?
Well, just before the pandemic, there was this wonderful moment where I was flying back from, again, the fact that producers were willing to talk about this. When I did that interview for Philip and Holly on Good Morning, not Good Morning Britain, but some morning show over in England. And I came back and I was flying through Reykjavik, through Iceland, and landed back in Seattle. And I'm there with the custom agents. We're going through customs. And one of the pilots walks over to me and he goes, "Hey, man," he kind of looks around suspiciously and he goes, "Can I get a selfie with you?" And I go, he did not introduce himself. And I go, "Okay, sure." Right. And we take a quick selfie and he shakes my hand. He goes, "Love your work, man. Listen whenever I can." And he goes, I gotta get back to the group. And I go, "Hey, who are you?" And he goes, "Oh, I flew you here." I was like, awesome.
Nice.
That's really, really cool. And again, he's one of just so many, how many pilots and military people and people that we have run into over the years, that have gone down that road and figured it out themselves and, quietly, either behind the scenes again, because we still have, it's still, even though it's weird for us, it's in the consciousness of the general public, which I'm looking around, all these cars around me. But at the same time, it's still this kind of taboo. I ran into, there was just this little tiny podcast yesterday where because when I search for flat Earth, I just type in flat Earth and then in YouTube and I sort by upload date to get the most current. And there's this little podcast and you could tell that the guy that was on there, he couldn't have been not even 30. The girl that was running it and another guy, and she asked him, right? She goes, "So are you into flat Earth?" And I could have told you the response from the look on his face before he said it. It's like, no. I'm not a flat earther. But I've got some questions, right? But I've got some. Let
us know what that means. Yeah.
That excuse that people give. It's like, no, I'm not. But there's some things about it. It's like, wow, how many times have I heard that? Which is great. Which means they're just not confident enough to sit there in front of their host and say, "Yeah, I'm absolutely a flat earther."
I think most of us understand that if someone has 1% doubt of the globe, we've already got them.
Yeah. That part is beautiful because I have seen that that's the safe answer that everybody gets, which is it apparently seems to go to ride very nicely, which is, it's like, no, I'm not, but I'm open-minded. Even he was like, I'm open-minded to different ideas. And I'm really, without saying, it's like, oh no, I'm confirmed. It's like, all right, there's a reason why we call it in the closet for a reason.
You're right. I got you. Yeah, absolutely. No, so over the years, I'll give you my experience. Over the years, I have stopped being a flat earther, and I am just an Earth experiencer because I don't know what the Earth is. In its whole, to say that it has a shape. All I know is that everywhere we measure is flat, but I don't know what Earth is to say it is an object that we can measure or quantify. And I just wanted to get your thoughts on like that kind of thinking, because for me,
no, that's fine.
Right.
That's fine. I'll be the first. You've heard me say it. I'm the first one to be like, look, I can't tell you exactly where the sun is, or the moon is, or what exactly the shape is. If remember, I started out way back in the day with the Orlando Ferguson map, which was the 1800s map, which was kind of shaped like a roulette table. And then almost immediately, people called up, from beaches, and they were shooting long distance. Like, no, man, his tabletop flat. Plus, you can't say roulette table. And I said, why can't I say roulette table? It's like, well, because all the numbers of roulette table add up to 666. And it's like, and they do. And it's like, okay. It's like, all right, so I can't. But I don't know. No, I don't mind at all. It's like I will throw out kind of like David does when he does his interviews. It's like, I'll throw out some ideas of what I think it probably is, but I'm not gonna live or die, or was it die on that hill, whatever it is. For me, I still think it's a dome structure inside a square box, only because engineering relies on right angles. Everything has to be squared off in the end.
Right. So you would be of the opinion that you're of the opinion that it's probably a structure.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm still a believer that it's a structure that was built, and that the illusion of what we see in the sky is all that's really needed. Again, I had this discussion with somebody yesterday where I said, like, I'm not calling God lazy. I'm saying that if 99.9999% of the people believe the illusion that's in the sky, why do you have to build space? Why do you have to build a solar system? Why do you have to build any of that crap?
Okay, so like you go into what is the dome that you go into and you see the stars in the sky? The planetarium. So you go into a planetarium. You're on a flat foundation, but you look up and you can experience the entire night sky that you would experience in the entire night sky. And a lot of people don't understand the concept of what we see up there doesn't have to be material.
Right.
It doesn't have to be anything that they think it is. There's no way to go up there, test it, no way to go up there and prove it or anything like that. So I would say if you were doing deduction, that would be a logical deduction.
Yeah, and again, if you took an Amish person and blindfolded them, a pure Amish person that didn't know anything about anything, I'm not picking on the Amish people, I'm just saying, they limit their exposure deliberately. If you pulled one of those people and put them in a planetarium and took off the blindfold, you'd blow their minds. And it'd be like, what am I looking at? It's like, it's the night sky. And it's like, really? Is it? It's like, no, it's an illusion. So the question is, I mean, you know what we can do with our special effects and technology. I mean, planetariums have been around, my God, for a long time.
200 years?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, come on. When I was growing up.
Just the modern ones.
Yeah, the modern ones, I mean, come on. They couldn't even get people to go to them. So the weekends they would do like Laser Zeppelin and Laser Floyd, and everybody would get hammered. And there you go. Yeah.
He said he would.
But for me, yeah, the structure is it seems to resonate with people only because when I do interviews, it's weird. Some people gravitate towards, not trying to use that word there deliberately. Some people are drawn to the snow globe idea. That seems to be the most common because everybody knows what a snow globe is. But I remember a radio show guy that said, "Oh, pizza box." And I go, you know what? If that's what your audience, goes for, pay, sure, pizza box. It didn't even occur to me because I was saying that it doesn't have to be very high at all. It just has to be wide, like it has to be like a shallow sports stadium and whatever. And so people, whatever resonates with them is what I generally go with. I try to adapt to whatever audience I'm talking to.
Right.
So again, if they say, snow globe, it's like, oh yeah, snow globe. And then I try to modify. I go, I don't think the arc has to be as high, but you get it. In fact, there's been sci-fi movies over the years and sci-fi books that have talked about, a world inside a snow globe. This is not what gets me is, sorry, I don't want to ramble here. No, you're good. But
no, you're fine. We're fine. We're giving you the floor today.
This is not a new concept in the sci-fi world. And I treat it kind of like lottery tickets. It's like I will say this world has amazing writers and amazing creative minds. And we've written about just about every possible variation of reality that there is. Wouldn't it make sense that one of those lottery tickets is right? And if it is, I think it's this one. I mean, even Rod Serling from The Twilight Zone covered several episodes like this. Outer Limits absolutely covered an episode because I used one of their clips in my show, and that was
one of the episode.
Oh, the Outer Limits episode.
One of the best. Yes, not
the '90s Outer Limits, by the way. The
Rod Serling ones. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no. Rod Serling.
Yeah. That was Twilight Zone. I'm sorry, but the 1960s.
Yeah, the 1960s. There was an Outer Limits episode where they created this simulated world, and inside this chamber, and it was domed. It wasn't a globe. It was this dome structure. And they say, oh, yeah, everything down there is in a speedy, a sped up evolutionary state. And we've got everything correct. And it's just like this world. Right. But they didn't, make the jump. So it's like, oh, yeah, like our dome, that sort of thing. But anyway, it's not a new concept. So I love the fact that people, they're finally kind of getting it and I don't want to necessarily awkwardly transition over into virtual, but come on, what bugged me was when the Matrix, which is now 24 years old, God, I'm old. The Matrix came out, people thought it was cool, but so many people didn't get it. You know, it's like, oh yeah, virtual reality, man. It's like he dodges bullets, but they didn't understand the concept of it, which is, virtual worlds are all built flat. Which is, like, it doesn't matter what you play, whether there's a GTA or Minecraft or Fortnite or whatever BS thing is out there.
Yes, they're all flat. Unless you're playing Space Engineers, which has an extremely complicated gravity system in it that will bog your computer down trying to operate.
Right.
Because simplicity is up and down, not down from every angle.
Right. And again, if programmers will, that when they build stuff, like Fortnite or GTA, they make it as easy for them as possible. And whatever they can get, hey, it's Dennis.
Yes.
And what I was getting at was they make it easy for people because because programmers are lazy. They're notoriously lazy. And again, not calling God lazy. I'm just saying if the player isn't going to notice subtle things, like, oh yeah, by the way, it's not a globe, then that's what you do. You don't. They're not going to notice the old argument which I was throwing. It's like, look, in that game in the distance, you see a mountain. If your character is never going to the other side of that mountain, do you draw the other side of the mountain? No. Why would you? Why would you ever do that? And anyway, it goes from there. Sort of, yeah. Sort of rambling.
Optimize the space that you have for what you intend, and I think largely people don't understand that whatever made the environment had an intent behind it, and what they might reckon is beyond that might have been outside the intent of whoever made it. And so it's pointless to even really speculate about it, because you're speculating on the mind of the creator of that system.
Yeah, which is a whole longer conversation. Yeah,
much longer conversation. So what we do here is which we do make exceptions plenty of the time, especially on Sundays. We have speculation Sundays where everyone's kind of allowed to, go whatever way they want to. They can talk about electricity, the ether, the construction of like the dome and all this other stuff if they want to. Typically, like from my point of view, I'm a hardcore zetetic. That is, I have no model. I am content with thinking that the Earth is all that exists, that is the nature of existence, is the environment of Earth, until I can know more, right? Sure. So I know that's not a common mindset, because most people, I think, visualize in their mind what they're thinking about, instead of removing that and just having the experience of it, and then just doing the formula and the math that goes along with it.
Right.
And so it is refreshing sometimes to hear a more optimistic view of having like a structure to kind of think about, to look at. And I think for the average person, I think that works really well. It does actually work really well.
For the most part, which is the reason why there's so many more women in flat Earth than there are any other, alternative thinking, is because, and they've all told me the same thing, which is, oh yeah, it's a message of hope. Because if this is a structure and we're not an accident, we aren't some residue from the Big Bang, then it was built for a reason. And they seem to see that as what you said, optimistic. I appreciate a good dystopian dark, we're just batteries being farmed by a higher thing. But at the same time, I like the other side, which is potentially, it's a learning experience, but either way, it was made for us specifically, and it definitely wasn't an accident. And yes, right now we're the only thing that is, and where we go, what the rest of the mystery unfolds. I'm champing at the bit to find out. So.
Yeah. Well, what are your plans? Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Somebody had a question. Go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah. I was just going to say, do you think most people default to a dome based on how we see the celestial bodies, meaning we see kind of in a spherical way, an azimuthal grid? Do you think that's why people default to dome?
Yeah, 70-30 seem to default to the dome. I mean, again, you type in ancient cosmologies into Google and hit images, you'll see all of them that are out there. All they drew the same freaking thing. because if you're tracking, again, go back 1,000 years or 500 years or whatever. If you're tracking a group of stars, like, oh yeah, it seems to be going in an arc. Well, they all seem to be going over an arc, and then you work out the patterns for yourself. It's like first thing that comes to mind, of course, is going to be a dome. The only people that I've run it, I can't speak for the group that I'm talking to now, but the only people that seem to go against the dome are the people that don't like to be, and I hate to use like a hippie term, but don't like to be fenced in, man. It's like, why are you being all Captain Bring Down, man? It's like it should be unlimited everywhere, which is fine. I get it. It's like there shouldn't be a dome, and it's like, yeah, but then you still got to deal with that whole vacuum versus the whole gas pressure or thermodynamics issue. It's like,
see, in that case, I would say they're trying to infer motives for why it was built. Right. So maybe what they want doesn't have anything to do with the intent behind it.
Right.
And so it's just not going to be the way they want it, and that's just the way it is. Right.
Yeah, and it's fine, but most people, tend to, because of the whole pressure issue, tend to kind of go like, all right, well, you got to resolve it one way or the other, so you might as well go with that.
Right. So it's like, even though I say I'm a hardcore zetetic, I immediately know that whatever it is or whatever we experience has to be enclosed, because we have 14.7 psi at ground level and we have 0.011 psi at 150,000 feet.
Yeah.
So
and again,
it has to be contained.
Yeah, absolutely has to be contained. And in fact, I had a discussion with a physicist at a film festival, which really she made me think in a different direction. But I came up with an analogy for it, which is that because I've literally had physicists say, well, it's such a light pressure difference when you get out there that it doesn't mean much. It's like, oh, it's like 1 psi or less, when you get up, towards the edge of space. And it's like, yeah, but actually that would even work worse against you. It's the box argument. So you take it like just a normal cardboard box, you put some packing popcorn in it, and you put one piece of tape on the bottom of that box, and you pick it up. Packing popcorn holds, no problem whatsoever. Fine, put the box back down, put a bunch of books on top of that, heavy books on top of that packing popcorn. Try to pick it up. What happens? The books will just rip through the packing popcorn down. You're saying, what's the point? And my point is that you've got 14 psi, rounding, down here, but one up above that 14. Everything's going to push up. Vacuum doesn't care. Doesn't care. It's going to rip everything, and it's still going to rip it instantly. It's not going to be this gradual thing. Don't tell me it's like, oh, it just teases the 1 psi up there at the edge of space. Bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Because it's going after it. Because it's going after everything. It's going after everything from the 1 down to the 14, and grab the oceans to boot. It's going to rip everything off. Everything that's caught in the atmosphere.
Right. There's also the fallacy of assuming that because a statistic starts at a certain number and it increases or decreases along a pattern, that it is going to infinitely increase or decrease. But what happens when your dollar amount gets to zero? Like let's say you go from $14 and you watch a pattern going down to zero. Is -0 actually real? It's not.
Ah, there you go. Yeah.
Right. It's not a real, it doesn't, negative doesn't actually exist. And so there's this fallacy that, oh, we're going from 14 to lower, so it must turn into a vacuum eventually, which is completely fallacious thinking. And I've always looked for the Mark Twain quote that specifically references that, because I know he doesn't have anything good to say about statistics, but he also doesn't have anything good to say about statistical models. And he said something specifically about that, about thinking that a number that goes on must go on infinitely.
I don't think I've ever heard that one.
I've been hunting for it. I can't remember what it was. I read it probably 25 years ago. I'm 42 now, so.
I know, that's all right. Look up the last video I made about a song that I didn't figure out for 42 years, and I just figured it out. So you'll get it eventually.
I'm going to figure it out eventually. Did you want? There's a Glober who asks something in chat.
Yeah. Go ahead.
He says, "You think there's a vacuum beyond the dome or something?"
Why? Okay, that's a wonderful argument. Which is, if you have a dome, thank you, by the way, for mentioning it's like if there is a dome. Why would there have to be anything outside of the dome? Meaning, if space is simulated, if you're living in a giant planetarium, why does there still have to be space at that point? It's one of the oldest arguments, one of the oldest things that drives us nuts, which is It's either a dome sitting in space or a flat pancake asteroid sitting in space. It's like, why does there have to be space? Who told you there was space? If you went to a planetarium and said that's space, you could actually convince some people. But we know better because it's just lights on the ceiling. We were there when they turned the lights off. So no, for me, it's like, no, there doesn't have to be a vacuum outside of the dome, because if you even say there's a dome, that's the whole point. The whole point of the dome being there is that, because if there isn't, the vacuum model, we'll just say the heliocentric model, would fail. Absolutely just fail. So there has to be a dome. But once the dome's in place, that's all you need at that stage. So why would there have to be anything past that? So,
Right.
But it's a good question. Thank you for asking like that.
Chris, do you have any questions? Don't want to put you on the spot. Jedi is one of our OG. He's been around for as long as I have too. I don't know if he's on, if he's listening in.
Yeah. No, I'm here.
All right, here he is.
Hi guys. Hi Mark. How you doing?
Hey, good.
Yeah, good to see you as well, buddy. No, I haven't got any questions. You kind of answered everything from your kind of standpoint, man. So it was a really fantastic kind of interview. So I'm kind of glad that you came in and shared some of your experiences and what you thought about the flat Earth. Maybe I could ask you, maybe, being as you jumped in this Discord server and we're kind of on the front line, as kind of you are, your videos kind of helped many people awaken to the flat Earth a long time ago. So being as you and I have got a shared experience of, say, being in this kind of domain for 7, 8, 9, 10 years, myself, Venus, yourself, and everybody in the server, what do you think's been the more fascinating turning point for you? What type of argument do you use now when you're talking to people about the flat Earth that you didn't have or you didn't talk about, say, 8, 9, 10 years ago? Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Oh no, yeah, I do. The five science questions that I dealt a few years ago before the pandemic, that sort of galvanized me in terms of what I threw at people, which I didn't really throw at people in the clues. You remember when we made the clues were very vague. There was no math in the clues. I didn't talk about long distance photography. I was just connecting the dots on something that I thought was real, and really was kind of hoping that somebody else would jump in, and who knew that there would be so many people that would come up with all sorts of stuff that were way beyond me. My favorite of all time, of course, I'll give you the two. So when somebody asks, it's like, okay, what really turns people, right? What gets people into it almost always in the community is long distance photography, because it's so easy, right? It's easy to understand. You just could take a camera, go out to any body of water, you start shooting, and that's what people did literally since day one. For me, two things, variants of this, which is what convinced me to actually publish the Flat Earth Clues, was the Antarctic Treaty, which, again, most people don't even know exists. However, it's not the best selling point because it still just confuses people, because it leaves people with more questions than anything else, which is fine. The argument, if I try to go against Globers, is the pressure issue. That is by far, because it's easy to understand if you word it right, which is, again, if you're sitting in your room and you turn whatever's above you in your second floor into a small vacuum chamber and you pull the valve on that, what happens, right? It's instant. It's violent. In fact, there's horrible stories out there from deep sea, divers and oil wells issues. Pressure differential is no joke. It's awful. It's not like the movies in any way, shape, or form. It's ruined the end of Aliens for me. But my point there was, and I say, so the air goes upstairs. It goes instantly up from your room upstairs, instantly. I go, so when you go outside, because no globalist has ever come back with me on this one. And I say, when you go outside, why is your atmosphere still here instead of not, being ripped off into space? And people in, the knee-jerk reaction, the only reaction is always, and will always be, that gravity. I go, well, you mean the same gravity that couldn't keep the air in your room from going upstairs? That gravity. And I actually had a guy stutter, and he almost said, he goes, yeah, but there's more gravity. And I was like, no, it's not this. This is not the same thing. So that for me is my big sticking point, which is no one can answer it. It's like, okay, what keeps our atmosphere here? And what happens at the bleeding edge of space? No one can talk about it. That's my big thing. Beyond the laser test and beyond the other stuff, that's my big thing. 'Cause you can explain it without without slides or anything, people kind of get it. But then you do have to show them eventually what a vacuum is. The only reason why, one of the big things reason why that argument didn't go further is because unfortunately a vacuum is still invisible. I'm sitting here talking in a giant mixture of nitrogen and a little bit of oxygen, right? But if you took it all away, it'd look the same. I mean, I'd be dead, but it would look the same, and that drives me insane. So it's tough to throw that out there. Sorry, that was a bit of a ramble. Hopefully you saw where I was going with that.
No, that's fine, and I appreciate your answer because, say, for example, myself and Meme, who have been talking about this like yourself for a very long time now, it is as simple as long-distance observations, how far we can see. The argument kind of in that instance hasn't changed, but maybe the way that we talk about it has. And say, again, for the way that you first brought up NASA, and Antarctica, and then kind of the fourth wall and how NASA kind of lies to you and all of those types of things. That can be easily taken away with understanding how a football works or a tire works or gas pressure works.
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah, the fundamental points haven't changed, but the way that we talk about them and understand them has.
I also like, by the way, the something that came out. I think just before the pandemic was the that whole black swan argument. The oil rigs, which actually I'm really close to down here in California. The oil rigs offshore. The 6 miles and 10 miles out. But again, the things that we miss that are right in front of us, it's like, oh no, by the way, the horizon's behind them. And it's like, and to where I've had people come back and be globalists, and I don't want to pick on them, they say, oh, no, that's not the real horizon. The real horizon's in front, and it's invisible. And I was going, okay, all right, now you're reaching. Now you're kind of, that's kind of a stretch. But I like that. I love the black swan argument because it's quick and it drives people insane. What I've said earlier, which is, I wish there were more and better troll channels that would just keep hammering on us. But I know everything for a reason. We'll get there. So
we do talk about on this server the black swan, say 5 to 10 times a day on a good day.
I bet. It's a great argument.
It really, really is. So it's fantastic that we can have that type of shared experience with you, because ultimately, type of different ends of the spectrum when talking about the flat Earth. So you've been in it for a long time, and in the way that you do it, and we speak about these things here too. And it's so for the first time that you've come in and you've spoken to us, it's nice to have that.
Well,
we talk about the same things.
Yeah. Oh no, we're on the same page. I let me close with this. The community I've said since day one, which is I'll steal from your neck of the woods. Again, it's kind of like the Scottish Highlands, which is why I think I put it in the clues, which is we don't agree on a lot of things, like the Scottish Highlands. We'll hack each other to bits. Well, at the end of the day, oh no, if the English are standing there on the other side of the field, we all have a common enemy. So the community is so open to a lot of different things, and in the end, we the only reason we even have conferences and meetups and stuff like this is like no, the globe doesn't work. The globe model absolutely does not hold water. Play on words, literally does not hold water. So moving forward, that part of the community will keep it going. It will that might as well be our flag, is a globe with a big line through it. Not to steal from Globebusters, but it is kind of true.
Well, Mark,
well played play on words, Mark.
Thank you.
Well, I do appreciate you. I know you said you were closing out, so I'm going to assume that you had somewhere to get going to. I know you'll have a conference to get into.
We got the meetup right across the street. That's why I'm down here in Los Angeles.
You'll get the meetup. Feel free to Sonny or them. I'll show you. You can make an account here. We'll get you verified feel free to stop in on your own account anytime you want to.
Do me a favor to remind me, because I get a lot of stuff. What?
I got a CR code. Yeah.
Okay. Well, email me the info. My email address is on the is in the body of every video I make, the description box. Just shoot me an email reminder, and I'll do it. I'll absolutely do it.
Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely. Thanks for joining us, Mark, and have fun with Sonny and Flat Earth Professor.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
All right, guys.
I was pleasantly surprised. I was offline for a little bit, and all of a sudden I thought I heard Mark's voice, and I thought you guys were playing recording back, and I look and it says Flat Earth Dude icon. So I realized that Mark is with Flat Earth Dude, and hopefully Sunny is there too. And I'm
Yes,
I'm looking forward to joining you guys, and probably take me a couple hours. I'm waiting for my son-in-law to get here. He should be here in about less than an hour. We'll be headed out there.
All right. Thanks, you guys. That was cool, huh?
Thanks for bringing Mark on, man. Kudos to you.
Yeah, I mean, we went to breakfast. I'm like, dude, man, you got to say hi to my peeps, man.
Yeah, hey, you just made the short list. Congratulations.
All right, cool, man. No, I want to promote the server as best we can. I think it's just been absolutely dynamite for the last year. It's really going to a new level, and we just want more people to come by.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I will speak for Indio, CJ, and Jose. We really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, man. I'm going to put a CR code here at the meetup. People can scan it and join Flat Earth 24/7 Discord, and keep it growing.
Awesome.
All right, guys. I'll be back a little bit later. I'll check in. I'll get a few other Flat Earthers to come join us today as well.
All right. Awesome, man.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Man, that was awesome.
Squeaky mic. I've been waiting to move that mic for a while.
So
that'll make a good clip. That'll make a really good clip for an interview.
Yeah, definitely.
And we'll send the interview to Mark, and he can upload it on his channel.
I wanted to quickly thank him for being here and tell him how his Flat Earth clues were brilliant and like his other stuff that he does. So you want to change history and stuff like that, but he had to dip.
Oh, compliments to everybody in here. Compliments to absolutely everybody in here for not giving in to the impulse to unmute and shoot him with a billion questions.
I'm just going to say that today's going to be a monumental day for me. It was the clues that first opened up my eyes several years ago. I got turned on to that just shortly after the big meetup they had in Pasadena. And I've been bugging Mark by email for a while. Hey, let me know if there's something going on. And several months ago, he let me know about the meetup that's happening over at Renee's today. And that's where I took my P1000. I looked at those oil derricks, watched a little boat cruising around inside of there, and that's what sealed the deal for me. Everything logically seemed correct, but still, that's all hearsay. It's not until I went from actually believing to actually knowing. Mark is the one that opened my eyes. It was at Renee's house that I actually confirmed it. And so that was kind of like the beginning point and the end point of my journey seeking. And it's going to be nice having both of those two guys together at the same place today. I'm looking very much forward to it.
Yeah. And that was a pleasant interview. I know a lot of people have the problems with Mark. I don't. Mark's a good ally.
Was definitely not the time to bring it up, even if there was.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was nice to have that. Thank you very much, Meme, for controlling that. I thought you did really, really well, mate, and holding the fort down and asking relevant questions and leading the directions and letting him speak about, good, relevant stuff and opening it up to the floor, and the questions that were asked were good. I'm glad I got to ask mine, mate, so thank you for asking me.
I knew you would have a good question. I've never done an interview before, so I just kind of went with what I thought should be relevant, should be asked, and for informational purposes, and an invitation back. So I think that went generally well. So
Mark has to be the most famous. I call him Mr. Flat Earther, not disrespectfully, but he's been on mainstream television stations throughout the world. So in a sense, he's done a fantastic job at representing Flat Earth. And of course, Mark always encourages people to ask their own questions and to sort of follow their own path. Definitely one of the main men in Flat Earth. When people look back, and how are you doing, by the way, Chris? When people look back, and let's say the Flat Earth, stationary Flat Earth is revealed, exposed, or whatever, then they'll look back for people who were predominant at the time when there was all this controversy. And of course, Mark will be up there.
Mark, whether anyone likes it or not, Mark is the PR. He is the PR face of Flat Earth, whether anyone likes it or not.
You've got, I think you can put two people up there, Mark Sargent and Eric DeBay. Yeah. It's going to be one of those two people that you're going to...
Mark Sargent.
Yeah.
Eric Eric Dubay is a dark, brooding weirdo.
Oh yeah, of course. But when you're talking about back in the day, those type of
Back in the day, yes.
who you were going to find, it was those two. Wasn't
Yes.
anyone else. And I was on the side of, say, Mark Sargent, Hiding God with the Biggest Lie Ever Told, Flat Earth Clues, and then Eric Dubay. So it doesn't necessarily matter which order, but say, for example, if Eric had come in here, I think that the server itself, yourself, and everybody else kind of acted in a good, according way for somebody of, say, that caliber, quote unquote, to come in. It was Mark fucking Sargent, for fuck's sake, guys. I mean, that's pretty cool.
So I'm going to be a little self-conscious here. I do need Joe to tell me, did I handle that interview? Because I immediately switched to that mode. Did I handle that interview okay?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah. I tried to tell you at least on 2 times that I can remember, mate, that you did that very well. You handled the server, you represented the server. You remember what you said yesterday about having to stand back a little bit when certain people came in. Today, somebody else came in where maybe you had to come and represent the server and take the lead. So I thought you'd done that very well, and you should be very proud of yourself, mate. Well
I came in just in time. I feel like I came in just in time. I was like, oh, all right, I can do my job.
Me too.
I wish I would have caught more of it. I wish I would have caught more of it. I didn't turn the volume up until just the last few minutes of it. I had it on mute because I was doing other stuff.
Feel free to go clip it. I may even go clip it.
Oh, meme. I think it should be clipped, and I think you should.
Yeah, it should be clipped, and we should post this. We should put this on our Flat Earth Wiki, which I posted in the chat. Yeah, we'll spread this around much as we can. We'll send it over to Oakley and all them, and get this interview out there. I mean, it's not like a hard hitting Flat Earth interview. It's an interview between one Flat Earther to another Flat Earther about what essentially some journey stuff, some what he's doing that day, what his ideas are, and that's about it. It was an in crowd interview.
It's interesting as well, right? Because he's been around in this a little bit longer than us, but we've been around a long time, meme. Right? It feels like it now, like since 2015, since his video. So we're in 2023 now. We've been in this journey, kind of together on opposite ends of the spectrum. We've been on that journey together, man. So it was nice to talk about that a little bit as well, what it's like to be flat earthers and what we talk about, now as opposed to back then. That was pretty cool.
I think a lot of us forget too that this isn't our movement. We don't own it. There's no authority. There's no authority. So Mark can be the promoter that he wants to be, just like Nathan Oakley can be the promoter he wants to be, and 24/7 can promote Flat Earth in the way that it wants to. So I know we take a much more, or we try to here with our culture, try to take a much more esoteric stance, a non-conclusion stance.
Sounds like freedom.
Yes.
One flat earth promoter to another. It's interesting, right? That's what we have to kind of take account for. We do represent the flat earth. So it's nice when we
anti-science educators. Anti-pseudoscience educators.
Yeah, I didn't realize you were doing an interview there, meme. That's why I asked him the question.
Oh, okay. When did you come in while Mark was in here?
Yeah, I just came in and heard the voice and then realized and recognized it was him. So I just asked him the single question. I didn't realize you were doing an interview with him.
Oh, you know what, Napalm? I think you cut completely out. You didn't even come through on voice.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the gods must have been like, nope. Barely.
Yeah, exactly. Barely.
Muted by the god.
I just wanted to say, since I found this place, I haven't seen a single Flat Earth documentary. Sorry to say that. It's been years ago since I found this place. I just talk with y'all and I get my mind blown. I'm on other servers too, but the same difference. It's all the same difference to me.
Well,
I haven't seen a single Flat Earth documentary in a few years because I learn every day on this Discord.
You'll find we don't post a lot of documentaries either, like in the chat and stuff. We don't post a ton of YouTube videos, like go watch this video, because we really believe that all this stuff should be in your head. You should be able to have recall to all of these things, because you're not going to be an effective proponent of anything if it's not something that you can recall and understand top to bottom, backwards to front.
I agree. I just thought
We already got all that. It's at the bottom, anyways.
Yeah.
Already stored.
I'll give that most people have watched one individual Mark Sargent movie once, maybe twice. If they didn't get it the first time, maybe I'll watch that again. But ultimately, it's just a reference and a starting point, right? From those videos onwards, you then go and start discovering, asking questions for yourself.
I'm just saying I respect this Mark Sargent dude a lot. I mean, I respect him a lot. I was just saying I haven't been seeing any documentary. I mean, people have to come here for me to know who they are. That's all. But I keep hearing the name a lot, and that's super cool he was here. I'm not trying to be. I think it's awesome. It's super awesome he was here. I was just saying maybe I'm under a rock now in a way, figuratively speaking. I don't watch YouTube at all. I share YouTube stuff that people share. I bounce things around, but
No.
I was just gonna say I didn't realize it was like the interview format. I think I did come through in voice because I asked him the question about people defaulting to the dome, and he seemed like he answered it.
Well, it was really off the cuff. I mean, it was instant. It was, hey, I'm Mark Sargent, and I was like, okay, I need to be really professional about this.
Oh, nice.
And
Did
it was
anybody
just
happen to ask him like where his? Because I don't know if I've heard him articulate this, like where his journey like first actually started. Like, what was the first granule or nugget of information that got him even thinking in a specific direction regarding the Earth possibly not being a globe?
He has answered that question. If you watch his first Flat Earth Clues video, he says it right in there.
Oh, okay.
He
I
says
think
it
I watched.
in there.
I mean, I
It's actually an interesting
8 years
story.
ago or
I've been
something.
here from the start as well.
And
Mark was inspired with all his clues, and he literally says it. He was in bed one night and he just had this sort of inspiration, this rush of motivation and information download, I guess, and out comes the clues. So it's a very interesting story, definitely a very interesting story. I would have liked to ask him about his map of choice, which is the Orlando Ferguson map, but that's a different matter as well. But yeah, I missed it all actually, but it's okay. I've spoken to Mark before and I've heard lots of interviews as well. But yeah, very good. That's his story though, isn't it? Meme, isn't that his story that he was inspired?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Pete. Yeah, because you've been around a while, and like Mark's story was in the beginning. There was Mark Sargent, Rob Skiba, and there was Eric Dubay. Eric Dubay is the
Math
oldest.
Powerland.
Yes, Math Powerland. But for content, Math Powerland really isn't in the group because Powerland did not make content that was readily able to be digested by a public at large. It was a little too artistic.
He fell off quick. He went into the
Are you forgetting ODD?
trying to.
His time, maybe.
Yeah, he fell off pretty quick. Like that was the first interaction that I had with anybody that was actually discussing the topic online or whatever, or not interaction, but the first I guess video you could say that I saw was Math Powerland. I guess about whenever he first 2014-15 timeframe. So yeah, he was around initially, and then it became like a whole drama thing, and people started doing weird stuff.
Yeah, that's one reason I'm glad that the Four Horsemen we were able to wrest control of some of this direction because there was a lot of infighting. People were like, "No, there's some number and Metatron and all this other nonsense."
Oh, yes.
And just
Really, did you know that Mark's first interview was on radio?
You're cutting out, Pete.
Pete,
fakeologist back this way.
Pete, the gods don't favor you, Pete.
Like that.
The gods don't favor you, Pete. Reconnect.
Yeah,
Okay,
you're a robot.
sorry.
Can I say something?
I mean, that drama is kind of the reason why I literally never interacted with the community at all up until 2 years ago or something like that.
Yeah, we don't like the drama here. That was one of our missions. One of our modus operandi was no drama. People who start drama, we quickly get rid of. Now, Smurf had a question.
Hey, I just wanted to say that I binge watched a bunch of YouTube videos around 2015, 2016. it became obvious the Earth is flat. But then after a few years, I stumbled into this server when I was hammered drunk. But side note, I haven't had a drink other than my birthday. I haven't had a drink in roughly 1 year now. But I did hang out here.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I hung out here.
Commiserations.
Commiserations.
I'm sorry, I was an alcoholic, a real bad alcoholic. But I wanted to say that y'all were like a family to me, and that you kept me from going mad. And when I figured out that they lied to me about the shape of reality, y'all kept me from going insane. Even though I was a drunk, y'all kept me from losing my mind. And if it wasn't for this place, I don't even know if I'd still be alive.
Well, it's like I try and tell people to think of it in a more positive way. If you didn't live with that lie, what would you ever wake up to?
What? If I didn't live with that lie,
If we didn't live with that lie, what would you ever wake up to?
I don't know.
You never would.
You never know, would you?
That's true. You got to be asleep before you wake up, right?
You have to be asleep. Maybe part of our existence here is tailored that we are stuck behind a veil and we don't understand things. And the deceptions that we choose to believe and the deceptions we put on ourselves and we put on each other are part of the nature of what we need to go through.
I'd like to make a parallel or analogy of this place. I look at this place like a brain, and we're each like individual brain cells. And I needed to come here because alone in the world with this truth that the Earth is flat, I had to come here, and I feel blessed that y'all are here. And I'm trying to find words for something that's actually indescribable, but I look at this place and other servers on here as my family, and I just want to thank each of you that are on the same journey that I'm on, searching for the truth. I don't know what I would do without y'all. This is the truth. If it wasn't for this place, I would have drank myself to death, and I was drinking myself to death. It also required the assistance of the local neighbors and people to pull me out of that. So, but this place, if it wasn't for this place, I'm sure I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be speaking at all. And so,
Smurf. Yeah, I've been around on this server for a while, so I know what you're speaking of. I've kind of witnessed your journey for a while now, my friend. Since you joined the server, so it's nice that you show the appreciation and love when you do come in here, man, and express what it's meant to you within your journey and so on, mate. So. Yeah, I appreciate that, man, and kind of back at you. Yeah, we appreciate having you around, man, for sure. Love having you around. No worries.
I love you, bro. Thank you, and a lot of y'all, each of you. I don't know what I would have done without this place, but I thank God every day that I'm above the ground.
I appreciate you too, Smurf. Now, if you could replenish the snacks in the back, that'd be great.
Roger that. I'll be on that right away, sir. You like coffee today?
Good, man. Well done.
Here, I'm gonna post something for you. And oddly enough, it's from a video game.
I'll click on that, but I want to share my favorite meme also. Give me a moment.
Am I coming through clear?
Yeah, you're okay, Pete.
Yeah. Okay. If there's a lot, all I was trying to say was that Mark Sargent, his first interview was over at fakeologistradio.com, where I was a member. There was a scant few of us as well, but we're definitely talking about flat Earth before that. And there's lots of different politics going on within, and the anti-flat earther Simon Chack, who solved 9/11, is an anti-flat earther. So yeah, that sort of led to the breakup of the group. But yeah, that was Mark Sargent's first interview. And
sorry, Pete, can you do me a favour? When you say Mark Sargent's first interview, can you put a year on that for me? Like, it's actually
I think
15, 14, 13. When was that?
Yeah, it was either, Chris, it was either 2014 or 2015.
It was 14. It was the end of 2014, towards the end of it, later in the year.
Yeah. Ecologist Radio, and David Weiss also came on shortly before they broke onto the theme, and it was all about the same topic, flat Earth, and I guess, well, I mean, what do we make of any characters? That's an individual thing at this stage. I have certainly lots to say, but yeah, Mark is an ambassador for Flat Earth. It's all about getting the word out, isn't it? Isn't that what it's all about? What's the true nature of our reality comes beyond us realizing as individuals that we're not living on a spinning ball Earth as given. So that's the sort of the deeper layers to the onion. But I think Mark is loaded with clues myself. He tells us he's a prepper. So Mark Sgt. Prepper led me to Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, the Beatles, and also more particularly to Alice in Wonderland, which is what the Sgt. Pepper's is about, walk through Alice in Wonderland. But that's a different story. But I'm not raging I missed him. I actually met No One's Flower, if anyone knows No One's Flower. Nora, who's a friend of Mark's and Patricia's. I met her here in Limerick. So very lovely girl, yeah. But anyway, yeah, not to talk too much. If I was here, I would have just asked Mark genuinely about his map of choice, which is the Orlando Ferguson map, which at first glance, first appearance, very weird. Why would you choose that to be a flat Earth map when there's curves all around? You know what I mean?
We'd have to save that one for a Sunday. Speculation Sunday. You know we love maps around here, Pete.
Oh, well.
We reject all maps. At least we reject all world maps.
I think it's all a game of clues, and we have all the pieces together to put the map of the Earth together. All the pieces in play to put the map of the Earth together. That's what I really think, honestly. I think it's like a duality of this existence we're in. You can't have the lie without the truth. You can't have the up without the down. And I wonder, is the truth a temporary, partial truth? I think it has to be. You know what I mean? It has to be. We can never encompass the greater truth. We can just deal in sort of partial truths. So I think the clues are laid for us all along. And rather than throw out everything that the spinning ball or heliocentric Big Bang model has to invert it, turn it upside down, because we're all in the rabbit hole. Everything is inverted, everything is mirrored, and then see where that leads you. You know, in terms of greater model building, if you're interested in that. I'm not interested in that at all. Actually.
Yeah, you already know what I'm going to say about any model building. No models. No paradigm at all. That's my paradigm is no paradigm.
Yeah.
My structure is no structure.
That's what the ballers are always looking for, Beam. Of course they are. Show us your map. We have our complete model here. Show us yours. You're going. I don't need to show you fuck all, man, to show you that you're dead wrong in all of your reckonings. But I guess it's sort of like, are you curious? Are you curious as to what is the actual setup or the layout?
Right, Pete. That's why sometimes you'll hear me say falsification does not require replacement.
Sure. Absolutely.
Right, absolutely. And so there's this replacement ideology, which I believe there's a fallacy. I'm not sure which one it is, where the requirement of replacing a theory requires a theory to replace it.
Yes,
and I'm not sure what the fallacy is called. I don't know if Crypto were here, he'd probably be able to tell me, because he's got all the fallacies memorized. But
I think you had it correct.
I know that it's fallacious.
I think you had it correct, first of all, in your own description. And obviously, yes, it is fallacious on the face of it. That in other words, if in order to recognize a lie, you have to have the truth. That's ridiculous. That's stupid. You know what I mean? But that's what the ballers rely on. Otherwise, they're going to go with their model, which is full and complete in all of its insanity.
See, ballers don't accept that you'll never have the truth. Not in this life.
Well,
Well, think about it. Let me put it like this, Pete, so that I can qualify what I say. So, in this life, in the temporal, physical world that we live in, we do not have an omniscient ability to experience it from the outside.
Sure.
And since we live in the world and not out of the world, we can't do that. And so we will never have all the truth. All we can do in this life is seek truth. We can seek it, but the ultimate, absolute end-all, be-all of truth, we will never find, and that's the purpose. And because we never max out, we can always keep leveling up, but we have infinite levels that we can go through.
Right.
So the only time we'll find out the truth once our physical lives perish.
Right. I absolutely agree with everything you just said there. I really do. The thing I would say, though, is because this exists, this life as we experience here in the material realm is such a limited part of the greater truth that has to come, right? I think we can all appreciate that. And maybe we have the ability to wrap our minds, our hearts, our guts around this, what this material venture we were after entering into entails, just in a general, maybe a broad general sense.
See, what if the only way to truly experience heaven or the hereafter or whatever you want to call it, what if the only way to experience that is to go through your life as inhabiting a physical body, so that your ego can obtain all these experiences, so that we have some kind of frame of reference for when we become divine beings.
Right.
We shuffle off this mortal coil.
Very good, man. I would tell you this: a foundation from once it came to flat Earth, of course, then is I live forever, or at least I have the potential. It doesn't matter. There's something else going on. So now, when I look at everything pertaining to this realm, and even this journey that my mind is on, or my being is on, I look for the clues. I understand that there's nothing new. Everything is laid out before us because it's just a sort of a scant journey through our greater existence. Do you know what I mean? So that's where I think that there's it's almost like a consolation, you know what I mean? That I think that maybe we can come to terms with some things if we should just ask the appropriate questions as essences of the Creator, if we ask them within the proper context of thinking.
Hey, Pete, this is the Pete I like, the one that's not being obstreperous shit to me.
I'm never obstreperous, unless there's reason. And sometimes you got to be obstreperous, right? But yes. That's my. I agree with you, then, Mimi. I think that's the essence of it all. Understand that there's not. See, the ballers sell us. The heliocentrists sell us the material only realm. You're nothing beyond. But take heart, your energy will still exist somewhere. You know what I mean? This sort of scant consolation. It's a song title there. But anyway.
Could somebody go in and get the timestamp for when Mark first came in? So that, because I'm probably going to rip the whole thing on OBS, get a high quality recording of it.
It's amazing. Just on a more general note, it's amazing, isn't it? It's almost like everything is. I have my own thoughts on this as well. Everything is laid out. But where are all the interviews now? You know what I mean? Where are flat earthers on mainstream televisions throughout the Western world or the civilized world? Not so much. Same with YouTube videos, isn't it, meme? Isn't it? You know, when you look now, you go and type flat, unless you know what you're looking for. What you're looking for, actually, most of those channels are gone anyway, but you get some sort of half-arsed defense of the ball earth and some mocking or ridicule videos. You have to really search deep for the average person, you know, till you find someone taking flat earth seriously. Which, of course, I'll just say, as us as flat earthers, we know no one who's ever come to flat earth can leave flat earth. There's no way you can do that. So the numbers will only ever and ever increase. But where is the representation? It seems like, it seems like a plan, doesn't it? It seems like a plan. It definitely is a plan, but to what end? To what end?
Well, you'll have to figure that out for yourself, Pete.
Yeah. Well, I think I have in a sense, but I'd like other opinions on it. Remember, Chris was talking about early 2015 or 2016. You had all of these different characters. Obama on stage mentioning flat Earth. You had YouTube recommendations all around. You had famous people coming out talking about it. But now it's sort of silencio, isn't it? On a greater level.
I would say.
I'll tell you what.
It seems about an hour and 10 from now on the live stream is when he came in.
Thanks. Let me go mark that.
Yep.
All right. I've got it opened up.
I guess now, Pete, say, for example, the flat earth has been spoken about for 7-8 years or so.
Yeah.
So now what we have is children being brought up on an internet environment where flat earth, or those censored, is available for everybody to talk about. So like we were talking a little bit earlier with Mark Sargent, that more people are talking about this stuff. It's happening at schools on kind of, say, lower and higher age groups. It's happening definitely in colleges and universities and so on. more and more people are talking about this. Quote unquote conspiracy theorists, no matter the number, would have come across this somewhere along the internet. So people are talking about it. They're primarily talking about the same things. I'll give you that as well. So old Mark Sargent videos, old Eric DeBay videos, old this, old that. What primarily is happening at the moment is the same thing that's been happening for, say, the last 4 or 5 years. Us, you, Nathan Oakley, a few other people on, YouTube, a few other personalities keeping the fire alive about flat Earth. So who's talking about it? That's us. Who's coming in? That's the people that are on the internet that have been subjugated to this topic whilst we still talk about what happened 15 years ago when we started finding out about it.
Yeah, I understand, Chris, and the one, just from coming back here, the one thing I do appreciate is the short. I said it the last time as well. The short shrift you give people. Playing the fool, although that doesn't work. Chris was on I heard Christopher from Scotland the other day, and I had to laugh because obviously he will engage with you, but it's just a repeating gig for him. So I was going to say that you generally apply short shrift to people who, at this stage you have to be thinking deeper about it, and you can easier see through people and their motivations. And someone else said it as well, and I do agree that the ballers now are actually the best friend to the flat earther, because anyone new coming in will see their ridiculous sort of position and their unjustified defense of something that can't be experienced. So it's all a cauldron, isn't it? It's all a melting pot. And I'm thinking, Chris, just that's what I'm saying. The individual mind can see a heaven in the near future. It has to be in the near future. Something's got to give, or a hell, I guess. And that's sort of the beyond, I guess, flat earth thinking, I guess, for people like us who have been here for so long. We don't need to go back to square one every new time, or we can't indeed go back in our mind to square one every time, because we are alive here. Right?
I think the final level up of getting into flat earth is not staying on flat earth.
Yeah.
I think flat earth is a direction you can take to thinking more I would say metaphysical about things.
Right.
And so really it's, if people have been, in flat earth for, 6, 7, 8 years, I would feel like at some point they need to move beyond that personally, because, I've moved well beyond it. For the past 3 years, I've been moved beyond it, but I still talk about it because it's fun, right? That's why I'm here, because it is fun. And so, I mostly think, to me, the most important thing is helping people understand how to think. Doesn't matter what they believe, so long as they know how to think. And if I can show someone, hey, maybe you should try thinking this way, maybe think this in reverse, turn the problem upside down, now let's look at it. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to win anybody over. I'm not trying to win an argument. And that's how you win, is by not trying to win.
Yeah. Oh, dude, that's the thing, man. Whoever cares the least about winning automatically wins in an argument, because the one who gets pissed off the most loses automatically, whether or not their argument's correct. They're the ones who are going to walk away in pain.
Right. And I mean, there's plenty of Stoic philosophers who will say it. Sun Tzu says it. What does Epictetus say? If anyone who can make you mad is your master.
Yep. They make you their bitch instantly.
Yes, you are immediately bitch made the moment you get mad.
Yep.
So that's why I do the hostile questions.
It's always a choice to be offended.
Yes.
I think there's always a varying amount of reasons why we do the things that we do, especially in this Discord server. I don't think it's just one. I think it always is reflective of the person that we're talking to, right? Because there's always an exchange. It's always about what that exchange is and whether it's positive and what you get out of it. So our conversations, memes, or anybody else that we know, love, and kind of trust within in the server and respect, when we're exchanging knowledge or friendship or those things, that's a good reason to be here. There's probably a good 5, 6, 7 reasons when somebody else not of this server comes into the server and what that exchange is like. Sometimes they're really positive, sometimes they're really negative as well.
Here, into the break, maybe my master. Who made this meme? Who made the soy jack, the soy face meme? I don't think they understand the format of the meme. The person holding up the phone in that meme is who's being insulted because they're soy jack. Does anybody know this?
No, I'm not. No.
Yeah, see, he's got the O face, the video game face, I've eaten too much soy and I'm holding up my phone to show you proofs. And this is a bad meme. Just gonna let everybody know that's a bad meme, and I'm not gonna delete it. This is why. Oh man, Lord.
You should write a tutorial on how to make good ones. Sorry.
No, because you know what? If you write a tutorial on how to make good memes, it's instantly cringe and you'll die.
Funny.
No, into the break. If the guy holding up the phone with the proof is the soy jack, he's the one being insulted. So what's happened is you've portrayed the flat earthers as being the screaming soy face. That's how that meme works. Just, No, I am 100% correct. I promise you, I have been on 4chan since 2007. And I've been on the internet since 1994. I promise. I promise that whoever's holding the phone up is the target. Because they're usually holding a phone up like showing you, look, why atheism is true or something. And it's always, that's the soy jack face. Yeah. So whoever's holding up the phone is the idiot. So just for future reference, guys. Jedi, you remember when I had that big meme contest?
Oh, how long ago was it?
And I never declared a winner?
No, you didn't, did you?
And I never held another one.
My head. Oh, okay. What's that?
And I never held another one.
Oh, okay. How many memes did you get in there? There was loads.
Hundreds. And it was like, guys, I know a lot of y'all aren't like internet savvy. But like a lot of these look like leftist memes where you're information dumping.
Okay.
And it's not like how memes work. In memetics, it's something that easily passes from one person to the other. And that person adopts and adapts it. Right? So that's what a meme is.
Okay, I understand. Interesting.
Sorry, I got cut off there. Just my own computer goes on to blink sometimes and just sort of shuts down. So apologies for that meme. So I sort of got the gist of what you were saying anyway. So I don't, unless you need to repeat it, I wouldn't expect that of you. But very interesting. I was just thinking, your name itself, Mark. It's a reference to Marcus Aurelius, who was a Roman philosopher, right? So is that the clue that you're offering us? Are we to look up Marcus Aurelius and some of his wise?
Yes. In fact, when I talk to young men, like I'm 42, and so whenever I give advice to men, like young men who are like 19, 20, 21, I give them the musings of Marcus Aurelius, in PDF format, or I give them the audiobook of it. And I say, you need to listen to this. This is how you need to have your mind. And then I tell them, don't get on the internet too much. Do not try and find women on dating sites. There are plenty of cute cashiers out there. Whatever you do is you need to spend your youth alone and working on yourself so that you understand how to live life alone, because a man is alone because he is the rock of any family, and so he has to be able to be alone to be able to be himself first.
Very good. That's so excellent, man. Do you think the man Marcus, or does it matter whether he existed or not?
Who?
Marcus Aurelius.
No, it doesn't even matter if he existed or not.
Yeah.
Are the writings true? Shakespeare said this.
Yeah. I think the same. Well, of course, referencing doesn't matter if Shakespeare, doesn't matter if Einstein existed as given, doesn't matter if Mark Sargent existed as given. Oh, that's a good question now. I don't think so. I
wouldn't call that a meme, Ross. I wouldn't even call that a meme, Ross.
Well, that's why I put it in quotations.
Yeah, it's not a meme.
Okay, well,
it's like
That's so. Thank you for that. That's so interesting. And maybe I should brush up. And maybe it's too late for me. I'm 51. Recently turned 51, which doesn't matter at all, of course. But yeah.
Well, another thing the Stoics said. Another thing the Stoics said is you have two lives to live. You have your first life, and then you start your second life when you realize you only have one life to live.
Yeah. Well, do you know something? YOLO. I was deeply... Of course, I think we go through these stages. I like to hear about chemtrails for the first time, or 9/11. I stood in a fish and chip shop here in Ireland telling everybody about... after I found out about 9/11 conspiracy for the first time, I totally bought Dmitry Kalazov. Interesting name. As I come to later realize, but I don't, in front of the chip shop. Listen, everyone was queuing up for chips, whatever. This is it's a small town in Ireland, in County Clare. And I said, listen, everyone, sorry to break this to you. I have to tell you some news. 9/11 didn't go down. 10 years later, for goodness sake. But I was just after realizing that there was a conspiracy which shook my whole world. But I stood before the whole crowd and talked to them how the buildings were taken down by thermonuclear explosions and how it explained everything, Dmitry Kalazov style. Now I'm always embarrassed, but I'm not embarrassed at the same time, because I realize it's sort of a step you have to come through and beyond. It's like with chemtrails, thinking about chemtrails. First thing, did the same thing, alert everyone. And that's when you lose most of your friends, you know what I mean? That's when you lose everyone, when you give a shit about something, after finding out about something that they don't give a shit about, even if you point it out to them. But yeah, I think that's a part of the greater stepping stone process we have to go through. Meme, definitely. And it doesn't even matter about the characters, because ultimately I think we all sort of realize at a core level we've been on our own all our lives. The only consistent aspect is you, or me and you, Mountain Maru, meme.
So Keel Jordy, this guy says this guy's serious. Keel Jordy, you haven't met Pete. Pete is our resident insane person. It's okay.
Did you say resident and sane person?
I said insane.
I don't know about that. I think I got to be.
Not insane. Come on. Well,
not always.
99% of the population would deem me insane, but that's just because I'm a flat earther and beyond. I think it's ridiculous. I actually said this. I won't get into it. You know I could talk for ages.
Okay, Goku, why don't you unmute and tell me how to say that name, and I'll try and get it right.
Hanjiro Rengoku.
Can you say that?
What did you call me?
Voice?
Hanjiro Rengoku.
Hanjiro Rengoku. Rengoku?
Yeah.
Okay. What anime is that from?
Is that
Demon
Irish?
Slayer.
What is it? Demon Slayer? Okay, I haven't watched Demon Slayer yet.
It's a good one.
Everyone tells me it's good. Oh no, I watched about 15 minutes of the first episode and I don't remember anything about it. It didn't hook me, I don't think.
Is this the guy that we were referring to as Ringo earlier?
Yeah, that was 5 in the morning.
Yeah,
I think, or it was like 2 in the morning.
I say yeah, long time ago. Okay, buddy. Yeah, hi, welcome. Good to have you back.
Yep.
Yep.
That expression you just made there in Irish means, I know, so I'm not sure if you were saying it to me. I get plenty of insults, so I'm not sure. But that means you come from a cow fart in Irish. I'm not sure if you speak Irish. I will go get a gut.
Okay, so Goki. I'm just going to say Goki. I need to do a litmus test. What do you think of Berserk?
I haven't watched that yet.
Oh,
I'm watching. I'm watching Dr. Stoner. Just give me time.
It's a manga. You don't watch the manga. The animations are terrible.
Brother told me that. He told me it was so shit. He told me just read the manga.
Yeah, just read the manga, and you'll be fine.
All right. But I would recommend you to watch Demon Slayer. I watch it on a website. It's not on Crunchyroll though. It has all of the episodes there, dub and sub. It depends what you want. Gives you the option. I can send you the link if you want.
Sure. Yeah. Send it to me. Don't post it in the chat. Just DM it to me.
All right, cool.
That's a I don't know what you're talking about there, but that's a potential Mandela effect for lots of people. Wouldn't be Berserk. You know what a Mandela effect for me is? Turmeric. I always thought if I was to old days, turmeric, I would say Tumeric, but it's turmeric. So I would say, okay, I was mistaken. I just picked it up incorrectly. But I think people would say the same thing about Berserk, BER or SERK, and they would spell it, understand it differently. So it's just to pick up on the word you use there, Berserk.
I'll just call it dialectic difference.
You think the Mandela effect is, if we actually came up with a new word, memes, metaphors. Okay, go ahead.
One Pete. There's somebody with a really quiet mic.
Memes correct.
Mike. Hey, Mike, do me a favor. I wouldn't get close enough to eat it almost. I think.
All right, is that better?
There you go. That's perfect.
Yeah, I was saying meme is more correct. On that, I wouldn't conclude that as a Mandela effect.
Yeah, I think that's just dialect. Yeah.
Yeah, but it could burgeon into a Mandela effect, and maybe a minor Mandela effect. I have a massive Mandela effect, and it encompasses the norm. Well, I don't want to label anyone, but the people who generally believe, the normal people. It encompasses the flat earthers, and it encompasses the ball earthers, the flat earthers, and beyond. I have a Mandela effect not mentioned, I don't think, too often, which has got to do with Polaris and your understanding of what the nature of Polaris was. But that's a different matter.
Wait for Sunday.
No, okay, that's fair enough. But just regarding Berserk, yes, I could see how it could be manufactured into some sort of a Mandela effect, because there's so many offered up that rely on false memory or false understanding to begin with. You know what I mean? So yeah, not making
Sasha trying to sabotage us. All right, yeah, just wait for Sunday, Pete, and you'll be good.
Meme, can I ask this Ringo kid a question?
Yeah.
So Ringo, you still there?
He's deafened.
Oh, what a motherfucker! All right, fair enough.
Hello guys, how are you doing?
Hello, Cupmo. How you doing, mate?
Oh, good man, thank you.
Oh, hey, Komari, what's up?
Oh, good man, how are you, Mimos?
I'm doing
everything's good with you. Nice, amazing. By the way, I've just heard the Mandela effect. I remember, in my childhood, I used to watch a TV series. So it was about Vampire Slayer stuff. I don't wanna advertise it. So one series, one series after they introduced a new one, they just added the. So I just noticed, wait. Now they added the vampire, right? It wasn't there. So later on in my time, I discovered that people saying oh, it's Mandela effect. It wasn't there, and now it's there. No, actually, I noticed it at that time.
At the time, that's exactly the point I was making about Berserk, and it was always spelled that way, and I sort of knew it as well. But it's pronounced Berserk. But it's the same thing with. I have a similar story with Sex and the City when I was there at the time. I'm 51 now, and I remember it, and I remember contemplating or pondering it because it seems to roll off the tongue. Sex in the City, so that it was different. I noted it, and now of course that's listed as a Mandela effect. So yeah, I think a lot of these things are orchestrated false memory.
Gotta wait for Sunday. Y'all gotta wait for Sunday.
Okay, well that was just a closing on that point. Then,
no Mandela on a Saturday. It's only on a Sunday.
You should maybe make it a speculative weekend. Maybe.
We just do speculation Sunday.
Yeah, that's fine, bro.
Yeah. So, and that's them's the rules. So I'm gonna close out, and I'm gonna go capture this interview and get some stuff done. Are there any gold pluses in here? No.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's up?
Okay, Napalm. Okay, there you are. Okay. You got it? I'm leaving.
For a little bit, I'm getting ready to go to a hockey game.
Hey, Mimas.
All right, Jedi. Okay. Who else said Mimas?
Oh, I was. If you want to chuckle, look down into the cog disc room, or look up in the cog disc room.
In the cog disc, let me go check it.
Laugh. But and stay blessed and watch, out for zombies, man.
Let's see. Scroll down to the bottom. Okay, so what is this? How the fuck do people believe gravity is not a force? How do you not float in the air? Wait, what? If there was no gravity, why would you float in the air? If there's no gravity, there's no weightlessness anywhere.
Oh, dear me.
Not only that, he doesn't they're disassociated with beliefs anyway, and he's making an assumption that I'm not floating in the air. How can he prove that I'm not floating right now? What the fuck are you talking about? He's the one making the assumption that if you didn't have gravity, you would be floating about. So I reverse asked, how do you know that I'm not floating right now?
It's like
how do you know that I do not float in the air?
The consequent and subsequent at like the same time. It's like the ultimate circular logic.
Yeah.
I mean, abandoned ship. I don't know. All right, Jed, are you gonna be in here for a bit?
Not it.
I'll be around until I get bored and go.
Okay.
Usually how it goes, man.
Yeah, I gotcha. All right, well, I will see y'all later. I'll be back on probably later.
Take care, man. See you soon.
See you.
See you.
I hope everything is well with everyone. Chris, you sound a bit tired.
Yeah. Hey, Chris, I wanted to speak with you for just a second because I think we got off on the wrong foot the other day with an interaction late in the evening with me.
Yeah. No, yeah, I know what you're referring to. Don't stress about that, man. That was fine.
Yeah, just wanted to apologize and get things moving in the right direction. So,
yeah. Apology.
Okay, I accept your apology, bud. No worries.
Pete, I would never apologize to you, Pete.
Yeah.
Hey guys, what's happening?
So I was hoping that, in my own brain, hope beyond hope.
Hey guys,
going, Come Murray?
If you're looking for a topic which is not speculative, of course, it's very difficult to sort of keep from going beyond speculation. But Quantum Eraser mentioned a very interesting topic. I already asked a question to the room, I guess. I think it was maybe yesterday or whatever, which was about how they established a latitude system. I don't know if you want to go into that, but it does require sort of speculation when you get beyond their official reasoning behind it. You know what I mean? But
did you say a latitude? Did you say a latitude system?
Yeah. How do you establish a latitude system?
So it's based off stars, right? The positions of the stars based on our perception where we're located, right? So it's built based off the stars, and it works off like an azimuthal grid. And the azimuthal grid in the sky is based on our perception, our perspective. Basically, the way that we see the world in perspective is how the stars are drawn down towards the horizon, based on perspective, doing that, ramping up the ground below us, bringing things above us down towards the horizon line. And the azimuthal grid was built off of that assumption that that's how we view the world, which is, in my opinion, a correct viewpoint. The only problem is somebody at some point hijacked the celestial sphere, or the celestial dome is a better word for it. And the hijacking of that celestial dome is taking the curvature that we see based on our perspective and placing that on the ground in which we are residing, so that our movement is tracking on a curved surface as opposed to our movement on a flat surface, updating our celestial dome that we see based on our perspective.
That's Napalm. That's fucking excellent. That's a complete answer for me. Well, not quite complete for me. Now we get into, I guess not. It's not speculation in a sense. We understand that the spinning ball Earth was never in existence. So these real considerations are incorporated into the systems used and designed for navigation from place to place throughout this realm, or whatever it is. But that was a brilliant answer, Bud. Absolutely brilliant. I would say then the question beyond then is to think in terms, if we are, Mark Sargent was just on, so we're talking about an enclosed system. So does perspective meet a limitation as well? Are we actually getting closer to some sort of boundary? Some sort of interaction, you know what I mean? I think we are, actually, because when we go north, when we go south, we get this more inclement weather as frost and snow covered north and south. So I think we are, but that's then more into the speculative realms. Is the sky flat? Could it be flat? What are the stars in this setting? So
ironically,
very good. Great answer, man. Thank you. Brilliant.
Yeah, ironically, Pete, that's literally the question that I asked Mark Sargent. I asked him if he felt that people's perception of living in a dome was based off of our azimuthal grid of vision and how we view the celestial bodies, not necessarily based off of its physical shape. That was literally the question that I asked him.
What did he answer?
Not too specific. Let's put it that way.
Did you get any satisfaction at all?
Nah, not necessarily, but it is what it is. Yeah. I don't know if he necessarily fully understood the question that I was asking him, to be honest. And, is what it is.
I think he did. He definitely did, because I can understand it there. I mean, if you want to ask it to the room, I mean, is it too speculative? First of all, one of flat Earth is where everything is speculative outside of the basics, which is even speculative itself, which is the flat surface, or not even a flat Earth and non-motion.
Wait, Pete,
so my thing
are you a Glober now?
Me?
No, is Pete a Glober now, or is this a joke?
No. So,
well, I think something is curved. Let me put it like that.
So, yeah, Pete, my thing is literally the understanding of how we view the world, like our perception of the world. Ironically, perception is reality, and our perception based on our perspective is literally how they shape our world into this globe, and is the only alleged proofs that they have are relationships between us and the stars. So I think exposing the fact that we see through this azimuthal grid of vision, as it's starting to become dubbed, right? Because the azimuthal grid, if you Google that term, it's basically what Stellarium utilizes, and it's built off something very similar to Walter Bislin's model. So if you can imagine putting yourself inside the little dome on Walter Bislin's flat Earth model, that little bubble, that's literally how Stellarium is functioning, is putting the camera of Stellarium inside that little bubble. So when people reference Stellarium and they're like, well, this is how everything works on Stellarium, and Stellarium is based off of, the whole entire universal model, which it's not. It's literally just based off of how we have tracked things based on a single person perspective.
It's brilliant that you mentioned Stellarium, right? Okay, so again, this is sort of getting deeper, and I don't mean to take up any of the conversation over it. Just anyone if I'm going beyond bounds of what sort of is established, just let me know, and I'll hold back. But
I'm gonna mute you, Pete. No, I'm joking.
Where have I heard that before? I didn't even hear it many times as a warning or pre-warning.
Fucking geos.
But the point is, that as flat earthers, right? This is the thing. It's everything becomes much more simple, isn't it? If the Earth's surface isn't moving, now as we look at Stellarium, everything moves, with the exception of I don't know, maybe in infinity, if you could count the stars, maybe 7 or 8 exceptions, or whatever the planets, the solar system planets are, including the sun and the moon. So outside of that, though, everything is moving in complete unison. Doesn't matter where you are, doesn't matter when you are. So then we're sort of led to a different thought process. You know what I mean? And you sort of can't help it. You can't help it. I get you, man. And I mean, are we allowed to speculate? I don't think we can, but I think we can come to some sort of firm conclusions anyway, at least in the best of our power to. Okay, if all of these skylights are not material bodies on ultimately separate planes, that's what they've done, is they put everything we view in the sky, which is half the story, and is the more mysterious half of the story, obviously, because we're free to go on Earth's surface and appreciate conditions there. But yeah, if everything now is not on an infinitely different planar sort of system, a reference, and it's on one singular frame of reference which moves in unison, that changes everything, doesn't it? Now we have to decide if the surface itself, that I'm going to call them reflections, right? It's the best thing we can go with. Is the surface itself flat, planar? I think this is the point of Napalm Infinite Plane Society, Tim Osman. I love Tim Osman, Ozman, but he immediately came into the scene with the infinite plane. Infinite plane, infinite sky. It's possible. Can we find out other aspects which are pertinent? That's for the individual.
I don't know if I'm not necessarily claiming like infinite plane or infinite sky. I think that those are questions that can't necessarily be answered, and I don't think infinity is actually a thing. It's a conceptual idea that has no basis in reality. So for me, it's claiming like infinite plane or infinite star distances or infinite universe is nonsensical. So I don't adhere to those.
Sure. Well, let me clarify briefly. The reason I mentioned that is because it sort of implies what you were talking about as a potential anyway is a planar sky. So if we have this motion going on against this planar backdrop, that sort of changes it. It changes our perspective, right? We would get this diminishment as we look at things further away, just according to our known laws of perspective. So we know what reality is. It's just, there is one thing that we're all trying to find out, and it's this consistent aspect in our lives, right? Which is the external reality. So yeah, these are the deeper, more shallower considerations, I should think. You know what I mean? But interesting that Mark didn't answer that. And of course he understood your question. Mark has been in this for years and years and years.
I mean, he answered it to an extent, but maybe not to the depth that I was hoping for. But I didn't realize what was going on. I didn't realize, that he had
much to say about Mark Sargent in a sense. I really do, and I followed his clues probably more than any man has, and that's the truth. And he knows it. He knows it. And if it all is a game of clues, if this is I've invented a new word, which is metaphorsics. So we live in so coming away from establishment, which is not we were always meant to come away from it, like, right? Okay, but metaphorsics. We live in a metaphysical reality where metaphor rules. The truth is transmitted or presented to us via metaphor. So metaphorsics is term encompassing that. What does science deny necessarily as well is any sort of metaphysical influence. Everything is material based. Heliocentrism. I think hell is Helen of Troy. Evil. Hell, Mother Earth. It's the material only reliance, right? Acceptance. I accepted it. Hey, Napalm, and your path here, were you convinced? You're obviously educated. You're obviously very intelligent man, and etc. But were you convinced completely, like I was, that science is correct, and I guess religion is a complete fraud? You know what I mean?
Are you?
I don't know what you mean. I disagree.
Well, I was okay. I was born into a Christian Catholic background here in Ireland. Never to a serious level. Went to mass on a Sunday. It was never mentioned too much, but it was overarching. We learned hymns in school. Went through all that sort of stuff. Got confirmed. Got made with communion. All that sort of stuff. Anyway, yeah. When I came to my greater mind, right? I studied. I went to university. I studied mathematical science topics in school. And when I came to a greater mind, I understood that religion. I really understood it. I came to understand religion was some sort of consolation against this greater knowing, this greater backdrop, which was decided by the great giants of science. All the men of his day, all couldn't be lying. So it's a sort of cumulative effort. So the point being that I accepted wholeheartedly. I told this to my son in the early days. That look, this is our scenario. We are what we are here in this greater perspective, in terms of history, in terms of our diminutive position here on Earth. We're just having an experience here. We're all in the same boat. We're just passing through, though. Everything is a material universe, and that's already decided. So my faith, in a sense, was in science. I bought the God Delusion for Richard Dawkins for a few people, and definitely my aunt anyway, and I definitely recommend it to a few other people. But I was that level of certain about it. I was sure of it. It's not myself. I didn't understand all of these deeper concepts, deeper notions, but I trusted the scientific mind, the scientific men and women of the past. Because obviously scientific method. If you fail, if you're bluffing, you'll be caught out. You know what I mean? There's so many honest minds, honest endeavors fighting for this greater, recognizing the greater truth. You know what I mean? Anyway, that's what I mean. Coming away from that, then now back to flat Earth. Fucking hell, everything is almost inverted. Everything is reversed. All there is religion. All there is a faith in a higher power, because there most certainly is a higher power. And I don't ascribe to any particular higher power, but at the very least, I am part of the higher power. Or we are all God. We are all the highest power, at the very least, but at the very least there is a higher power in play, and that is beyond the physical then. That is rejecting the physical, and then ultimately it's rejecting the greater mind of corrupted man. So yeah, sorry about that diatribe. I hope it cleared up somewhat your confusion.
Yeah, thank you for the insights. Sorry, I didn't want to sound disrespectful to you, but just I'm a Muslim, so when I hear someone speaking about religion fraud, it just brings so many things into my head, And as you summed it up at the end, flat Earth, religion stuff, that's your path. Yeah, it's up to you, man.
Would you believe this, my friend? We all have our own life story, but I was playing music today. They call it a busker here, but I play guitar, play harmonica, and I sing songs as well, and I get contributions from kind people. But as I was coming home, I was actually talking to a man I'd spoke to before, and I asked him to please consider flat Earth. But he was a man. His name is Muhammad, and he was a Muslim, and he had his little table with all the little booklets out. And we shook hands a few times, and I said, well, did you look into flat Earth as we agreed you might do the last time? I'd have to explain this long. I don't want to speak for so long. But he said, no, I didn't really. He said the usual response. It was there's the images from the ISS, the pictures from space, the satellites. Even though he accepted that the moon landings were fake, but not everything could be fake, so he didn't take it too seriously. And he even pulled out the Quran or whatever version he had, which was all in Arabic, and he showed me. He said, I was actually thinking about flat Earth. because I had said, oh, maybe you lied then when you said you would think about it the last time. But he showed me a picture of Sheol, right, with the boundary, the enclosed boundary, and the flat Earth surface, and then just what's represented generally. And I was going, okay, but yeah, that's not real. That's a metaphor in a sense. We got to decode this sort of stuff. But he wrote it off on that basis. So the fact that he was Muslim, and the fact that we shook hands as well, and the fact that we agree that the God of everyone is all these different aspects or different sects or different divisions is the same greater higher power was brilliant. And well, I was going to say more as well, but I don't want to take up too much of the conversation. I did leave him on the thought that well, the truth is in our hearts. We can't be ruled completely by the head. We can't be ruled completely by the gut, the groin, if you want. That's the material heart. Everything has to go through our heart. So I think that's how God, this greater power that we agreed on, can speak to us. So, sorry about that. Yeah, that was just a coincidence there that you mentioned that. Yeah, that was just a story. It happened to me.
Intention.
Yeah, no problem, man. But yes, I just to follow up on like the current situation. I don't know the percentage. No one actually knows except maybe like only Allah, basically, when it comes to the exact percentage of any religion and who of them basically believes 100% in what the scripture says. For example, as you said, mentioned the Quran, chapter 88, verse 20, it literally says on earth how it's flattened up. Literally, it says that. But many Muslims read that and they watch a lot like nonsense from NASA, from those like TV series, TV movies, what have you, right? And they believe, it's like it has to have some kind of context to it. It may be metaphoric. No, it's not, basically. But those people sadly have like just like got brainwashed heavily, and now they don't even understand a plain text, like very straightforward meaning in front of them. That's the power of like brainwashing, man.
It is. It's so strange. I don't know anything about the guy really. I can't represent the situation properly. I met him a few times before. I stopped briefly. He's just a man with the desk with all the different booklets, and I took a booklet or two. But I did talk consistently about flat Earth and how this is what I mentioned to him. What difference does it make? He said, and his position is so shaky, I think, in a sense. But what I did say, that disembodied, I said that this is what the difference it makes. We're told, according to your view, actually I said that to him, I said, we had about 5 minutes, a little bit thereabouts, but I did say that to him. I said, but you would have to swear to me that right now, as we're talking, it was a calm day in Limerick, a beautiful day in Ireland, and stationary flat, of course, from my knowledge. But I said, you're going to have to swear to me that this Earth is moving in various and sundry directions at 1.5 million miles an hour ultimately, or something thereabouts. And he sort of hummed and hawed. He made excuses. He said the mathematics might be wrong, because I think he is educated. He said the mathematics might be representing it incorrectly in that figure, and I don't think so. I think it's thereabouts. But he tried to justify it in his own way, and I didn't want to get too involved with him. But there is some sort of blockage there. Whether I think religion and science are intimately connected. This is my deeper layers of thinking. Of course, who gave us the heliocentric model? Who gave us all of our knowledge, I guess, that we have to consume? It's the church, isn't it? So there's a deeper connection between the both. The belief, the faith system, and the material, experiential life of man.
There is only one There is only one problem with that, because the church doesn't follow the word of the God.
Yeah, but okay, fair enough. I do, of course, understand that, and that's maybe what makes us. That's what made me come away from the church completely. There was a series called Father Ted here in Ireland, And it shook up the nation because it took the absolute piss out of all the clergy. And once again, the clergy had a massive influence here, and I have different thoughts in this as well. But just at the time, that's what drove me away from that and more into the arms of the giants of science. More trustworthy in man than these fakes, because they were all perverts and they were all fucking jokeable characters. You know what I mean?
I want to say something simple, if you can understand. For example, if somebody wants to identify himself like a Christian, this is my opinion, he cannot believe in the sphere.
Yes, I agree.
I agree 100%. And I agree with you, Pate, as well, when it comes to science and religion. And I suppose here you mean like real science, like practical science, right? Does agree with, like, basically, let's say, the scripture. It can be like identified. One of the best examples when it comes to religion and science, for example, there is it's all connected. Even that, for example, there is many mentions in the Quran about the hereafter, and something happening in Judgment Day, where there is hellfire as a punishment, and the hellfire described to be insanely hot to a degree that if someone get out of it back to this world, and here's the connection, back to this world we are currently living, or this realm, this current life, they will sleep in the fire of this life. Like relatively, this is like the relevance now. Relatively, there is temperatures. It can be measured in degrees. The relevance of it is like way big to a degree that its effect is very minute now on whatever like left the higher the higher insanely heat to a much less heat. So it's all connected. It doesn't mean that some people, like idiots, I call them, who say like, oh, it's all metaphoric. Wait, do you mean that hellfire somewhere there is just like some fantasies, and heat doesn't mean heat anymore? And wait a minute, we do experience heat in this world, coldness, what have you, all those things, and all those like exact terms being used again, but on much larger scales in the hereafter. So it's all connected, like as if it's like kind of different levels in the building. The more you go up, the like crazier stuff gets.
I think this is my point, my friend, originally about coming to Flat Earth, and now accepting that there is this greater basis for my existence here. And once again, I'm alone. I'm alone in life. We're interacting now, and I'm sure the same applies to each and every one. How can it not be? You know what I mean? How can we not be all alone in life? Because I'm the only one I know. But anyway, okay. This is what I'm saying about coming to the realization that everything is not as dictated. So coming away from science, and I do have a lot more to say. Word heat, all the basic words are so interesting. They're so interesting, and they're so encoded. I think they're all just a language. So the knowledge is there beforehand, and we've entered into, this is the implication of understanding that we are of some higher power. The implications are, for me anyway, were for me, and have been for the longest time, that now we're in some sort of a construct, and that gives a completely different setting. Now I see science and religion. Actually, I should create a riddle. I actually talked about this to Ether Gress the other day. A pleasure to talk to him. I definitely look forward to talking more. But we actually talked about the solution to my riddle. What connects science and religion? I guess I could put it better. But let me give you the answer. It's mass. M-A-S-S. So the word itself then, the word is made up of letters. So what do we make of the letters? What do we make of the order as it applies to us and us in our divided state? And again, I'd have to expand more on that to come across satisfactorily, but I think that's the essence of it. There's many different layers to our reality here, and we are coming to awareness. is foolish. The biggest fool is the man who thinks that we are mavericks. Let me just say this. The biggest fool is the man who thinks that we are mavericks here and we are exploring into a ground hitherto unexplored as flat earthers. Come on, that's silly. That's what I'm saying.
When you speak like this, now you have opposition, science, and it was like that in religion in a time. But you had a science, something what is proving, something what you can rely on that because of that you can live some kind of and don't trust the religion because you have something what is proving you. But the time when science was used for other things that is not proving, that it's only telling you like religious, that in that moment science is not anymore science. That's something else. Yes. And people only change that, And if you look now, you can look in creation. Science is telling you that means that what should to prove that something is happening with our reality. That means water is curving, some forces, some speeds, everything. But in creation, on that what you cannot believe because you cannot prove because it's spiritual. It's written. That's what we experience.
No. Okay, I understand your point, and I'm sort of on board your point. But
I'm not religious, Pete. I'm coming from more atheistic point because I was more atheistic because of science. I was atheistic, not because of anything else.
But the thing is that science can't prove anything really because it has not at its fingertips or its availability all possible causes.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
Hang on, please. I'm not trying to be argumentative here. You can respond to my point.
No. I want to add only, Pete. I don't want to interrupt. I want only to add. When you say again science, it's like we are using that word like it's something. It's nothing. It's a method. Even not. I'm not pointing like a method like that one with independent and dependent variable. It's it's a thing with the experiment at least.
Yes, I understand. I wasn't even trying to bring it back to. Of course, if I was Quantum Eraser, I'd be down your throat immediately, or you'd have been down my throat immediately. Yes, I get the greater sort of encompassment of the word itself, but yes, it's about a sort of a spirit of exploration. To ask a question and to find an answer within your ability to sort of overall sense take in a situation, assuming that the same conditions of mind in general apply to me and you, and mankind has this sort of communal experience, this shared existence. You know what I mean? Now, this is my point about the limitations of science. Actually, what I meant to bring it back to is, if we think about it in terms of our own body, science is about, where would you locate science? We're divided into three, right? We have our upper aspect, we have our lower aspect, and we have our central aspect. Let me just, rather than put you on the spot or anything like that, science deals in the lower aspect, the gut, the, the groin, in a sense. It's the material world. Living in a material world, and I am a material tranny. I don't know. Anyway, religion is in the head, isn't it? Religion is in the head. Faith is in the head, isn't it? Faith is purely about a contemplative scenario, a contemplative existence of what is beyond your immediate physical sort of limitation.
I'm living with scientists, and that scientist that is not interesting in this issue, flat earth, but he is scientist. She is scientist, and I learned from her what is not science, not from other people, and other things. And other things.
More about your story.
And my wife scientist told me this. I don't know. I can believe or not. Mathematics, archaeology. That's what QE is saying. She said to me the same thing.
Okay, but I'm not sure if we're on the sort of same page here. Definitely like to hear a bit more about when you say you're not religious, do you accept that there's a higher power? You are a station, a flat earther, right? Do you accept that there's a higher power in play?
course. How you can have all these things if he's not?
Yeah. So how do you understand that you can't get this? You can't rely on science.
No, I'm not atheist anymore. That's for sure. I'm completely believing in some creator.
Okay,
100.
very good. So that's what I'm saying. That's where that belief, I don't think you're wrong. I actually agree with you. Some creator, or even at the very least, if we break it down, that there's a higher power in play, and we are that creator. We are part of it. That's just the baseline. I don't like the thoughts of a creator outside of my ability. I don't know. Anyway, that's a different matter. That we accept that, excellent. That's the starting point now, but that's accepted in our own brain. So this is the faith-based sort of center, which is above the heart. And it's very interesting that Jesus always, well, not always, but in a lot of representations, you'll see him pointing
Yeah,
to
but I have problem now when you say Jesus.
Up, right?
I have
So that's
problem
the
when you
third
say
aspect.
I have problem because you said Jesus. You are saying Jesus, Pete, because you born in Ireland, because your culture was Christian, and you could not change that. If you were born in Saudi, you will not speak like you're speaking now. Do you understand?
Where were you born? Who's the equivalent?
Oh, that's great example. I'm born in Yugoslavia, in socialistic country, but I'm not born like a my system was socialistic. That means, but it was not forbidden that we go to. It was not forbidden religious. I'm born in two Christian religions, Orthodox and Catholic religions. That two religions even made the war. That means the people who believed in the same God, they made a war between them, and they even hate each other religion, and they're the same Christian religion, you know.
Okay, I'm actually agreeing with you, bud. And here's my point: we're seeing beyond this. I'm looking for the greater symbols, and I was actually pointing to the greater symbol, not the bullshit. But this is all bullshit in a sense. Bullshit, the literal interpretation, but there's a deeper, the message is there behind every character presented to us. Of course, we're told to not adorn idols. 1 second, bud. We're told in the Bible it's not to adorn idols. I can't adorn Jesus as a living man in the desert 2,000 years ago who pulled 4,000 fish from his arse on a hot day. I can't do that. I'm told not to do that. So now I look for the deeper significance, and why I mentioned that in any representation of Jesus, the divided man, of course he is, the heart is the thing that's chained. So that's what I'm saying to you, ultimately bringing it back to our own life reference, our own life's experience, because you represent every man, my friend. Your wife, the female scientist you talk about there, she represents in a real sense every woman, Adam and Eve. So now our heart is the thing that is cut off. The block between the science, which is the gut, and the religion, which is the brain, has to be established, has to be re-established. Okay, go ahead.
I will point it you out there. The Bible, the Quran, the books, the Adam and Eve stories, all that come from some information. We're speaking about Adam and Eve, about Apple. How we know about Apple? Because somebody told us that was an apple. If you want that, any story
it's
in
not
any
an apple,
book.
it's a fruit.
But it doesn't matter. It's a fruit. Who
But
named the fruit?
the apple is not in the book.
But Clay, do you understand? Before all of that, it was information. Who gave you that information?
Oh,
Who gave anything for anything? Do you understand that? Before Bible, it must be written. It must be something before that. Who is that? Who is making all of that? Who is making birds? Who is making shapes?
Man filled with the wisdom of the Creator, which is being filled with the Spirit of truth, which is being filled with the Spirit of being filled with the Holy Spirit.
Creator, let me give an answer, please.
The creator used his creation, which are human beings, his most precious creation, which are we, to write down the things that are necessary for us in order to live a sustainable and great life.
Yeah, you can say like that, but you can say also that maybe it's not. Maybe it's Earth creation.
Yes, 1 second. Can I give my answer now?
Then man,
because answer to the apple. Can I give my answer? So
there is no
if
apple.
The creator wrote the whole story, then the apple is given as a symbol. If you take it literally,
there is no apple.
like you take
I'm not
the spinning.
speaking about
Hang on,
Apple. I'm
please.
speaking about all information that
But
even that
hey, from
Apple.
hey, man, hey, bud from Yugoslavia, take it easy if you don't mind, will you?
Okay.
You about the apple. I think we all sort of agree. Remember, we agreed there's a higher power here. So imagine the apple is the story given by the creator to represent something.
There is
Now
no
we look at the
apple.
apple in a different light. This is the whole thing about coming away from the spinning ball Earth. You can negate it, or you can throw it out completely into the trash, or you can take it apart and see what the true language is that we are being communicated with.
It's
Okay,
a fruit.
Okay, guys, before we I would like Trios to, because it might now start to cross some maybe red lines to some people might
No, we don't
raise some confusion here. I know maybe Apple is not literally mentioned as Apple. For PT, he just wanna go his own experience with it. I agree with you, Clay. Maybe Apple is not mentioned literally in the book.
It's just
in the
fruit.
Quran. Yeah, in the Quran, it's a tree actually, not even a fruit. So basically, I agree with you. Guys, I want to ask you, Pete, why are you still a globe earther? You have the role of globe earther. Aren't you not convinced in flat earth yet?
Hang on, who gave me that? Someone also changed my name. I don't want to get into these arguments so soon because I don't know so much about you. But I'm trying to bring to sort of basic level of division here: science versus religion, how it applies to us ourselves and our own sort of processes. I'm not a globe earther, although I'm not a flat earther either. Of course, we live on a stationary and a flat surface, but what the Earth actually is remains to be determined by, I don't know, is it indeterminable? Or if anyone can do it, you can determine it yourself because the Creator has imbued with us maybe the ability to work or figure this shit out. I don't know.
I was just going to comment. Somebody put the tag on due to a conversation that happened like a week ago.
Can someone change back my name? I don't mind that. I don't.
But
Just,
it was.
just
but it
just
had-
Dodo in just in brackets. Then that'll do because that's my screen name. I don't mind that.
But I was just gonna say he's not he's not one of the normie clown peeps that come in like you're thinking. He's not like those. Those people don't know anything about their own model or anything. So Pete's a different kind of person. Pete,
okay.
Pete
I just got confused.
It's okay, bud. It's okay, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not arguing with you. I think we're on board. So much, which in this day and age says a lot. To be a flat earther and beyond, but to have to recognize that there is beyond flat earth, and I think this is the greater context that we must allow for our thinking, right? Which is that everything is preset. Context for a construct. I say we're in a construct, and we have been given this ability to put the pieces together in the proper time, in the proper order, according to our own, heart. I think your heart has to be in the right place, and then you will follow the clues and make sense of things to your own reckoning. But you can only follow the clues. You can only follow the clues that are laid down. There's no other way to do it. It's like playing a video game. Everything you have to understand that it's laid down.
Pete,
your own inimitable part.
Yeah, Pete. When it comes to, I also agree with you that there is clues everywhere, screaming in our faces, calling us back to reality, to the truth. Basically, me as a Muslim, it's everything screams like that there is a creator, that there is a purpose, that we are of a high value in the eyes of that creator. There is something meaningful, way more meaningful than this small examples we are seeing, as you said, symbols, right? So a fruit, a tree, an apple, whatever. It does represent a meaning. What is the general picture of that? Is something much greater, much more meaningful. I agree with you. And when it comes to, for example, flat Earth, right? If you, for example, best example I can give about it is cloth, right? You have a piece of cotton cloth, let's say, and it's just made. It's very clumpy, very basically not flat. In order to wrinkled, clumpy, what have you. So it's not good to look at. In order for you to make it more beautiful, you have to iron it. You have to have to
Get your wife
exert.
to iron it, though, yeah. Get your wife
You have
to.
to exert effort and attention and will and power, right? To just like make it straight, make it nice. So Earth is flattened up. It's just not like a bunch of like dump of Earth just like put on each other, and we have like now a huge dump in. No, it's actually flattened up, attended to. There's attention to it, which is nice, amazing. That is for example, very good call to the creator. So I will leave it at that, and I just before I leave,
No, hang on. I'm just looking at your screen name. I guess COL Colonel Murray 2. I guess what will I call you?
Comori 2, yeah.
Will I call you Column?
No.
Column is actually a good Irish name. Column. I'll call you Column actually, just as well. You can call me Piche or Dodo. I don't mind. Very interesting that you say that's described like that in the Quran. I have my own thoughts on these things. And that's so interesting because I've actually been describing it in my own sense in the same way.
Nice, amazing.
So
yeah, thank you very much. I agree with you.
But I have. Do you know what I have in mind? And when you were told that Piche has his own story to tell, that's for sure. But I'm just reading a story in a different sense. But I think we live on a tree stump. Do you think we live on a tree stump? So when we talk about the creator, in a sense, the creator and the destroyer are one and the same. If we look at Genesis or the Bible, we look at Genesis 1, completion entirety, and there's a different story told between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, where suddenly we're introduced to a Lord God versus a God character, and also all of these precious substances, in terms of the 12 precious metals or minerals mentioned. But yeah. The point being, I think that we're in a destroyed state. I think we are, because we're greater than the material, we are ourselves divided. So the material world is divided. We gotta find that balance, find that peace, find that connection within, then without as well. And I think there's a hierarchy here, just to finish a column. The hierarchy is that because we are greater than the material, we live forever. That's what I was going to say earlier on about YOLO. You only live once. Something that's beat into the child's mind to live hedonistically or whatever these days. But we only live once. Well, forever is once, isn't it? Forever is once, which is more interesting as well when we think about the infinity and the zero and the one. But that's so interesting now that the Quran says that. I actually think it might be so as you think about a tree stump, sort of hollowed out tree stump, so you have like a bowl, and it rises up at the peripherals, the southern peripherals, and the north center is the epicenter, the heart wood. Oh yeah, very interesting.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope you. I invite you to read the Quran, Pete, or Biche. So thank you. It was very nice.
Yes, I have.
Very nice talking to you.
I have actually. Is that there? Hang on, I was not. I have a copy here. Someone someone else gave me, and it's only like a miniature version of it. I should do it.
Okay, good luck with it, and everyone. I wish you all the best, and lovely weekend. Hopefully, catch with you later, guys.
A pleasure. Take it easy, bud.
Thank you very much. Bye, guys.
That Clay Under Seal, I heard. It was a pleasure to hear from Colin. I bet she's never been called Colin before. A true Irish name, and we're only one day after St. Patrick's. But is that Clay Under Seal? I heard. I'm sure it was.
That was Murray something.
Before that.
Oh,
yes, it was. Yeah.
I can't see who's talking. I'm looking.
Yeah, no, it was Clay. I can see it here in chat. But okay, yeah. Sorry about that. It's sorry about that, friends. It's involved conversation, and yeah, it goes on. I don't get to say what I was sort of thinking in the first place. You know what I mean? Because I guess everything I have to say is a bit controversial, speculative, at the very least. Sorry about that.
To me, some of the stuff that you say, it's kind of like art. You're sharing some art with everybody that certain people can't fathom because they don't even know the like meta references that you're making to other things. So and you talk really fast, so they'll just sound like some of the stuff you're saying is completely off the wall, like you made it up, and you're not. You're actually making references to a bunch of different things that is actually out there, but you'd have to search every every space between within a sentence. Like you make one comment about one thing, but that's a keyword. Then there's another keyword over here about something else, which goes somewhere else. I get what you're saying, though, and I understand why you're saying what you're saying. People have their reasons for what they believe and for what they've studied.
I appreciate that. But I guess what the thing is, we're sort of involved in emergent conversation. In order to make a greater point, I have to maybe skim over a lot of points. But I did stress that everything I'm saying is sort of beyond flat Earth and beyond. You know what I mean? But it's also not throwing out everything that's been given to us via science and religion from the past. It's sort of incorporating it, trying to anyway, in a greater encompassing sense, a sense that applies to all of us, or greater truth delivered to all of us, that we agree that we are part of some higher creator force, creator power. So a different context for our individual reckoning. So yeah, I do apologize, man. I get frustrated with myself because I know I'm frustrating people as well.
It's also kind of like you get excited and try and drop a whole bunch of different things that you've researched, and one might not be actually directly connected to another, but you're like jumping from, I got this subject that I really want to talk about, but I also want to talk about this one, and I want to talk about this one too. And it's kind of like writing a sentence without a period at the end of it. You got 3 sentences, and I think that trips out some people because they don't realize you're shifting to like it's along the same lines but different subject kind of thing.
Yeah,
that gets confusing though for some. And I get this, like the way that this place works, sometimes it's hard to even get a word in. So when you do come in here, you're expecting, I need to say everything that I want to say before somebody else hops in and talks just as fast as I'm talking.
You just reminded me of, I absolutely agree with you, Bud, and I'm bored. You just reminded me of a Bob Dylan lyric, which is getting harder and harder to recognize the tracks, too much information about nothing, too much educated rack. I think it's all set up in a certain way. Ultimately, are we all alone? I think we are. But listen, I'm having a beer here, smoke as well. But even if I wasn't, and I was engaging with personality in real life, I would be engaged consistently in that interaction. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be sort of separate from it. And I think this is why it's a sort of difficulty with this artificial environment. In a real environment, you would be interactive all of the time, not just at limited points, and you can't say this or that. So I do get the greater restrictions. I actually think they're beneficial in a sense. But finding a proper place to express oneself at this late stage in the game, that becomes more and more difficult, maybe necessarily so.
Kind of got to compartmentalize different subject matter and keep them separated.
Think about the word Hallelujah. I actually sang the song today. Hallelujah. I was thinking about that and a brief yeah.
Right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Jin CBR1 here. Just a short announcement. And that is at 55 minutes past the hour, I posted a 50-minute video on the new Axiom spacesuits that's going to be used in the Artemis mission, supposedly going to the moon, supposedly costing $3.5 billion. 2 suits. The beauty thing about this particular documentary is that they inadvertently revealed that the suits don't protect them from radiation, because somebody in the question and answer session asked, how did the suits protect them from the radiation? And I'm not going to spoil it for you. You've got to watch it to see it. Okay, watch the whole thing. All right. And then I posted another one at 2 minutes past the hour, dealing with the pilots who are revealing that the Earth is flat. 19 pilots. Watch it. Okay. Did you get that?
Hi, Jin, you broke up for most of that. We heard you coming along saying, I'm Jin, see you, and you broke up in the last bit there, and then you came and said, hello, lady. Do you get that? So what did you say again, Jin?
Okay, let's try that again.
I'm kidding, Jin. I'm kidding. You came through loud and clear. PJ here, Jin. How you doing, bud?
Yeah, I know. I'm surprised to see you here. I thought you were banned. Who let him in? Who let this geezer in here? Joking.
But Jen, how did you pass Patrick's Day, Jen? And it was Patrick's Day thing in Japan?
That's right. It's big in Japan. St. Patrick's Day, very big.
Oh, a nice one, Jen.
I tell you what would move you. It would be that the Japanese doing the Gaelic dance. That would really draw a tear from you, because they do it better than the Irish. Dare I say?
Jen, that definitely would draw a tear from me, because for some reason, it's not for some reason, but I love the Japanese people as well, or especially Japanese women.
Yeah, you see the women and the men, the Japanese women and the men doing the Lord of the Dance, the Gaelic dance. They do it, and they do it beautifully with the passion of the art. They do it. You just got to watch it. It's just amazing to be seen. Not where I am. You have to go to the bigger cities for that. But they do have it, yeah. You know, I mean, there's a lot of Irish pubs in Japan, and some are run by the Irish, and then some are run by the Japanese, and they're really good, very lively, very, very good atmosphere in that. And then there's a place called Odaiba, which is near Rainbow Bridge, and there they have a place where they have a festival there, and it's really good. You've only got to look. You can look on YouTube. If you look on YouTube, you know, this year's 2023 St. Patrick's Day parade in Japan, you'll see it loads.
Nice one. I'll definitely do that later on, Jen.
Yeah, you better do that, man. You'd be surprised, man. You'd be surprised. I guarantee you'd be surprised.
Now, I have other things to say about St. Patrick and what we're actually all celebrating, but that's a different thing. It's sort of St. Patrick, I don't think he existed, first of all, but he spread Christianity via the sword, Jen, and
I know.
Was hung by the tongue until their bowels were cut out or something like that. That's the official story, so I'm not sure about the core. You know what I mean? They always get us to celebrate things that are not good for us.
Exactly. And I mean, they're celebrating something that didn't exist, painting themselves green and white in the Irish colours, you know, half green, half white faces, and dancing, having a good time of it. But it's all for a fake thing. I understand that, yeah.
So on a deeper, Tom was telling me, and I thought it was brilliant when he said it. It was introduced at a late stage. So if you think about Easter time, Jen, and the Lenten sort of fasting is brilliant for us, actually. If you anything wrong with you, friends, anything at all wrong with you, and it's and you can understand that it's been building up over years because of your daily habits, consistent habits, just stop it. If you stop it, you'll allow your body then to sort of regather, because now, you know, and no matter what state, this is the whole cancer fraud as well, but not to get into that, but about St. Patrick, Jen. So as we have this Lenten period, if it's all about our own sort of development and our own well-being, St. Patrick then was introduced to allow this within the fasting time, which at the end of it, to introduce this sort of frivolity and this excess, so you sort of feast and and then you ruin the whole sort of process itself. And this is why he got rid of the snake, which is the caduceus, right? The caduceus, which is the sign of health. So it's actually you're interfering with the process, the natural processes that we're going through, or we can go through, to achieve, I don't know, resurrection on Easter Sunday when the sun is at its particular location.
Yeah, it's all a fake thing, just like the moon landings. And I'd like to go back to the point that I raised earlier, a few moments ago. Those suits cost an arm and a leg. We know they're not going to they're not going to space with it. But that question was asked: how does it protect the astronauts from radiation? And the mental gymnastics excuses that they give you, pure insults. Just insulting.
Did you say the words axiom suits, Jin? Is that what you called it? Axiom?
Yeah, they're called axiom. That's what they're called. Yeah, axiom.
Yeah, mathematical.
That's the name. That is the name of the company that has the contract to make the suits for NASA.
Oh, Jen, will you just quickly look up, if you can, axiom and the meaning of it in the most?
Yeah, I know. I looked it up. Yeah, I know where you're coming from.
And what about the second or third or secondary or tertiary meaning? I think that might be interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I know where you're coming from with this stuff, but it's ridiculous the insults that they throw in your face as they're ripping you off. It took them in 10 years they'd spent $1 billion just in researching. $1 billion just in researching to get this suit.
Actually, Jen,
420 million.
Actually, Jen.
Yeah, go on.
I'm just thinking. So, in terms of modern technology and material science, we think of nanocarbon particulates, right? So imagine you had a shell. Would it be possible for you to have like an Iron Man suit shell? In terms of, I'm talking about. Okay, let's just accept that there is space. That we're just ballers again. We're just official story people. Is it possible now to accept that they've come up with this strength of material so efficient?
Yeah, of course it is.
The basic skin around us, like Iron Man, and it's a complete separation from whatever environment is outside. Is this what they're pushing here?
Well, what they're pushing here is it's a suit that gives good mobility, right? Now, when you see the demonstration, they're not doing enough to convince me that the suit is absolutely adult, because the suits that they had back in the 1960s, 1969, I think the company was called Collins Hamilton or something, that actually designed and built those and made those suits. They had 90% of nude range mobility back then. 90%. Yeah, 90% of nude range mobility is what they said in those suits. So you'd be moving like you had no clothes on, and that you had 90% of movement. So the suit that I saw yesterday, that these two would-be astronauts were wearing, they didn't demonstrate anything dynamic. Can you imagine if it was Jin CBR1 in the suit? I'd be rolling around on the floor, I'd be jumping up, because you've got to see the suit move. I'd be doing my press-ups, I'd be bending and picking up things. They were not dynamic enough. Sorry. In fact, when you see the woman coming up in the suit, she's hanging onto the handrail as she's negotiating steps. Now, if you go to the lunar surface, there's going to be uneven surface. There's not going to be any handrail there. So already there's a problem. What's she doing hanging onto that handrail going up steps for? Terrible.
That's true. Okay, 1 second, Jen. Are you serious about that term that they used, nude range ability? So in other words...
Nude range mobility, yeah. Mobility, yes. That is exactly what they said. That is their terminology.
Okay, Jen. So you're telling me, I get the principle here. So obviously the more efficient the suit, I guess the closer to 100% you're going to get.
How? Exactly.
What percent did they have on the moon, Jen?
They had 90.
What percent did they have on the moon of?
They had 90. Well, in 1969, they said they had 90% of nude range mobility. 1969. So I'm thinking these suits should give us that extra 10%, but it wasn't displayed. It wasn't displayed at all. I
figures
posted
were
the video.
given.
It's there for you to look at. The video is there for you to look
Okay,
at.
I haven't seen it, Jen, but let me just comment immediately. The reason I asked you just to go reiterate that is because this now, Jen, as I'm going to post in chat, and I don't know why this is going to get banned or something, because it's not. It's an official trajectory representation of the people now in the suits who are risking their lives in their nude range mobility evaluation suits. This is the trajectory they were told to go on. The start.
Right. Let's have
Just
a look.
saying, Jen. That's not my offering. I just turned it 90 degrees to the right because there's no direction up or down in space. The nude range mobility factor. Can you imagine, Chin?
Well, when they were
Can you
asked,
imagine yourself as Neil
I'm looking at-
Armstrong,
it's
and you're
ridiculous,
sitting
isn't it?
down with all of the guys, and they're saying to you, you're going,
Penis.
okay, I'm getting to the moon. What's the consistency of the moon? There's no atmosphere there. Okay, there's a vacuum all around. I'm going to need fucking some massive protection now. I don't want to get sucked out like a strand of spaghetti through a little hole in the suit. What do you got for me? What's my nude range mobility rating?
Yeah.
And then they
That's
say you're
exactly
grand,
what-
Jen. They show you
it's
some
amazing,
sort of
isn't
a
it?
flimsy suit,
They're
and they show
always
you
taking the piss,
what
aren't
you're
they?
going to be going on.
Yeah, they're always taking the piss, aren't they? Always taking the piss. Always taking the piss out of you. Exactly. So when you watch the video, right, they don't display that extra 10% that we're expecting to see because they only did like bending down and you only just managed to do that. The woman coming up onto the stage, negotiating some steps, was hanging with both hands on the handrail. Both hands. This suit, you're supposed to be able to see where you're going, run upstairs. If it was me, I'd be running upstairs in this suit. I'm supposed to have nude range mobility. So I'm going to do a somersault. I'm going to roll around. I'm going to roll around, you know, like a rolling pin. Ball, rolling pin, long ways, short ways, stand up, star jumps. You know, didn't do any of that. I'm going to be out of breath, of course. Of course, I'm going to be out of breath because I'm actually exercising now. But they didn't display. That was a bit of a disappointment there already. But we know they're not going to the moon anyway. But those who are asleep, it's up, of course. And then the questions was asked: how does that suit protect you from radiation? You got to watch the video to actually, you know, get into what they said. But it was ridiculous, the excuses they had. They basically said it doesn't protect you from radiation, is what they were saying. But they took the long way round to say it. They took the long way round to diffuse the shock of the suit not protecting you. So if they didn't protect you now, how did they have protection back then? And they didn't. The suit didn't protect them back then either. Grumman said it.
Just before you move on, another excellent point. Of course, it all seems ridiculous, or not, or at least if it doesn't seem ridiculous to the first time hearer, what you have to say here, Jen, it has to seem peculiar. It has to seem a little bit sort of strange because we've moved on from technology in the 60s. We all have our own personal.
Supposedly, yeah.
Yeah, well, actually, I just wanted to just bring it back briefly to it's an hilarious term if that's how they named it, which is what did you say it was, the nude?
90% of nude range mobility.
Nude range mobility. Okay, we can all appreciate that. But Jen, I'm thinking, and what brought it to me, and I'm not joking here. Anyone who knows Jen, he's fit as a fiddle, and he is, he is astronaut material if you want. Now I think the Scott Kelly with his big belly, and I'm thinking that the nude range mobility applies differently to fit men over slobs. I'm thinking Jen, any old slob can become an astronaut these days. What about Don Petit? He seems like he's a bit retarded to some degree, but you know what I mean. None of these people seem to be.
None of these people are doing. They're not doing the workouts that would require you to go to space. They're not doing that. I mean, I'm sitting here now. I'm sitting here now. I'm in pain. When I laugh, my stomach muscles hurt because I've done a mad workout yesterday.
So ribbed. Right. Jen is so ribbed. He is. And
I'm doing what I used to do in the army and what I used to do when I was a boxer. I'm doing that training still. I'm 61. I'm still doing that. I'm doing burpees, star jumps, pull-ups. I'm doing dips. Yes. I'm doing sit-ups. I'm using the Olympic rings. I'm doing circuit training for fuck's sake. Okay?
That's what I'm saying, Jin.
All I'm saying is that if I was in that suit, I'd do the Michael Jackson moonwalk and then do somersaults and run around and roll around on the floor. I mean, come on.
Jin, this is what I'm saying.
Let's demonstrate this damn suit.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jin, this is what I'm saying. If I'm not saying you're an ordinary man, you're an exceptional man in that sense, but if these are your standards of mobility, nude mobility range, right, then for an astronaut, which we all are born to strive towards, they have to at least be able to do that and more. If you can do the moonwalk, they can do the moonwalk on their thumbs or something like that. I don't know.
They should be able to demonstrate some press-ups, picking up things, rolling around. You got to move it. This suit is going to go to space. Remember, go to the moon, where the likelihood of you falling over is great. You might lose your balance. So let's see you rolling around on the floor, jumping up, do a star jump. They didn't do anything that showed 90%. They only moved 1%. Look, they bent
Scott
down.
Kelly with his big belly. All he had to do was blow a bubble, Jin, and just float around as if he was on cables or something.
Yeah. And remember, and another thing they revealed in this this short documentary from NASA. Yeah, another thing they revealed was that they're going to be This suit enables you to walk because the suits prior you had to kind of like bunny hop to get around. Which is bullshit. The reason why they were bunny hopping was because they were attached to some kind of pulley, a balloon or something that gave them a little bit of negative buoyancy. So they bunny hopped, moved along, you see. But what they're saying now is they're going to be walking around more natural. So they're going to be doing away with the attachment now. Obviously, they're not going to be attached to anything. So we're not going to be expecting any dynamic movements now. They're going to be acting as if they're acting on Earth. Can you see how they kind of like patched that problem over with it? Do you understand? Yeah. They kind of like swept that under the carpet because we're expecting them to jump 6 times as high as they would on Earth. Seeing as the moon supposedly has 1/6 of Earth's supposed gravity, we expect them to jump 6 times as high. Now, the suits they had back in 1969 with the body weight of the human, all weighed 370 pounds. That's 62 pounds on the moon. But they didn't demonstrate any dynamic feats of physical prowess on the moon. They didn't do any of that.
Oh, Jin, now you're mentioning it. Imagine that. So our human system used to sort of living on Earth. Suddenly you move into the system of space and you have different gravitational effects. But suddenly now, this is my question. Now you get onto the moon and you think you're prepared. The suits are built for you to be able to jump these heights. According to the theoretical pressure. But the suits become different. So maybe you're heavier or something. But what effect does it have on the bowels? Imagine you had an emergency.
Absolutely. Good point.
An emergency piss or an emergency evacuation of everything you've been eating since you left Earth 3 days prior. How have they catered for that? The suit.
Well, they've got these urinal pouches that the penis is attached to, of course, and your buttocks as well is attached to something where you shit and piss in these bags. They're in there. Right? They reckon you can survive in that suit, in the suits they've got now, the Axiom suits, you can survive 6-7 days with the oxygen supply in that suit.
They're processing your urine and they're
sorry, I've mistaken. I misspoke. Not 7 days, 6 to 7 hours. My mistake.
Okay, but what did they do for the original? I was thinking about the original suits. What did they do for the original?
Well, they had nappies on, didn't they? They had nappies on. They had diapers.
Are you kidding me? Explosive diarrhea.
They had a diaper. Yeah. And then if they wanted to go for a piss later on in the missions, they had these urinal bags, bladders they called them, didn't they? Like a urinal bladder that they would piss into.
It's so ridiculous. It's like we're looking at a Steven Seagal movie and trying to break it apart according to scientific principles, accepting that the core truth is represented. Jesus wept.
So
imagine it, Jin, though, you've been in Neil Armstrong's suit and suddenly you're in this foreign environment and your whole system fucks up on you, how are you going to protect?
Oh yeah, well you're going to be pissing and shitting in a nappy, basically. Right now you shit in a nappy. Now you've got to have a nappy change. You've got to have a diaper change, haven't you? Obviously, right? So they would have had to go back into the LEM. And remember, it's all 0G, so it's all supposedly 1/6 of Earth's gravity, supposedly. So you've got to get all your suit off, and it takes two of you to get that suit on and off. You can't do it by yourself. That's why we know that the toilet situation of space debunks the whole mission. Just the toilet problem debunks the idea of even going to space.
So stupid, isn't it, Jen? It's so stupid. It's like a Mike Myers movie. It's like a fucking Mike Myers movie. And I think they knew that. So there's loads of comedy ingrained within it as we look back and sort of pierce through all of these thin veils.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say, what I'm leading you to is this, ladies and gentlemen, that when you see the next mission in 2025, they said they're going to send the first the first woman to land on the moon. Again, that's going to happen. Don't look for anything exciting, dynamic, because they're going to be acting as if they're on Earth here. There's no dynamic jump going to be made. They've already laid that down to us. They've already told us that already. That the suits are making them act and move normally as if they're on Earth walking now. There's going to be no need to be bunny hopping around, is what they said. Which is rather disappointing, because if it's 1/6 of Earth's gravity supposedly on the moon, if I'm there, I'm going to jump up that high. Apparently, if you were a baseball player and you hit a baseball on the moon, supposedly, it would go 6 miles gone. If you drove a golf ball, it would be gone. You'd never see it again. That kind of power you have. Because remember, everything weighs 1/6 of what it weighs on Earth. So you'd have so much dynamic force and power. You should be doing somersaults in the air and landing back down. Boom. It should be that easy. Remember, you're supposed to be at the peak of your fitness, and now you're weighing only 62 pounds. That's with all the gear on your back as well. So if you remove the gear, which you couldn't because you would die, obviously, supposedly, because it's the life support system that's on the back. That's your air conditioner. Keeps you cool in the heat and keeps you warm in the cold, and it does all this. And also it vects out CO2. This new suit is supposed to vex out the CO2 from the suit. Vent that out somehow. We'd love to see that. They didn't show us that.
Jen, it's like to our imagination. The best thing we can relate to in real terms is the deep sea diver. Yeah. Remember the old representations where you had the little
absolutely
connected, and he's going around, but he's all fucking what do you call it, Marshmallow Man from Glowbusters, from Ghostbusters, but he's all stiff and he can't sort of really move. It's like we're expecting the opposite, but we don't sort of get it. As you say, we get these bunny hop.
Bunny hop thing. And the reason why they were bunny hopping is because they were attached to either a crane that would pick them up, or what they said was like helium balloons attached to cables. So when you jump up, you get a little bit of buoyancy and you come back down. Yeah? So the balloon is taking your weight. It could have been that system they used. Or they were attached to cranes, a gurney arm or whatever they call it, which guided you around as you were moving around in a circular motion. Pretending to be. And if you look at some of these videos, they really reveal the fact that they were on these cables attached to a gurney arm, and the arm was moving, and you could see, because it was just ridiculously obvious.
And Jen, fair play to you. Let me say, Jen, fair play to you for encouraging consistently every new listener. You always appeal to the ladies and gentlemen, and respect for that, genuinely, because anyone new coming in, you always make a direct and particular references, and at the core of everything that you're presenting is the outcome that the listener with true ears, true heart will come away from the lie and see through the lie. Now, my question to you would be, Jen, how would you, if you might want to go into this, but it's not too deep as well, but at the same time, the movie Capricorn 1, remember that, Jen? And of course you know
I love that movie.
Why was it presented? Why do you think it was presented presented so sort of shortly after this potential. Well, we know it was a massive lie, but why do you think the suggestion was put in the public recognition
domain? Yeah. Well, before I answer your question, somebody else was just trying to ask a question before you, Pete. I think he deserves to get his question out. Go on, mate. You were trying to get a question out. Go ahead.
Bro, I just wanted to point at the text channel, what you were talking about. I think I got a video of it. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, thanks, man. I've been watching it. I have been watching it, by the way, so thanks. Thanks. That's Smurf, I think that is, isn't it? Is that Smurf? Yeah, it's Smurf. Yeah, love you, bro. Love you as well, Smurf. I've been watching it. I'm glad because I'm looking at it. I'm actually looking at it on the screen, yeah. Don't worry. You know, and like I said, the dynamic behavior was not displayed in the latest video from NASA, which I posted at 55 minutes past the hour. And then I backed it up with another one with pilots, 19 pilots, revealing that the Earth is flat. Okay, pilots now. So that's from the Flat Earth Banjo. Thanks to Flat Earth Banjo for the video that I posted about the pilots. Yeah, so going back to a Capricorn 1. Now, Capricorn 1 was put into the public domain, obviously, to highlight the fact that the moon landings were a hoax. The thing is, right, the director of that movie, I think, was stated to have said that he could make a better production than NASA did for less money. That was his motivation. Okay?
Really, Jim?
Right, that was it. That was his motivation for making that
that's
film.
Stanley Kubrick, right? Stanley Kubrick is obviously chief suspect for being the director. So my question was though, why was it made so blatant? I mean, do you know what I mean? In potential, anyway, for the listener.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Stanley Kubrick. Who, ladies and gentlemen, voted as the best film director of all time. And his film, the 2001 A Space Odyssey, released in 1968, 1 year before the Apollo missions on their way to the moon, was voted as best science fiction of all time. So that was Stanley Kubrick, the number one man. You need to watch all of his movies, 13 of them. Watch them all.
Very good. That's excellent, Jen. So, what do you think is happening? Okay, let me give you my. So, Jen, there's two possibilities I think is happening. Is why they released Capricorn 1. I can actually connect Capricorn 1 to Kanye West. Would you believe? Very easily as well. Capricorn 1, O.J. Simpson fake trial. The prosecutor was Kim Kardashian's father. Kim Kardashian married to Kanye West. Kanye West is now the guy with the child who's named North by Northwest maybe, but now is the guy who's bringing down a sort of officialdom in a sense and exposing all manner of secrets. But I think there's two possibilities then, Jen, and maybe it's the same thing that applies exactly today. If you encourage some people into conspiracy, especially the men, especially the males, then there's going to be more friction, more trouble in terms of familiar relationships. And everyone you try to spread your you'll be separated from. So that will just ultimately serve the purpose of the deceivers themselves. You know what I mean? To break down the spirit of the enemy and keep us, the truthers, and keep them sort of separate and isolated. Or the other possibility then is that there's a constant sort of revelation or evolution to our existence here, Jen. And of course, as we know, and both of us, of course, accept that this is not us. We are here for a short time.
Well, if you look at what Smurf is posting in the chat here, right, and Masonic membership. So these guys are members of the Masons anyway, aren't they? The Freemasons.
Admiral Byrd was as well. Admiral Byrd's expedition was paid for by the Masons.
Yeah. So if you're looking at the live stream voice text chat, you're going to see.
Yeah. Can see it. I think there's more to it. And Richard E. Byrd, Jen. Richard E. Byrd, or Dick E. Byrd, not a Dickie Bird. If someone said to you in London, Jen, not a Dickie Bird about that one, Jen, what would you think about that? Not a word, right?
Exactly. Not a Dickie Bird. I mean, it's a nice little joke there, isn't it? That's all I can say. Nice little Dickie Bird joke there. No, I'll be revealing the truth. There is no keeping quiet about this stuff. Things have to be told and told as soon as possible. Get everybody away.
Jen, you know well enough. It's
the
like
moon landings were
like
indeed
crossing a river.
Were in.
Yeah. Jen, let me hang on 1 second, Jen. I was just going to say this. You know well enough, after all this time, it's like a river. For the ladies and gentlemen who are arriving, because we don't know anyone on this earth. I mean, you okay. Yeah, but anyone who's listening here, anyone who's listening anywhere, it's a big river to cross, and there's many stepping stones that you have to take, and you have to take them one at a time. And that's the point here. You can't expect to make leaps and bounds because you'll end up in the fucking drink. That's not good.
Yeah. So be on the lookout, ladies and gentlemen. What we expect. Look, what we should expect is this: if they're training in the neutral buoyancy swimming pool, now when you're in there, your movements are slowed because you've got all that water in there. I don't think that's the best place to train for an environment where there's only one Earth's gravity and you're in the vacuum of space. So there's nothing to inhibit your movement, okay? So why would you be going into a environment that slows you down and you train well for that? And then you go to the supposedly and you're moving in slow motion. It's ridiculous. You're going to move quicker. Because there's less of Earth's atmosphere, you've got less weight. In fact, you're going to have difficulty accustomizing yourself to that environment because everything you're going to be moving too quickly. Bully in the China shop. I expect to see, especially when you're weighing only 1/6 less, right? That you will not be able to simulate that in a swimming pool. You can't because the swimming pool is slowing you down. Water weight all over you, the weight of the water. You haven't got that on the moon. Supposedly you've got nothing. And then you've got a little bit of gravity to keep you on the moon. So when you jump up, you should jump up 6 times as high. You should not be restricted in your movement. In fact, you'd be overdoing everything. In fact, you might even be worried. You want to be moving slowly at first, tentatively, to gauge how much effort you need to exert to make a movement. None of that's being displayed. How can you simulate that on Earth? You can't. And you don't get it in a swimming pool. It's the wrong training medium, is what I'm saying.
Oh, Jen.
Does anybody agree?
Yes. Now, Jen, what about this? So if there's many different layers to deception and we're just considering, I know you're talking to, okay, not trying to rush anyone, but maybe I'm speaking more, ladies and gentlemen, just to Jen here and other people who have considered all of these things. But Jen, now, as they're training, if it's a game of clues and potential, the astronauts, reference to nautical and potential. Nautical got to do with the sea. When we look at the moon, we have many different seas or mers. MER in French is a sea. So the Sea of Tranquility as a prime example. Is there some sort of code here that they're giving away to us, Jen? Is there waters beyond or something like that in potential?
I mean, they're definitely alluding to that. Can we prove that? No, we can't. Problem there, ladies and gentlemen. They may allude to this and say to us, "Oh, we are, there's waters above, waters below." We can't prove that. It's pure speculation at this point. Are we going to take the speculation to be true? No. All we can do is put it on the back burner and deal with the problems we have at the moment. The problems we have at the moment, and that is we have governments taking your taxpayers' money and throwing them into space, but really that space is their bank account. That's the space the money's going in. Okay? It's not going into space in the stars. It's going into the bank account space. So they've got money in their future when they get old. That's what that's all about, ladies and gentlemen. They're amassing a wealth at your cost and at your ignorance if you're not looking into this.
Excellent, Jen.
Trust.
Very well. Jen, just as you finished up your statement, and that's what I came in, Jen, 2 terms you used, perfect. At our expense and at the expense of your trust as well. They're betraying you. Jen, Dave Murphy.
Yeah.
Dave he talks about the legal name. They are profiting off of our effort, if you want. But they've already set up a system where we are rich. We are rich in their fake monetary system. So this is ignorance about us. We don't understand.
We are a resource.
The greater system.
We are a resource,
rich, right?
is what we are. Yeah, we're a resource, is what we are. We are a resource for them. That's what we are. We're a resource. Okay? That's what the human race is, a resource for these elites.
But then, Jin, there's no... where's the creator in all of this, Jin? Are we just slaves to a system?
Well, currently, those who are not in touch with the creator in any way, shape or form are a slave to the system, of course. Yes. Clearly obvious, that one. That's a no-brainer. If you're not realizing that this earth was created for you to live on for free, by the way. Now, when I use the word free, I do mean there is a cost, and that is your sweat and toil to keep the biodiversity going, and you grow and you toil the soil, plant the seeds. That's your cost, but it was all designed for you for free. Yeah, that's what I mean. Okay, if you're not in touch with that, and you're just into this capitalistic devaluation system, well, then good luck. That's where you are. That's
Jen,
where you will die.
1 second, Jen. What if I was in your? I know we've talked before. Anyone listening, me and Jen have talked many times. We've had our ups
we've
and
been
downs.
around all the servers.
We had our ins and outs. But Jen, what if I was to say to you, right? Imagine your Gintopia, of course, it's been called. But I'm not
absolutely. Yeah.
But imagine I said to you, well, I just for the course of my life, I just don't want to have to be under any sort of physical burden. To be contemplative. Actually, in a sense, Jen, it's going back to the ancient Greek times. Aristotle was fed with grapes by nude male underage servants, I'm thinking, or something like that, as the story goes. But you know what I mean? What if?
I mean, when you say you don't want to be under any physical burden, sorry to interrupt. What do you mean by you don't want to be under any physical burden? That means you don't want to do any work.
Yes.
I mean,
yes. In your utopia. In other words, I recognize.
Oh, okay. Well, in my utopia world, where the currency is your labor, then you wouldn't be eating in utopia. You would be removed from utopia onto an island for the lazy bastards who don't want to work, and then they're going to end up having to work because how are they going to eat? Now, I'm not going to give them food. We, the people, are not going to be giving them food because they've decided not to contribute their labour for utopia. So they go onto an island where they've got to build their own house, they've got to hunt their own food. Then they're going to get physical or they're going to die. Simple. Really.
That's a bit harsh, Jen. That's a bit like...
No, it's not at all. No, it's not at all. Because remember, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, because Pete just brought this up, but basically, in my utopia world, your house is paid for. Your car is paid for. Everything you need, you get for free. The only thing you pay with is your labor. You work 3 days a week, and then the rest of the time is yours. You're entitled to as much holiday as you need. Go and see your family around the world. That trip wouldn't cost you any money because there is no money. Your money is your labor force, your energy. 3 days a week entitles you to a free house, food, energy, everything you need to live, clothing, every facet. Okay, and all you do is you work. You want to be a nurse, you're a nurse. You want to be an engineer, you're an engineer. You want to do the electrics, you do the electrics. Plumbing, medical care, whatever you want to do, that's your job.
You got robots for all that, bud.
Sorry, yeah, we got some robots. Not robots for everything.
What can't the robots do in your utopia? Go ahead.
That would be difficult to say. What can a robot be doing in our
especially with released hidden technology and capabilities over the years, right? Everything released.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing they can't do in a way, really.
Good.
Right? You're still going to need humans to oversee it, though, to ensure that things don't go wrong. And at the end of the day, we're not going to introduce technology for like cooking and that. No, people are going to cook. You're going to do the basic stuff. We're not going to have technology. One moment, please. We're not going to have technology running every facet of our lives. Okay, that won't be good for humanity.
But what are you moving us? What are you promising us? 20 years into the future, as opposed to a whole.
I'm promising you. No, I'm promising you this. I'm promising you this. I'm promising you this. No wars. I'm promising you togetherness with nature. Togetherness with nature. Okay. Yeah.
Jen,
go ahead. Yeah.
Living the dream and the nightmare, baby.
Yeah, you got it there, my friend. Flat Earth dude. That's the one. That's what you're doing. That you're the lucky one. Flat Earth dude is a lucky one. Yes.
Okay,
No. I'm blessed.
Okay, let me respond. 1 second, Jen. Let me respond directly because we were talking, right? But I was just going to say, that's the reason I mentioned Dave Murphy. Dave Murphy went for, I'm not taking the piss on any of this, Dave. I'm genuinely serious, right? Because I already tried it myself. But Dave Murphy went for, 50 days without food and water or something like that. And, But there's such a thing as breatharianism. So if all the robots have control, we have a basic sort of allowance given to us by a common sort of agreement of all the peoples of the flat earth, which are central to the universe and of divine origin. Well, where does our motivation lie then to persist within reality? Breatharians will say, I'm actually a breatharian at heart.
Yeah, I think you're taking it into a realm where most people just can't even begin to think about that. And most people would just want to get on with working their 3 day a week, enjoying their driving, enjoying taking their families on holidays to places where they've never been. It's not going to cost them anything. Those of us who want to go to Antarctica, we're not going to be concerned with the silly things like breatharianism. I mean, if that's going to be a thing, good luck to you. You know what I mean?
Jen, we'll all have the ability to imagine that. So if you were working, you'd just be waiting to get home to astral project, or maybe you could just astral project within your own or everyday reality. You're not going to be worried about.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to do, if that wants to be done, if that wants to be done,
damn it, I have to go away from my astral.
If that wants to be done, if people want to do that, Peter, that's fine. They can do that for themselves. That's fine. My main point is no wars. Everything's free, but you need to put your sweat and toilet into contributing in whatever skill you have. 3 days a week, job share, and then you can go and see the Earth. Go to Antarctica and let's see.
Jen, the problem is AI, and the problem is now. I have to say this, friend.
No, it's not. It's only a problem if we allow it to be.
But hang on, Jen. I have to say this though. I think we have to be sort of happy and sad at the same time. Art is dead. No. But art. Hang on, please. Maybe the significance of that statement hasn't come into your mind yet. But art is dead. But that's okay, because art was always artifice. Once you know something,
art will never be dead.
You don't need to guess something anymore.
Art will never be dead. You can never kill art. Because even in utopia, art will always be a thing. People will always want to create things with their hands, with the material that is out there, naturally. So I'm sorry, no, art, in fact, art will thrive in utopia.
But what about synth art? What about deep dark web art, or some sort of, what about mainstream art?
I think when it comes to people having their own technologies and that, and their own internet service. I mean, anybody going to try and do things in a nefarious way will come under surveillance very quickly indeed.
Have to work,
and then they'll be checked. Let me finish. They'll be visited by the counsellors. We notice you're looking at material which is like back in the day bomb making. Are you having fallacies of making bombs and that? Why are you looking at this material? And depending on the answer we get, will determine whether they go to this other place for counselling to recorrect their thinking. It's definitely going to be.
I think this is a greater philosophical question, though, Jin. As you say, you're 61 years of age. I'm 10 years younger, 51. But, Jin, you'd buy and sell me, or you'd beat the fuck, and so many different things.
Well, it's not about that, is it? It's about...
No, I know it isn't. Really. But, everyone has their own different attitudes. But I would say to you, Jin, at this stage in your life, maybe at the best of, I don't know, if you think back to your oldest family members, how long did they live? You might have 20 good years ahead of you, and I'm sure you're doing...
That's what I estimate.
Here's my question: What is the purpose of this life then, Jen? What are we doing?
For me, as a human being on this earth, flat earth, it's one, to maintain the gift of life that was given to us by the Creator, this earth, for the generations not yet born, yet to come. Keep it in pristine condition. That's the first and foremost. And then to give thanks to the Creator in the life that He's given us. right? And then in reality right now is to destroy the tyrannical governments that we have. That is the point of my life right now. Destroy the tyrannical governments we have, awaken humanity to the wrongdoings, and let's get back to trying to live harmoniously with this beautiful gift of life that has been devalued by the very stupid thing that the people are voting for, government. Okay?
This one, Jen. That's
And on
a high
that note,
idea.
I'm going to stop there because I'm going to go and get something to eat, but I'm going to be listening. I'm on mute.
And me
I'll
too.
carry
That's
on
a
later.
high ideal, Jen. And applause to you, my friend. I'm going to go on mute for a bit as well. And friends, thank you for bearing with us. Of course, I have a lot more to say, but yeah, I'm going to take a little pause as well.
Yeah, so do I. I have a lot more to say, ladies and gentlemen, but the hunger has got the better of me, and I'm going to charge it up because later on today, I shall be exerting muscular force, and that will be in the parks doing my exercise yet again, going through it. But it'll be a light schedule today, as every muscle is aching at the moment. So it'll be a stretching and a light schedule, but that's what I want to do. Yeah. And nice to see you, Flat Earth Dude, the man who has achieved the ability to live the dream in a nightmare known as the United Crappy States of the US fucking prison place. But when you look at Flat Earth Dude, he's just leagues above that. Leagues above that. Doesn't flutter an eyelid. That's why we said he's living the dream in a nightmare. Because for most people, living in the US is a fucking nightmare experience. But not the Flat Earth Dude. Flat Earther, of course. Why would he be in the nightmare? Nice. In CBR1 here, short message. After I've had my breakfast, I shall return where I shall go over once more the idea of astronauts being on the moon and not displaying the athletic ability that we should expect is rather telling that they're not really on the moon, okay? Give me like 10 minutes and I'll be back. Thank you very much.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Hey, I hear you loud and clear.
Through loud and clear. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Inside, Imran Khan had been given bail.
Yeah, so on moonwalking,
Celebrating. In a court in Islamabad, warranted arrest.
on moonwalking, I think you'd be able to run 6. I mean, if the gravity is 6 times, is 1/6, you should be able to run faster and jump higher. Yes.
Yeah.
But instead, they're kind of floating in this like soup, like this liquid environment, floaty, but things.
Yeah, I got a video. One second.
You wouldn't fall slower, just as just as a penny doesn't fall slower than a bowling ball, but why they're floating, like bouncing? What is that all about?
Hey, check out the live stream text channel, brother. Look at that. Isn't that funny? I don't know how to explain this. It's just, you see that? Are you still there, buddy?
If you were lighter, you wouldn't fall. I saw your little. If you were lighter, you wouldn't fall slower, would you? Does a pear fall slower than a human being? So how do they float like on the moon, like kind of floaty? What is that all about?
You know, I'm trying to imagine because I know it's all made in a studio, but I'm
Unless the moon gravity is more like underwater gravity, that must be why.
Oh, yeah, they do their fake spacewalks in a big swimming pool. So yeah, you could just apply that physics, I suppose.
Like people never caught on to that. Like why are they bouncing up on the moon like that?
That's a great, that makes a lot of sense what you just said. Is about it being underwater.
That's a debunked. That's a debunk right there. The moon landing. That astronauts are bouncing around up there, floating around on top of the moon's surface, not falling down right away.
The entire moon landing's absurd that I don't even know where to begin. There's no when the thing supposedly landed, the dust and stuff. There's well, even their boots were flat, but they show grooved. I don't know where to begin with that production. There's no continuity. It's a low budget science fiction. It's terrible. I think the reason so many people believed it was because they showed it in very low quality on the tube, and they couldn't rewind it. I mean, well, sort of. They didn't. Most people didn't have a means to record and rewind it. Like TiVo or something like that, or the internet. So they showed this super grainy, low quality thing. I think that's the entire thing is absurd. I don't even know where to begin with that moon landing production, man.
You know what? You raise a good point because that's what the photographic experts have said, that they were better off to start off with grainy images to hide all the shenanigans and the trickery that they were doing. That was why.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly why they did that. Yeah. Because it gave them a lot of wiggle room, you see? A lot of wiggle room. You start with really poor quality, you hide the shenanigans, and then as your technology gets better in hiding the trickery, you can clean up the images as the years go on slightly. That's what they've been doing.
Imagine if they tried to pull that off today. People would rewind it right away and go, that's fake as hell. It wouldn't work today. They're
going to do it. They're going to do it soon. They're doing it as we speak. Look, they do it by giving us obscure angles. The camera is not quite at the right angle so you can see it properly. They do that all the time, don't they? Tease you. They tease you, don't they? Giving you these obscure camera angles.
Man, I saw the supposed Tesla rocket thing. I watched it live, and I saw the rodent roll. I saw this little mouse moving around on the rocket while it was supposedly blasted off through the atmosphere.
There you
I saw
go.
that live, dude.
Shoot.
I don't know how anybody believes this stuff.
Mother Nature always lets us know somehow, some way that something is not right.
That's hilarious. I like how you phrase. That's beautiful. Mother Nature lets us know always something's not right about that. Hey, I shared that with even my brother. I don't need to mention who it is, I guess, but I shared that with somebody. That I saw this mouse, and I sent the video. The dude just ignored it, and still continues to believe in the globe.
Yes,
Like there's a mouse.
as they do. As they do, they're gonna carry on believing it because they wish it to be real. You see, wishful wishing, that isn't it?
Yeah.
Wishful wishing for wishing's sake.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. They're just fucking wishing their lives away, literally.
Yeah, it just blows
Yeah.
my mind. I like getting new information and seeing things from a different perspective.
Yeah, so do I. At least entertain the fact that somebody is saying to you what you believe isn't what I know.
Yeah. I've always been like this. I love looking at things from a different perspective, and then I do a comparative analysis. I think it's called discernment. And
I've always been like that. But when it came to the sciences, as you leave school, you leave university, and you go on, the knowledge you carry that you think is the truth enabled me to trust the so-called physicists, the scientists, the astronomers, the cosmologists, theoretical physicists. You trust them because they're the real learners. I learned from them. So whatever they're telling me, I can take that to the bank. You trust them, don't you? Obviously. Yeah?
I don't know what it is, but I just don't know.
That's what it was for me. That's why I never looked into it. That's why I never really looked into it properly and checked when I should have, because I trusted them. I didn't have to check.
Oh, yeah.
They've done all that.
Jin, hey Jin, did anyone tell you at an earlier age, maybe your relations, your father, tell you that the moon landings might have been faked? Because there was a lot of suspicion around it.
No one told me. No one told me. Until 1995.
Me neither.
1995. I'm doing some security work at a wine bar called the Heights Wine Bar, Muswell Hill, right, in North London. I'm on the door. And it was a nice party going on in there. And my friend Dave came up and he goes, Jin, he had his drink, so he was in the party. I was doing the door. He goes, Jin, how do you know they went to the moon? Right? I goes, well, I saw it on TV, man. He goes, are you sure? I goes, what? This is what I said, yeah? This is what I said. When he said, are you sure? I said this. This is what I said. Listen, I said, well, they wouldn't lie on TV, would they now? That's what I said. They wouldn't lie on TV, would they now? This is in 1995. Jin is 34 years old. 34, 35, yeah?
Give us a blue pill.
What you say now, Jim? What would you say now? They couldn't lie to your own
they
statement.
Fucking lie every minute of the day about the team. So in my 30s, 1995, yes, I was 33 years old, going to be 34 that year.
Oh,
I said to that guy, yeah, I'm nearly there. I said to that guy, look, I was born in November. This party was going on just before my birthday. Okay, basically, this particular party. And he's going, Jin, are you sure? I said, well, they wouldn't lie on TV. I saw it. I ran home from school every day to go and watch the highlights. And I didn't play football or any of that stuff. I ran home. When I used to play football after school. But when the moon landings were on, I'd be sprinting home to get there to watch it on TV. I couldn't wait to get in. I was like Roadrunner, literally.
You get that, Jen. You were 33. What happened then?
I left my brothers behind because my brothers went to the same school. I'd leave my brother behind. I'd be gone. Boom, gone, man. Right. So I bought it hook, line and sinker. And I carried that spirit with me all the way through. So when he asked me, am I sure? I said, I saw it on TV and they don't put lies on. They wouldn't lie on TV about that, would they? Right? Then he goes, then I asked him why. Why are you asking? He said, well, my mother said that they didn't go. Right? Now I thought he was going to carry on. So I said, yeah, and? As if to say, yeah, and what did she know? So I asked him, how does she know? She says, well, she just knows that, it doesn't seem like it was a real thing. And then I went ballistic. Remember, I'm on the door. I'm trying to do the door, attend to the customers that are coming in. He's not feeding me any tangible evidence. Remember, I'm 33, testosterone crazy. I said, why don't you fuck off with you and your mum's shit? I saw you on fucking TV. I'm on the fucking door here. Can you fuck off with that shit about the moon landing? Fuck off, you idiot! Sort of thing, right? Totally slagged him off because he wasn't giving me anything, and I'd seen it for real. Okay, right? And so that was my reaction in 1995.
But Jen, how did he fare after that? Imagine he fared terribly after that. He was looking to relate to you. Someone he thought was someone an open ear.
Well, he's my friend. He was a friend, by the way. He was a friend.
How is he doing now? Do you know how he's doing now?
Oh, let me tell you what happens. We'll fast forward to 2000 and...
See, a flat earther.
2001, right? 9/11 happens. Okay, it's all going wrong here. Islamic fundamentalists. Okay, so I'm now thinking, let me look at the moon landings and check whether it was real or not. And then my heart was broken. I discovered that they never went to the moon. Okay, I did about 3 months of research just to make sure, because I'm cross-referencing, and then I got on the phone, and it took me about an hour to find the date because he had moved different telephone numbers, had to ring up different friends to find the number, got the number. I phoned to him saying 2002, I'm apologising to this geezer day because you were right about the moon landing. I said to him, I know more about the moon landing hoax than you know, actually, right now. So your mother was right, but you didn't give me any tangible information, but please accept my apology. But he had already forgotten about it because it's 2002, 7 years later. I'm apologizing.
I bet you he was focused on 9/11 and the possible hoax. If he knew that the moon landings was a hoax, surely he would be fueled up to think that 9/11 was a hoax. And you still don't think it's a hoax, Jen. So maybe you have more apologizing to do it down the line.
Well, no, you spoke in error there. Well, I don't believe that 9/11 was a hoax.
A complete hoax, though. You were sort of partial hoax. It was
I know it was an inside job.
There was other real aspects to it, right?
I know it was an inside job. That's for sure.
Well, a dog with a mallet up his arse knows it was an inside job at this
definitely
stage.
An inside job. There were no fundamental Muslims, fundamentalists who hated America's freedom because they never fucking had it anyway. That did that. So I'm well versed in that score. Hang on a second. Let me finish before you carry on. I'm going to carry on because I'm not going to let you. Right, thank you. Not only that, I know that there were no planes. Okay. Now, what happened to those passengers in the planes is up for debate and question. I think they were murdered. If they were ever alive, they were murdered. If they were ever alive. Okay.
I think.
What about the pilots of the planes?
Okay.
So there are some aspects to 9/11 that needs a questioning, of course.
I think the Osama bin Laden family then have a case to be made. Maybe there's a sort of a secret international court where they can seek reparations for wrongdoing. So if there was no planes and there was no hijackers and Osama bin Laden did shit and he was killed for nothing as he was watching porn in his confines.
Absolutely. Now, all that you said there is correct because the
by
bin
Barack
Laden
Obama,
family,
by the way.
the bin Laden family are the second richest family in Saudi Arabia after the royal family. Second richest. So
where's all the lawsuits?
Family is rich. And then you have the Bush family together with the bin Laden family forming this company called the Carlyle Group. Right? A company that's into oil and other ventures, basically, okay? So the question therein is, would the Bush family and Americans kill the son of the second richest family in the world? No, they wouldn't. Obviously not.
Right.
Their business partner's son. You're going to wipe it
Because
out.
if there was no hang on, Jen. Because if there was no plane crashes, right, that automatic in your mind now we're thinking here. So imagine I was a sort of I don't know, a mainstream media official prosecutor.
Yeah. I'm with you.
So Jen, so if there was no plane crashes, Jen, if there was, let me put on an American accent because you're in Japan or something. So Jen, what are you saying here, man? If there was no plane crashes, then there was no conspiracy on the part of Osama bin Laden, whose whole plan revolved around hijacking planes and crashing them into buildings. So what's his guilt? Is Osama bin Laden innocent, Jen?
I say that Osama bin Laden, if he's alive, he's very old now, living it up with all the money that his family has made, or he may
old Osama
through old age, Osama bin Laden. But he was not killed by the Navy SEAL Team 6 in Pakistan, right next door to the Pakistani military compound base. No, he was not killed there. That was all crap.
They caught bin Laden. He was watching porn.
Say again?
They caught bin Laden. He was watching porn.
Yeah. Hey, Godric. Hey, Godric, did you hear the greater story? That's why I sort of hinted to it. Barack Obama ordered a kill, but it was by SEAL Team 6 or 6, and the guy who shot Obama in the face, this is the literal story given, is one Sergeant Gunnar O'Neill. So Osama was watching porn on his television,
and that was a very, very bullshit story, because the people who lived next door to supposed where Osama bin Laden lived said it's impossible that Osama bin Laden lived here. No chance, no way. Not next to the base. We would know. It would be too risky, impossible, the neighbor said. The neighbor was...
Hey, Jen, did you ever see the picture of the bin Laden family? There's a big collection of people, and then Osama is there at the very end. For all the world, he's photoshopped the fucking...
In fact, the story goes that Osama put his wife in the line of fire, which is like bullshit story again. Another bullshit story.
Bullshit story. I agree with you, Jen.
You know, a man that's credited supposedly for making Al Qaeda the leader, doing all that training, is now doing cowardice against the bullets.
No, Jen.
Put his wife in front.
Now, Jen, of course, I'm not the... Okay, Jen, because we recognize there's so much fucking bullshit involved. The next piece of information you're going to come across, you're not just going to assume it's true and then wait to maybe decode or come across the decoding that it's bullshit or the realization. But here's the point. I have something to say about that. I think I'm not the first to suggest. I actually came into this investigation by my own determination because it was suggested elsewhere that Barack Obama played the role of Osama bin Laden, right? So in a sense, if we look at it in a scripted manner, Obama only went and ordered the killing of himself, right? A fucking South Park fucking comedy episode.
That's your
my own offering to the whole story.
Hang on.
One second, Jen. Jen, I hadn't finished my statement, and then I'll only be a few seconds, right? My own offering is that, of course, Will Smith played the role of both Osama and Obama, but that's a different matter. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think you should take it. I think when we're talking about this topic matter, you should really deliver it in a better way than you do, because it sounds like you're making a mockery of it. You're making fun. You don't sound serious, number one. Number two, it's like you're fucking joking. And that's what gets my back up. And the thing is, you're really sowing confusion. Hang on. Can I finish, please? You're sowing confusion into this. What I'm trying to do is give them the basic facts of the event. I'm not bringing any of my speculation into this shit. Can't, because it's confusing enough. Then what you do is you throw a fucking mud bomb in there. So now they were just getting some facts, and now you're fucking it up and you're laughing.
Yeah,
so no, I'm not going to go with hang on, let me just finish. Let me just finish, please. Let me just finish. I'm not going to go with the Obama is fucking Osama. I just can't do that. Okay, and I won't be doing that anytime soon. What I will say is this: that what lends credence to the fact that it was a definite hoax with this Osama bin Laden assassin hit, bam, to the cerebellum, double tap on the trigger. Look, is that the whole Navy SEAL Team 6 that was involved in that event are all dead. They're all dead.
That's my point.
That's pretty fucked up, bro. The people who did the heroes are dead.
if it's all a story, and then the 6 dead, no witnesses left, and if we're encompassing it with the greater story that I'm telling, it sort of makes a little bit more sense, as opposed to taking some aspects of it seriously and some aspects of it not so seriously. Like with 9/11 with you, Jen, no plane crashes. That means there's no dead people.
That's correct. That's a fact.
So which
But
parts
that's a
do we
fact,
take seriously and which not?
Yeah, that's a fact, isn't it? So then when we're talking about the Navy SEAL Team 6 being involved in the operations, we know that they weren't involved because the parents were leaking it out already, right? And they were going to come out and tell the world, but what happened? They were all taken out. And that really did piss off the family members. And how do I know this? Because I heard it from the horse's mouth. Colonel 6, agents in place, who is now dead for releasing this fact.
Colonel 6 agents in place?
He
Who
was
is that?
talking to,
What the fuck is that, man?
what's his name? Oh, fucking
Colonel 6 agents in place. Who
yeah,
the fuck is
he
that?
calls himself.
That's a spy name
Colonel
if I
6.
ever heard one.
Hang on, Colonel. Hang on. He was called Colonel 6, spelled SIXX.
Thinking about Colonel Swashbuck or something like that.
Talking to what's his bloody name? Come on, what's his name?
Yeah, Swashelheimer or
Infowars. What's the guy's name with Infowars? Infowars.
I have it at the tip of my tongue as well.
Yeah, I can't get his bloody name at the ball that he gets. What's his
Stitch
name?
and Fryer. I know it, Jen. I'm trying to think of it.
Yeah,
It starts with an S, definitely.
I can't think of his bloody name now.
I heard that interview as well. It's a
Come
very
on,
serious
Infowars and PrisonPlanet.com. Come on. He went to Britain with a loud hailer. Do you think a bunch of Arabs can have NORAD stand down? Yeah? Do you think a bunch of terrorists can have NORAD stand down? What's his name? Fucking hell, can't remember his name now. Shit. Come on, you know who I mean.
Steckelheimer, Steckelback or something. I know what it is, Jim. I know what you're talking about.
Oh, come on, you know what I'm talking about.
No,
man.
yeah, but I think it's
Infowars with his own show.
Alex Jones.
Alex Jones, that's it. Thanks a lot.
Name.
Couldn't get
It might
that
occur
name
to you.
Yeah, so Alex
Definitely
Jones,
starts with
Colonel
an S.
6. Colonel 6 was talking to Alex Jones 2 episodes, and Alex Jones says, we don't want to reveal your identity, but you better make sure you take care of yourself, because if you've got this information and you're putting it out there from your channel, aren't you worried? He says, don't worry. There are people who've got my back, he said, okay? But he revealed all this. Now he's dead. And I say now, he died about 8 years ago.
He's front.
Yeah.
I know the guy you're talking about. I do know the guy you're talking about. Or is that a different guy, the guy who talked about the moon hole?
The black guy. Colonel 6 is in the military. He was in the military. Colonel 6, agent in place, he called himself. And then pushed out all this information about how the parents are very angry that they allowed their sons to fly in an old-fashioned Chinook when they should have been in the Apache gunship, and how comes their location was revealed and the unit was revealed, and you would never have so many prized, seasoned, top of the elite military in one helicopter or 2 helicopters. You normally only have 3 to 5 in one helicopter of your elites. You spread them out, he said. Yeah. So having
Jen,
one helicopter was a joke.
Well, hang on, Jen. 1 second, Jen. Okay,
Yeah,
fair
go
enough. So how does a conspiracy attach to the death of the SEAL Team 6 members who partook in the operation to wipe out Osama bin against all international law?
Well, yeah, because
the order was given by Barack Obama.
Yeah.
Okay, but Jen, is it all a fabricated story? Is that a possibility?
Well, yes, it's a possibility. The thing is, they were about to reveal. This is what was said, that they were about to reveal.
Hang on, what he was watching on his sport channel.
If you let me get it out, I will. They were about to reveal that there was no Osama bin Laden killed at said location. That's what was going to come out.
But why would they ever reveal that SEAL Team 6? They would all be... Jim, you were in the Army or the Army Reserves or whatever. There's a hierarchy in play. They were all elite marksmen. They would have been chosen specifically. You don't talk about the shit. What happens in Obama's or Osama's compound stays in Osama's
Exactly,
compound.
but it was being leaked. It was being leaked. It was coming out. Remember, I'll give you 2 reasons why they took out the Navy SEAL Team 6. Remember Pat Tillman, who wrote home to his mum and dad, right, that this war in Afghanistan is an illegal war. It's all fake. Bush is a scumbag, blah, blah, blah. He lied, etc., etc. And then they killed Pat Tillman, and the government of America told the world that he died with his boots on, taking it to the enemy uphill, are the words they used. But it turns out that it was friendly fire that killed him. That he was shot by his own men in the head, by the way. His brother was there on the day, but was separated between two tanks. Okay?
But Jen, okay.
Hang on. I'm not quite there yet.
Okay.
And then the other one is this one. The Jessica Lynch fiasco, where they said Jessica Lynch was fighting the enemy, but before she got captured, she took a few people out. Then she got captured. Then they had to make this spectacular special rescue to rescue Jessica Lynch. It turns out none of that happened, and it came out of Jessica Lynch's mouth. Okay? So with this kind of truth coming out, there was no way they were going to allow the Navy SEAL Team 6 to reveal the truth in that way. That's why they took them out.
But what would they have said, Jen? What was the truth that they were going to reveal that cost them all their lives? Go ahead.
Like I just said to you, the fact
no one there.
There was no Bin Laden killed in Pakistan. That never happened.
But
yeah.
Why even announce the mission then in the first place? Why even announce the mission to the public in the first? Come on,
Well,
Jen.
this is what was said.
Gotta go.
This is what was said. This is what Colonel Six was asking. Why would you announce the mission? Why would you announce the
kidding me? You fucking kidding me, Jen? Colonel 6, SEAL Team 6, I already told you regarding the sexual story. Osama was watching porn on his video and he was shot in the head by a Sergeant Gunner O'Neill, right? Porn reference. Come on.
If you want, if you want to read into it that way, that's
okay.
If I want to read into it,
if you want to read into it that way, that's your prerogative, yeah?
What else can you read into it?
Wait. What about Obama in a burying Osama bin Laden at sea? Because that was the thing to do. What about that?
Yeah, that's odd, isn't it?
So many
I knew it was I know it's a fake. I know it because you wouldn't. You would give Obama the same thing that you gave Saddam Hussein. You take him to court. You take it. Hang on. You're. I don't know what you're painting, but don't involve me in that chronological shit that you're bringing up there.
Well, is
Just listen
Obama
up.
real then?
Hang on. Listen up for a second. Then you've got if they're gonna get rid of Bin Laden, they would first of all take him to court because he's got a crime to answer. Apparently, you wouldn't bury him at sea. So that leads to the fact that he wasn't killed in Pakistan. He just wasn't, was he?
But did he ever exist, Jen?
What, Osama bin Laden? Did he ever exist? He existed. We saw his face.
Chat there with all of the different Osama bin Ladens posted.
Yes, I'm aware of all the different faces of Osama. Keeps changing all the time.
Did Osama bin Laden go to Princeton?
Bit of a fact, yeah.
Is he Tim Osman Godric, OS?
Yeah, Tim Osman, that's correct. Yeah.
Or do we credit the intelligence agencies who are fabricating all of this shit for us to have many different layers in preparation for our sort of venture from the mainstream, which they encourage? I think we have sort of fucking faith in our fellow man.
Look,
did Osama attend Princeton University?
I think he did. Yeah, I think they said he did, didn't he? He studied in America.
Princeton or Columbia?
Yeah, there you go. I'm sure I heard him. I'm sure he was studying in America. Remember,
the family is an amazing. The family is an amazing story. He had 50 brothers and sisters, is what I heard. His father had, I think, 30 wives.
Well, yeah.
Hey, Godric, did you ever see the family photograph?
I heard his family was the second richest in Saudi Arabia. I heard that.
They were construction tycoons, yeah.
Yeah. Type in Osama bin Laden family photograph. You'll see Osama at the very end, as if it's photoshopped the fuck in. But let's not get bogged down in too many details here. If there's lots of scripted narrative in play, remember, Jen, we only get to hear these things. You said Colonel Six and sex. There seems to be a sex theme here running through it.
Well,
especially if Osama. Hang on, Jen. Why would the story emerge then that Osama was shot according to these circumstances? And the people who killed him died, but if it didn't happen, and why would they include him in a porn? I don't know, he was watching porn and he was shot in the face. What the heck is going on there?
Well, that's definitely a bullshit story. What I'm trying to say to you is that as far as Colonel Six was concerned, there was no bin Laden and these are his words, that was killed in no home next to the Pakistani military base. That did not happen. A helicopter did crash. Okay, that did happen, he said. This is Colonel Six speaking with his own words. We can only take him on the words he says. And the families were about to release the truth on all this stuff because they were frankly disgusted with their military and the lies that were being told. And remember, this is coming on the back of the Pat Tillman being killed, and that was a lie. Because they said he was fighting the enemy, took it to the enemy when it was friendly fire, and the Jessica Lynch story. So now their sons are involved in all this shit. They just want the truth to come out.
Well, Jen, 1 second. I have this conspiracy then, a cover-up conspiracy, right? So Osama was the willing patsy within the 9/11 fake plane attack, right? It was a facilitation for the powers that be in America, the PNAC, to create a new sort of world system. But because the elite spiritually, karmically have to tell us the truth via the story delivered to us about the death of Osama, which was obviously faked, right? He actually was evacuated from his compound in Pakistan or wherever it was and taken to Epstein fucking Island, where he could engage in all the sex he ever wanted.
If you want to go down that road, that's down to you. I don't go down that road myself.
Just saying.
That's a road I don't go down. I don't need to go down that road, and no need for me to go down that road, really.
What do you mean? What do you mean, though? What road are you going to go down? Where is Osama right now? What did he do? Who you actually think he did nothing at all?
He goes back to his family and lives his life as normal. But
he's an innocent man in your eyes, Jen. He's a freedom fighter. He didn't crash any planes.
No, he didn't crash any planes. He wasn't involved in any of that shit. There was nothing to do.
So did they kill him? Did they anyway?
There's literature out there that he states for himself that he didn't do that. So there you go.
So are you suggesting they killed him in a different way? And the official way they told
I'm saying that he never got killed. I'm saying that the Bushes would not kill the son of their business partners. You didn't get that, did you? So Osama bin Laden didn't die.
Maybe it's on Epstein Island. The Bushes have been to Epstein Island. The Clintons have. The Trumps have.
Well, yeah, it could be. That's the road you want to go down. It could be.
Island before the turkey minded.
It could be. That's right. You want to go down that road? That's your road. I'm not going to go.
To watch porn on your television. I mean, or your computer. That's pretty disgusting. You know what I mean?
Whatever. Anyway, I mean, do we need to be going down this road? Is the fact that the mentioning of porn?
Hey, Jen, you're not taking me on any definitive road.
Is that really necessary?
I don't know where you draw the line between reality and
as we're trying to navigate through the turmoil of nonsense that's out there. We could, let's not add to the problem. Is what I'm saying. Because that's what.
But where do we end it then? Okay, give us your parting statement on this topic then.
Well, I'm just saying that it was an inside job. The American government's are scumbag bastards, and the American people are cowards. They should have had a fucking revolution by now. That's where I'm at.
Okay, thank you. I'm not gonna. Okay, that's your statement. My statement would be just sort of looking through the clues. Okay, 1 second, Jen. Can I make my final statement? Hopefully we can move on then, all of us. But my final statement was that the death of Osama bin Laden, as he was watching internet porn in his compound in Pakistan, was also an inside blowjob. And it's not. Don't take anything literally, friends. Anyone who's listening, there's always a massive conspiracy in play. So off you go. Okay, good.
What's up, Jen?
How you doing?
Good.
Nice to hear your voice. Long time.
Yeah, what are you guys talking about?
Oh, we were just talking about the supposed Osama being captured in Pakistan.
Bin Laden,
killed,
come on,
and buried in a hurry. That's it.
That sounds like y'all's in the weeds. How did that happen?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I just think that, yes.
We have Jen, and we have PJ Dodo. Jen, Dodo. Hey, we were just talking about how do we establish, I guess, positions when there's so many sort of fantastical tales being presented to us, Jen. And one of when Jen holds there was no plane crashes on 9/11. So I was extrapolating that and saying, well, therefore, Osama bin Laden was guilty of fuck all. He did nothing. Because that's his whole plan, right? So if nothing happened, and then we got on to how Osama bin Laden was supposedly taken out, and then it got all sort of section, it got all innuendo.
Yeah. Purely on your part. Purely your part, Pete.
It wasn't on my part. It was SEAL Team 6. It was Colonel 6. It was Sergeant Gunnar O'Neill shooting Osama in the face while he was watching porn in his.
So I have a question. So, does anybody else hear the connection going in and out with anybody else? Because I'm trying to determine whether
I'm experiencing that. Yes, I am. Yeah.
Okay, good. It's not just me. Okay, yay. Okay, so Jen, I'm so glad you're here. You know why? Because my brother-in-law, I talked with him about the Black Swan, and we brought him in here and talked for a long time. But so we were talking about, he wants to do an observation from his boat, and super exciting for that. But
brilliant.
We were talking about something random. Oh, I think it was about NASA. And I just cut the conversation to the chase. I'm like, do you think we went to the moon? And he says, yeah, I think we do. And I just, in my head, I'm like, oh, man, this is going to be a long journey for my brother-in-law.
Yes. He's at the beginning of the lesson.
Well, he's wanted to do a short observation to get some practice in. But then in September, he goes to the Keys in his boat. So that's when the real observation is going to happen. I'm so excited. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Can't wait till September, Jan. For goodness sake. I take it you're a long-term stationary flat earther. My goodness.
Well, that's good. At least he's going to do something that should convince him. The very fact that he's on the ocean, not seeing any curvature, should blow him away already. But you know how they are.
Let him do research, Jane. Let him come on here for the next few months, and he won't need any fucking. He'll just look at stuff that other people have taken, and he might he'll do it for his own satisfaction, but he'll get his mind wrapped around the concept first of all, and that's the first step, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, about 40 minutes ago, I did say to the listeners that I wanted to talk a little bit more on the suits that were supposed to be giving them more mobility than the ones they had back in 1969. Now, remember, the suits that they had in 1969, the makers, I think there was Hamilton something or other, they actually built these suits, made these suits with 90% of nude range mobility incumbents into that suit. So that means that if you had that suit on and somebody was naked, you could move 90% to the human being. You could reach 90% of movement in whatever you were doing. Okay? If you're in the nude. So when they produced these new suits costing $3.5 billion, right, for these two suits. There's two suits they got. They got the ones that they're going to use on the lunar surface, right? And then there's the ones they're going to be wearing when they're supposedly in the spacecraft on their way. So there's two suits there. Both of them combined $3.5 billion they cost. Okay, right now. The point that I've raised is
stand up to testing, Jim.
Well, I felt that they didn't demonstrate. Remember, they've got to make up 10%. because they had 90% of nude range movement. So what would this 10% mean to me? Well, to me, it would mean that I would want to be able to jump around, roll around, do press-ups, sit-ups, stand up, squat, jump to the side, jump to the left.
Well, yeah, you get a full mobility.
You're Mickey around
That's
by
right.
moving your hips.
That's right. Exactly. They said they improved it. They said they improved it. Remember that 90% of nude range back in 1969. And you know what? They didn't demonstrate 1% of body movement in this suit. In fact, as the woman was coming up on stage, okay, the woman who had the suit that you'd be wearing on the lunar surface, supposedly, she had both. I'll post the video. I'll post it again later. She had both hands on the handrail as she's climbing the steps. Well, there's a problem already. I thought you had at least 90%. So why would you be needing the handrail? You should be able to
but that's
navigate
on the moon, Jen. That's
easy.
on the moon, Jen. Come on, Jen. That's on the moon where you have a much 1/6 gravity. Obviously, it's going to be heavier, more cumbersome.
It doesn't matter. You're still going to be able to step on steps. You're going to walk on steps. Come on. You've got to be able to walk on steps.
Oh, Jen.
But anyway, two hands.
You're wrong here now in terms of the defense.
No, I'm not wrong at all. I'm disagreeing with that entirely. Look, if it was me in that suit, I'd jump around. I'd jump up because I'm supposedly on Earth with its gravity, so I better do some jump. Remember, 90% of new
cumbersome. Hey Jen, would the same suit and be less or more cumbersome when you wore it on the moon as opposed to on Earth in a movie studio or a television
I admitted that earlier, that if I started to jump around, I am definitely going to be huffing and puffing because I'm in the suit, okay? I'm on Earth's atmosphere, right? And I'm supposedly subjected to Earth's gravity, but I don't believe in gravity, but my body weight on Earth is going to be, a force to contend with. So yeah, I'm going to be out of breath. The bubble glass will be steamed up. Okay, definitely, unless it's switched on and then it's circulating fresh air.
I have a question.
Yeah,
are the suits waterproof?
Great question.
I would be amazed.
They would be because they've got to use them in the negative buoyancy pool, haven't they? So they
hang on. Hang on, Jen. Let me respond as a bowler, an official story. A man will respond here. Just please do that because you know that there's vast resources behind the bullshit story that's presented. But they would say, I would object to your objection, Jen, by the video post that you're talking about, with the woman in this new Axiom suit walking down the stairs and she's all sort of stiff and restricted. You're expecting her to be light as a feather, like a helium balloon or something. But my objection would be, Jen. No,
I'm not. You
we are under a certain level of atmospheric pressure here, which does not apply to the moon. Okay, so we would have a more stiff and resistant.
You've misunderstood what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead.
You've misunderstood what I'm saying entirely. Look, the suit is going to give you, back in 1969, here on Earth, the suit gave you 90% of nude mobility here on Earth. Okay?
Oh, okay.
That's where the suit was made. It was made here on Earth. Okay? Bloody old pig. Where are you going?
All this nude talk, Jen, has me thinking about boobs.
Well, whatever. Let's not go down that road. Let's keep it serious, yeah? If you want to talk about boobs, I'll leave you and I'll leave and come back later.
No, but okay,
when
Jen.
You're not here, I can discuss this.
Well, hang on,
I can discuss this on a serious light and leave you to talk about boobs, vaginas, and cocks if you want. Okay?
No.
It's up to you, you know? We can talk seriously or we can leave you to talk.
Please, 1 second, please.
And then you probably get banned from the server.
Jen, I'm deadly serious. Jen, I'm deadly serious here. I forget about that. That was a joke.
Right. So let's go back to what I said.
I'm deadly serious here.
Let's go back to what I said then, Pete. Hang
Jen,
on. Hang on. No, we go back to what I said, Pete. Go back to what I said. If I'm in that suit here on Earth, the new Axiom suit, that cost $3.5 billion, and I was in that suit, I'd be doing press-ups, sit-ups, rolling around on the floor to demonstrate the extra 10% mobility that's in that suit. Because they already had 90 in 1969. So the demonstration they gave us was not satisfactory at all.
but the problem is if you could do that in that suit, encompassing its sort of structure, its weight, its material on Earth, then you'd be able to do so much more on the moon. But they're designing the flexibility of the suit with the moon's lesser gravity in mind. So you'll be able to do that on the moon, but not on Earth, because obviously there has to be restrictions according to our life.
That's all a no, because you actually see them move their arms.
No.
They actually demonstrate.
Are we actually talking about the moon?
Yeah, we're talking about the Axiom suits. And the presentation that was given the other day, which was not satisfactory as far as I'm concerned, because the suit was supposed to be an improvement on the 1969 suits and the suits that they wore in the space shuttle, supposed to be a really advanced suit, but they didn't demonstrate that enough for me.
But how would they ever get to the moon, though?
Well, there you go.
Yeah, we're never going to just go along with the idea. Hey, but what do you think about my objection here? So Jen is referencing a video he posted in your own chat here, and I'm saying, I haven't seen the video, but I'm thinking that because the lady was stiffened and she was restricted, that's on Earth, but where you have a different gravitational influence on the moon, 1/6 of the case, then she'd be. What do you say? The nude. You don't know anything about the nude. What do you say? The nude range
mobility is what they said.
Mobility reference, scale. Yeah. You don't know anything about that meme if you just after walking into this, because this is brilliant.
Well, that's how they described it back in 1969. That the company that manufactured the suit that was used had developed 90% of nude range mobility within that suit here on Earth. So if they can do that here on Earth, that means this new Axiom suit should at least be able to display that mobility, but they didn't do that at all. They didn't show any. They just bent down, picked up something from the ground, which was the same in the 1969 spacesuit, and they had their arms above their head, which apparently they couldn't do that in the with the 1969.
Isn't this kind of like talking about like the inconsistencies of like a movie rather than like anything that's like real?
Exactly. It is.
Well, yeah.
And that's the point I'm trying to make. It is. But here's a deeper point though, Jen. If you are in a shell and you have an Iron Man suit, hang on a second, Jen. If you have an ability to move or to function within a shell like an Iron Man suit, right? If they're talking about that ability of your freedom within the shell itself, even though it'll be restricted somewhat against the backdrop environment you're put in, I think there's a distinction to be made. Of course, it's all within.
Yeah, let me post. I'm going to post Bill Cooper. I think when you watch this new video I've just posted, you got to watch against what Bill Cooper also highlighted. Very important indeed, not to be distracted, because what he says is very punishing to what NASA claims the suit could do. Okay, so I'm going to post that as well. Bill Cooper, I love that guy.
Right around 9/11, didn't he? Bill Cooper.
He did. I love that guy. Yeah.
He was too close to the truth.
He did a 40-minute, hour of the time about the moon landing hoax, fake with the suit in particular, and the lack of athletic ability that all the writers and reporters were speculating about. Okay, it was really good. I'm posting it now. Here it comes.
Jen, all respect, Jen, all due respect, but as Ming just came in and said there, I think we all are aware that it's all bullshit.
Yeah,
so, anyone new coming in, fair enough, it will be sort of some convincing piece of evidence.
Yeah,
okay.
What I like to do though,
what's beyond it? Is it a complete bullshit story for the sake of bullshit and there's nothing more, or is there anything to be gleaned from it?
Well, there is something to be gleaned from it, and that is those who are listening in the YouTube live stream, there may be some first timers. So you must always remember
Bob here.
That, let me finish please. You must always remember to always put your best shiny shoe foot forward all the time, as you are having the opportunity. Who knows how long this is going to be here for? And that's how I operate. So I know I'm talking
Do
to
that.
the converted here, but
Do
let's
that.
carry on, okay? Unless you want to
so
talk
what are your deeper thoughts then, Jen?
boobs and vaginas, then please carry on the flat
Okay,
earth.
well,
Go
okay,
ahead.
so Jen, so now that you're not speaking to the ladies and gentlemen of the audience anymore, who are possibly
I am.
One second, Jen. Second, please. There are possibly 20 or 25, which is great, but live listeners strewn throughout the earth. You don't know any of them personally. So now you've got your general statement to them aside. Now, what do you think now, Jen, is the deeper significance to all of this? Anything obvious has to be obvious and it's presented to us for sort of decoding in potential anyway. What do you think? Why
Well,
did they call it
basically,
axiom?
I don't know about the decoding bit of it.
It
All I
has to
would
be,
say is
doesn't
that
it?
all I'm saying
Has
to you,
to
ladies and gentlemen, is that the saga goes on. The deception is
You're
perpetuated.
not
Because
talking to
Jen.
ladies and gentlemen.
yeah.
Hey, Jen. You know what my brother-in-law can't get past is he goes almost right away into how, not why would they lie, but how could they lie? I don't know why. He's an intelligent guy. He's had his own business for 40 years.
Yeah.
But, he can't get past the notion of, how big the lies are and how compartmentalized they are and people are unknowingly perpetuating a lie. But, he can't get past I'm sure he understands the idea of a pyramid scheme of power, but somehow he's like, how could they hide a lie that big?
Yeah.
Because he's not awake.
Let me give you an analogy, okay? There's this guy, his name is Albert Stubblebine III. He was the head man for the military accident image analysis, right, for the 9/11 and that, okay? He was the head man, the top man, Major General Albert Stubblebine III. He passed away in 2017, okay? Now, his wife said to him that she doesn't believe what the government's telling him. He was retired when 9/11 happened. He was in Hawaii when it happened and the military contacted him. His wife said, I don't believe this. You know what he said to his wife? No, my government wouldn't have done this. No way. And he's Major General. So he's a high-ranking, well-decorated military personnel, and he's like your husband. There was no way the government would have done it. Right? But
I'm with you now.
Upon investigation, when he then went in and looked, he went to Pentagon, went to the hole, looked at everything. The cameras came up to him and said, what's happened? He says, I'll tell you what didn't happen. No plane went into that hole. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't a plane, is what he said. I think it was a missile, but I can't prove it. Now, you see, he actually went there and then realized, and you know what he said? He said, he began to think, oh my God, what happened? And then he had a relook at 9/11, and then he started to talk about the puffs of smoke coming out the building. So he said he was the only military officer to come out in public and make that statement, that a plane did not hit the Pentagon. There you go. So your husband is like that. He trusts the government all the way. He has no reason not to trust them.
Not her husband, her brother.
Sorry, your brother. Sorry, Jenny. Your brother.
No, it's all right.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Jen. Hi, Jen. Is he like the typical anti-flat earther here, Jen, or the
No, he actually... No, he didn't participate with...
Right?
He's semi-awake. He knows that politics is completely corrupt. He didn't participate with the medical procedure they pushed for 2 years. They didn't do that. But he's wanting to do his own observation.
Jen, you're breaking up real bad.
Okay.
I sort of get what you're saying, but okay. Enough.
I'm here. Can you hear me better now?
That's grand. So yeah, he has 1 foot in and 1 foot out. But I mean, in terms of recent conspiracies? What about fake shooting? What do you think about corona? Is he injected, for instance?
Well, that's what I was trying to allude to without saying it because we're not supposed to talk about it. They did not get the medical procedure. They didn't get the stick. So,
Well, my advice to you immediately, Jan, then in a brief encompassment would be to give him his space. Don't mention these things other than what you've already said, and just give him his space. And he has to come to terms with it in the near future. He has to.
well, I let him bring it up, to be honest.
Nice one.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's it.
But it's just like, I know
Jen,
it's gonna be.
hi Jen, be so proud, dear, because look at all the people who are going to look so much up to you in the future, as you've mentioned all of these things, almost in passing in the past when the reality of our situation comes out or comes to bear. So hats off to you, dear.
In September, he wants to do an observation from in Florida. So that'll be soon.
Yeah, you were saying that. Yeah, very good. Good. Point him to. Do you know what you do, Jen? Actually, do me a favor. And I've had interactions with this guy, and before anyone else was doing it, he was the man who was going out. I think he was actually close to Florida as well. And I can post you the channel, but it'd be easy enough to find. Wide Awake channel. Just give him that reference. Post him a link to it on social media. Wide Awake channel, and he was doing all of these observations way back in 2015 and 16. Over many different conditions, many different days, and well, let him do his adequate research.
Well, I think he realizes that he's going to have to do several observations, because of atmospheric conditions and whatnot. So you said Wide Awake was the channel name?
Let me just let me bring it up for you if I have it here easily at hand.
But Jenny, if you're interested,
this man is a famous man. If Flat Earth, imagine this, Jen and Jin. Imagine, Jin, you're famous yourself in your own right. Don't worry about that. But imagine Flat Earth reality, which we all accept sort of wholeheartedly. We know it's whatever. We're on the surface. It's not moving, and it can generally be described as flat. But imagine the truth came out then. The whole of humanity came to awareness. People then will look back to influential characters in the past. What Mark Sargent will be, what Eric Dubay, Matt Paraland, Nathan Oakley, all the usual. Wide Awake will be. I have it. Okay, I'll post the channel. He'll be someone who will be recognised, and someone who was forgotten by the mainstream. So I have the channel here, and just post that to him. Don't say anything to him. Okay, 1 second, I'll just copy and paste. Don't say anything to him, but just post in that channel for reference, just to let him know that someone has been doing things that he is considering doing and going to plan for doing for, a long time.
I think he's on his journey because he's being really intellectually honest to say, I don't know, never thought of it quite like that before, and I got to go. Hold on.
Yeah. Well, I think it's good that her brother is now beginning to listen a little bit and deciding for himself that he wants to check it out for himself, because that's how once you've actually gone through and made a few observations for yourself, done the maths, a little bit of simple calculations, and if you're seeing beyond where you shouldn't be able to see because the Earth's curvature should be in the way and it's not there, I mean. There you go. I posted just now 19 pilots who are saying the Earth is flat. I posted it just now. You look in there, there's 19 pilots. Thanks to Flat Earth Banjo, by the way. So these are testimonies from pilots themselves telling you that the Earth is flat because they fly over it every day. There you go.
Well, Jen, this brings up an important point here, and I'll speak for myself. Of course, we're observing reality at all points in our life, but I didn't need to go out and do my own observations to become a stationary flat earther. I have qualification for that term, right? So I use the term loosely, but. Well, 1 second, Jen. 1 second. Let me just make my statement here. I didn't need to do that. My mind needed to sort of be focused in a specific way, and I think my mind was encouraged as well. Of course, it was, but you don't have to go and do things to and wait. And what are you going to do? Put your mind on hold, your thought process on hold. You can do both in conjunction. You can plan.
That's a good point.
For a personal experiment, but in the meantime, you can look at other observations observations others have had, and all the different information. You can come here, you can come to Geo's channel, you can come to others' channels, and you'll see all of the great arguments that are to be had against the obvious.
I think you missed an important part there, though, Pete. So I'll give you a chance to get that out, because I'm sure you're aware of it. And I'll ask you again, Pete. Why didn't you have to go out and do something? Why?
Because there was so much information presented. Someone like Wide Awake, the channel I just posted in the
I remember Wide Awake.
Yeah, I can look at his observations. I was already a flat earther before that, so I just confirmed everything I was thinking anyway. I don't need to go out and do it, but at the same time, I have made my own observations. I made some great observations, Jim. I made some great observations.
Since then, is that since then you've made the observations?
I guess that's what I said. All of us were living, so we're always observing. We just have the proper context for thinking. The most important things for flat earthers now.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
look at the clouds. Look at the clouds, our nearest neighbours, and represent or realize the repeating pattern. But that's a different matter.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what he's trying to say is basically my experience itself, because it only took me 3 minutes of watching Mark Sargent's Flat Earth Clues. Let me finish now. Flat Earth Clues to realise that the Earth is flat. 3 minutes. Now, I clicked on this video after resisting it for like 6 to 9 months, ignoring this video and other videos related to Flat Earth because I thought it was stupid. But Boxing Day of 2015, and I'm laughing as I'm clicking on it. I'm laughing, I'm thinking, because I had nothing else to research. The moon landing stuff was already done for me. So I thought, let me click on this video for a laugh. What could they possibly have for me to know? Flat Earth, bloody ridiculous as I click. Okay, and I'm laughing and I'm sitting there and I'm listening to Mark Sargent, and everything he said was accurate to my experience of living. Everything. 3 minutes, I'm smacking my head, and then all my life experiences came in warp speed. Whoosh, it's flat. And then I felt a complete dickhead, totally incapable of rationalizing and thinking and processing the stuff that I'd checked before. So I'd looked at other material that should have alerted me to this, like the moon landings, for example. I felt completely inadequate as a
Mark Sargent was here earlier on, bud. Do you know Mark Sargent was here earlier on, the one who afforded this transformation of your...
Do let me get this out though, Pete, because you just jumped in there.
Oh, go ahead.
So so, ladies and gentlemen, that's why because it's the main point, you see, ladies and gentlemen. The reason why it only took me 3 minutes to realise is because my experience, which is more, say, than the average Joe and Sue blog, Tom, Dick and Harry, I've been in the army, which exposes you to the outdoors. Okay? I have started flying in aeroplanes 1969, 1970. The period when NASA supposedly went to the moon. I had my first journey in a plane. We then came back from Nigeria by ship, a 2 weeks luxury cargo ship, 2 weeks in a cargo ship, okay, which held about 200 odd passengers, and the horizon was dead level. I remember this. Remember, I'm a kid, so I'm not thinking of flat Earth or globe, but that's my memories. Those experiences of being in the Army Cadets, the Royal Air Force, the Royal Engineers, jumping out of planes, parachuting, had sailing, mountain climbing, canoeing, sailing, you name it, we've done it, snowboarding, all these experiences, and I still didn't pick up the clue. But within 3 minutes, all those experiences came rushing back. So I didn't really need to go out to confirm. I'd already been confirming it without realizing. I'd uploaded the clues and hadn't connected the dots. What Mark Sargent's video did was help me join those dots, and then thus my embarrassment of not being able to do that by myself.
Don't worry about the embarrassment, Jen.
There you go.
We all feel embarrassment about believing such abject nonsense, but there's a deeper layer to that as well. This is ultimately us establishing the relationship between the lie and the truth. But Jen, did you go on? Can I just ask you personally? And I know you have loads of stories to tell. But did you go on to actually clarify for yourself? So what Jen is talking about in relation to her?
Oh, absolutely.
Her brother-in-law.
Because of my
One
children.
second, Jen. Let me finish, bud. Just what Jen is talking about in relation to her brother-in-law experience. I'm sure what's going to happen is he's going to get his observation results, and he's going to, if he's of honest heart and mind, he's going to say that, okay, Jen, you were right all along. But Jen, did you go out? Did you feel any need to go out and do any after the 3 minutes any clarifications yourself? I know you have cameras.
On that fateful day, right, 2015. December 26th, Boxing Day, I did a binge watch of 8 hours of videos, which included the Mark Sargent's Flat Earth Clues. I watched, first of all, about 30 minutes of that. Then I stopped watching that and moved on to like ODDs. I went on from ODD to Dave Murphy's Greatest Lie Ever Told, from Dave Murphy to Celebrate Truth, from Celebrate Truth to Generism, from Generism to Eric Dubé, and then back to Mark Sargent. The 8 hours roughly of video watching, okay? After that, I went upstairs and told the kids. Now, I asked the kids how they knew the Earth was a globe. They brought their school textbooks, and I said, well, that's a CGI, so I explained that to them, what that meant. And then I asked them, how does the aeroplane fly? And I took out the 2 aeroplane models from my pocket, which I've got here, put it down on the table, show me how the aeroplane takes off, flies to a country and lands. How does it do that?
You process that quickly, Jen. You process that quickly.
Yeah, because of my experience. Remember, I'm an engineer. Hang on a second, you're interrupting me. I'm an engineer.
I am an engineer as well.
Right, so then an engineer would come to these conclusions very, very quickly. It should be easy for that to understand. That's what I'm using my engineer brain. Plus, I'm a school teacher.
But you're
so I'm
hang
now
on,
using
Jen.
my school teacher.
Hang on, Jen.
Yeah.
Hang on, Jen.
Can I get what I'm going to say
Jen. One second, bud. Your brain. I'm thinking myself, right? Your brain is going to be so overloaded with these 8 hours of. 1 second, Jen. Let me get out my sentiment, bud. I'm not going against you here. I'm actually going with you. But I'm thinking that your brain is going to be so overloaded that you have so much trouble processing your thoughts yourself. You're not going to be pushing them on others because you don't fucking know, right? Not you.
Yeah, no, because I know. That's why.
It's so
remember, I'm going with my experiences. I've never ever once in my life divorced myself from nature. Nature was my foundation. So the earth is my foundation. It's always been. It's never been I'm superior to earth. Earth is my foundation. I am to protect and look after earth for the generations yet to come. So for me, it was easy to understand everything that I was told. Could I actually go on stage on that day and start telling everybody? No, I'll be making a few mistakes, okay? So I wouldn't be able to articulate it as perfectly as it was articulated in the videos, but I understood the basic fundamentals. There's no spin. There's no
converted, yeah.
Right. So that's quite easy to
get you, bud. And hang on, bud.
No, I'm trying to get to my point. I didn't get to my point. I allowed you to interrupt before. I'm going somewhere with this. So hang on a second. Right. So then I went up to my children, and after 8 hours of watching these Flat Earth videos, cross-referencing everything, I went upstairs, asked the children, how do they know the earth is a globe, blah, blah, blah. I'll cut that short. So I asked them to show me how the aeroplane flies. And they showed me how an aeroplane flies on a flat earth. Then I said to them, shouldn't the plane fly like this if we're on a ball? So I picked up the pillow that was on the table, rolled it up and said, shouldn't it follow the curvature like that? Does the plane fly like that? No. So the children knew that the earth was flat, but they didn't realize it. So we had to make sure. So we went out when we were on holiday, when we climbed mountains, we confirmed. I'm still confirming with them as we speak. They're now 18, 22, 23, 20, and 14. Okay, there you go. Finished.
So wonderful, Jen, and I really mean that, bud. And you were convinced straight away, and something clicked for you. And I'm not taking away from that story you told. Excellent. Can I ask you now something, Jen?
Go ahead.
Because everything is about contrast, right? So we're given the ball Earth, and we're given the motion of the ball Earth, and you come away from that. So we're on a stationary Earth, and it's flat by other extensions. Our understanding of water is the basic one. But now, Jen, as we've been told, sort of. Appropriate story is attach the story to what the stars are. The other half of our consideration on Earth here, we have the surface and we have what's going on above us. Well, what's that? Are they part of Earth? Could they be part of Earth, Jen? Are they still not?
Basically, I mean, it's part of our experience visually only. Can we know what they are? No, we cannot, ladies and gentlemen. How can we know what those things that we call planets are when we haven't been there? We don't have the technology to take us from Earth to those regions. We cannot send anything that we make here up there to do it for us. And
what regions?
I'm nearly there. I'm nearly there. We would still need to go to those regions with our hands and check that what we speculate and assume here on Earth that they are indeed what they are. So we don't know what's up there. As far as I'm concerned, they're decoration, and they make up our nighttime experience visually only.
Like a Jen, and can you tell the ladies and gentlemen about Operation Fishbowl? So even though we don't know it, we've never been there, Jen, there has been some effort to determine the limitations of our surrounds. Tell the ladies and gentlemen about Operation Fishbowl.
Yes, Operation Fishbowl was the culmination of 4 years of firing between Russia and America up into the Earth's atmosphere, megaton bombs they called them. Okay, the idea I think was they wanted to create this kind of corridor through the Van Allen radiation belts so that the rockets could go to the moon. This is what I have been told. Okay.
Oh, that's not. What are you telling ladies and gentlemen that's shit for? What are you talking
That's
about?
what we were. I'm not finished yet. I'm nearly there. So basically, what happened in fact, though, is what we're told is this. According to Sir Bernard Lovell, who is a British astronomer, back in 1962, he stated that the event known as Operation Starfish Prime, Operation Fishbowl, Operation Dominic of the Lord, okay. These events have created a third radiation belt 100 times more dangerous and lethal than the Van Allen radiation belts back in 1962. And that belt is still here today. Right.
But Jen, we don't want reference to ladies and gentlemen to the official story. We want the decoding of reality.
I always do. Ladies and gentlemen, they're listening and I always acknowledge them.
Yours.
That's what we're being told by the. This is Sir Bernard Lovell, British astronomer. He tells us that what the Americans and Russians have done have created another belt out there 100 times more lethal with all the radiation. That's what they tell us. Now, hold on a second. If that is, remember, this is their story. If that is the case, then how did NASA, with the Apollo missions and the Gemini and all the rest of it, how did they actually get beyond these belts? How did they manage to go through these belts? And these radiations are instantaneous death levels. So let's not kid ourselves here, okay? You die instantly. Don't kid yourself, okay? 250, hang on a second, please. 250,000 rems doesn't leave anyone alive. And that would be the closest belt. The one created by the Operation Starfish Prime back in 1962. Then you've got the two Van Allen radiation belts discovered by James Van Allen back in 1958. Okay, James Van Allen. Now, those two belts themselves contain 2,500 rems apiece. Okay, right? So how did the NASA astronauts cope with that? And how did the equipment they had cope with that? That's the question that has to be asked.
Hang on. Hang on, Jen.
Yeah,
the problem here, Van Allen belts are millions of miles away.
No, they're not.
Didn't fucking send up nukes. Are millions of miles away.
No, they're not. They're not millions of miles away. They're not. They begin at 1,000 miles and they go out to 25,000 miles.
You see, oh fucking hell! You might be. Do you know what? I'm thinking of the Oort cloud. Sorry about that, Jin. I know it's all fucking nonsense. Excuse me.
No
to begin
problem.
with.
No problem.
Beg your pardon.
Yeah, no
Beg your
problem.
pardon, then. Okay, Jen. I don't know the answer to this myself, but I'm thinking there's going to be a pertinent answer. Of all of these different explosions that is set off, I wonder what the average mile distance was. You know what I mean? The detonation point. I think that might be pertinent to our greater research here in terms of what
they reckon
is
like
actually
200
going
odd
on.
miles. Yeah,
Just 1 second, Jen. I'm just going to speak to your ladies and gentlemen as well, because remember, ladies and gentlemen, we do not live on a spinning ball Earth. So if there is some sort of confine to the Earth itself, in terms of whatever a barrier Mark Sargent was on earlier on, and one of his basic things is encompassing barrier, it has to be some sort of divide. But how far was it? So the Van Allen belts obviously don't exist in terms of the distances given, nor the moon nor the sun exist in the distances given, right, Jen?
Well, don't they exist or not, ladies and gentlemen. They say they're there. They're there. Mike, I'm holding them to their story. That's what we've got to do. Because we don't know what's up. Me and you, ladies and gentlemen, we don't know what's up there. We haven't been up there to confirm anything.
Jen, you must know more than ladies and gentlemen coming in.
They got their stories. Their stories are full of
Jen, all these years later.
And I'm highlighting those anomalies for your attention. Okay, and that is it. How is it belts and not
You're sort of
be
breaking
harmed
up
or
as
not
well,
be killed is the word I have to use there. Not be, yeah, okay. How is it they could transverse through these radiation belts and not?
Pete, are you a flat earther?
At all. That's absolutely. Absolutely.
Pete.
You are? Yeah, peace, man. Yeah.
Pete Shea, am I a flat earther?
Yeah.
But we live on a stationary and a flat Earth surface. That's the best we can say. What Earth?
Yeah.
is,
So why are you? Why are you arguing with Jen though? He's a flat earther.
Just expand briefly, just another sentence or two. What I'm trying to say here and get to the point is that we've been presented this view of the spinning ball Earth and the heliocentric, the galactic, the Big Bang model, with sort of infinite space all around, with occasions speckles of stars or whatever. But in a flat Earth setting, if we take it that Operation Starfish Prime, Gemini, Domino, were all real, in a real setting, what does it translate to? That's what I'm trying to get at. So
that wasn't my question, though.
He's playing devil's advocate.
That wasn't my question.
He's playing devil's advocate.
Hold on a sec, Jen. Hold on a sec. That wasn't my question.
I'm a flat earther and not a flat earther at the same time, bud. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, if you call yourself that, Jin's a flat earther. Why are you arguing with him?
Not arguing. Hey, bud. I know Jin for years.
Yeah, he's a flat earther. So if you're gonna call yourself a flat earther, you should share the same. You should share the same ideology as him.
Oh, flat Earth is a psyop, bud. Unless you can tell me what Earth is, because what we have to go in terms of a contrast is the blue marble, right? And you can even think in terms of the blue marble in a cross section. So everything is detailed in ultimate finery all the way through, from the atmosphere down to the ocean level, down to the mantle, down to the core itself. So now Earth has to be something different. We know it's not that. What is it? Well, unless we make some sort of declaration, we can't describe any of its attributes to be all-encompassing.
Yeah, but there's a bit of a difference, though.
That's what I would say.
But there's a bit of a difference. When Jin talks, even though I'm not a flat earther, but when Jin talks, I don't have a counter argument to what he's saying. But when you talk, everything you say sounds like bullshit.
Okay, 1 second, please. Okay, 1 second, Jin. Hang on with me here. You're not a flat earther, so you're a ball earther, bud, are you?
No, I'm on the fence.
What do you mean you're on the fence? What do you mean? Okay,
I don't know what the shape is.
You're on stationary. Is the Earth? I don't know it either, but that's what I'm saying to you when I say I'm not a flat earther, because no one has said what the Earth is.
Yeah, we can't know the shape. Nobody knows the shape, that's for sure. But we know that it's not curving in any way. So what we experience is an experience on a leveled plane. Of course, there's mountains and valleys, rivers, lakes, ponds, the ocean, but it's all level. It's not on a on an oblate spheroid. That's not happening. That's what we do know. And hang on, I'm nearly there. We're nearly there. And we know that the Earth is in thickness thus far 7.6 miles deep. That's how far we have drilled. It took 20 years. That's all we can say from this. Right.
So much agree with you, Jen. I really am on board. We've spoken many times in the past. I really am on board with you in terms of things we can come to terms with, or we can reckon. Yes, okay. But the other guy, you're on the fence. Why are you on the fence? What do you mean you're on the fence? You're definitely not a ball earther, right? You're not a spinning ball earther as given. Bud. I mean, are you still undecided? Is that what you mean? You're undecided between the official story, the official accepted story, and the alternative. And the flat Earth is just a general encompassing term, which is in opposition to the spinning ball Earth as given, the spinning ball Earth literal impossibility as given. So, which side are you on in that?
I'm on the fence, but Jin has me convinced a little bit. But you, every time Jin convinces me of something, as soon as you open your mouth, I turn back the other way. I turn back to the globe way.
I feel I'm talking to Old Glory to the Most High here on some sort of voice changer. That's okay. Can you answer me? If you turn back to the globe and you're diminishing me,
turning everyone at the globe.
Because Jin is speaking with facts, but then you're just speaking out of your ass.
Old Glory.
No, I'm not. What do you mean All Glory? All Glory's name here is Concave. That's not me.
So
go ahead. So if you're on the fence, what do you mean? You're unconvinced. Jen, hang on 1 second, Jen. Jen is challenging me. He's supporting you. At least allow me to respond, Jen, because he's on your side.
Go ahead.
And I don't know who he is. But let me briefly. I cut it brief, Jen. But you're saying you're on the fence. So Jen is a greater convincer to sway you towards stationary on flat Earth surface, or as opposed to I don't know the official narrative.
The heliocentric model that doesn't exist.
The ball Earth.
Get it right.
Yes.
I am, okay.
Yeah. The heliocentric model doesn't exist.
But why would you need Jim to convince you of
that model? I'm nearly there. That model we've been given is not a representation of where we live, because we all know what models mean. Yeah, you have the model that is a model of a city that's going to be built by the architects. They've got it set out. That's a model. Doesn't exist yet, but that's a model that's going to come true because we're going to build it. Then there's a model of a replica of a toy car, aeroplane, ship, bicycle model there. Then there's a model that walks the catwalk. Yes, the male models and female models. Then there's the models of prediction through computer calculations. You can do a model. Now, the heliocentric model that we have, that spinning ball, is not a model that exists in reality. It does not exist. It is not a representation.
But it does, Jen.
Ladies and gentlemen.
But it does, Jen.
We've got a new guy here who would like to debate a globe positive stance. His name is Egotistical. Hold on, Pete Shea. Would anybody like to debate Egotistical? He'd like to take a globe positive stance and debate it with us.
Okay, let's get on with it then. Welcome.
There he is. He's off mute. Starting now.
Hello, Egotistical. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth server. What is your problem, sir?
No, I'm not going to play with you. Basically, I believe that the Earth cannot be flat and round at the same time.
How old are you?
Yeah, but you're like 10, man.
That's irrelevant.
Don't let this guy debate, bro. That's against the Discord policy.
Can I get in there, please? Can I get in there?
So, how does my age have any relevancy to a dialectical discourse?
Well, seems like it's against TOS.
Okay, can you actually? I want to test your knowledge.
How old are you?
Define what a fallacy is. Right now.
Oh. Go ahead, Jen.
Sorry, what did you say?
Define a fallacy.
A fallacy is something that is not real, that you want to be real, and you pretend that it is real. That's what a fallacy is.
A fallacy is a real thing. What the fuck are you talking about?
No.
It's something to give your argument a flaw. It's something to make your argument flawed and undermine.
Young man.
Hey, Egotistical, take it easy, bud. Yeah. Don't live up to your screen name.
Young man. Right? First of all, First of all, when you have a fallacy, it means you're using something to try and persuade somebody, but it's not real. Yeah, it's a fantasy. It's not really.
No, that's not what a fallacy is. A fallacy is something to make your.
Maybe we'll get back to him after he proves that he's not.
Let him come. Let him have his energy. Let him have his energy. It's necessary. It's necessary.
Bro, you shouldn't debate with someone who's 10 years old, man. It's not right.
You know what? I've got time. I'm a teacher. I teach elementary.
Scientifically, this is proven scientifically. Your brain is not developed at that age. So there's
can
no
I tell
point
you
of arguing.
something? At 10 years old, I can reach him. I'm not going to give him anything that's confusing. I'm going to bring it right down to his level. I do this every day. So please let him come in.
Jen, he's gone. He's a voice changer guy. A 10-year-old
I
is no
hate that when that happens, because I'm ready to let him have all his energy. What you do is you let them explode, let them establish their position first and foremost. They have that right. Give them the right to be themselves.
So
and
Peter,
can I not finish what I'm saying now?
Go ahead,
then we ask them the questions for their position. Fucking hell, he didn't even get a chance to establish position. He's gone.
Jen. There's a suspicion that he's underage here, and there's rules
that's fine. He might be.
But Jen, can you answer actually in respect to the guy? Can you answer his question? What is a fallacy? I think you did a bit of a bad job when you mentioned
he had it
first
right.
of all.
He actually had it right. You use it to win your argument. It's not a real thing, though.
It's a fallacy, Jen.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, that is it. That's what a fallacy is. Something.
Come on, give your answer here.
An emotional state of mind yourself, first of all, and a thing you use, language you use to manipulate your argument to your ends, basically. That's what I'm trying to say.
I guess I get you, but it's not so much emotional. It's more a logical.
It has to be emotional because you're being emotionally invested in your argument. So there has to be emotion there. That's your motive.
Contradiction has to be in play between your reason and your experience. And I guess,
that's your emotion.
Pete, you asked me how did Jin convince me and not you. You want me to answer you?
Go ahead, man. Go ahead, for goodness sake.
Two big reasons. One, he starts every sentence with "ladies and gentlemen," and second reason, which is the big one, there's no counter argument to his 911 conspiracy. He makes the best 911 arguments that you can't counter with.
But you're all glory to the most. What the fuck, this guy's you trying to pull here?
Who the fuck is all glory to the Most High? What does that even mean?
Okay. Imagine you're not that case then. So you want to bring us back to 9/11. I can't counter his argument. Jin is a sort of in between your heel mid. Some aspects.
I deal with the facts only. That's all I deal with. I've got no time for anything else.
But hang on, Jen. I was dealing with his point here. Remember, we don't know how long our tomorrow will last. We don't know how long our now will persist. But if you're asking a serious question, Jen's point is weak here because I'm the one who makes the declaration that 9/11 was a complete fake. No one died. Everything we saw was...
that's not the server topic. So I think
that's not true.
Maybe Pete needs to take a break. Farshad, maybe you can take a break too if you think that that's the server topic. Just take some time out and figure out what the server topic is.
I didn't bring that topic up. I just said why.
Yeah, you did bring it up. Okay, so just don't go there.
Let's stick with the moon landings. And where I was going earlier on, like 45, 50 minutes ago, I was trying to address the fact that, the NASA brought out these two new suits costing the taxpayer in America $3.5 billion. And they were talking about you were supposed to have this extra mobility, yeah? The fact is they had, back in 1969, with the suits that were made, I think it was something Hamilton's that made this suit. I'm going to get that name for you later on. Right, they made the suits, and they made it with 90% of nude range mobility. Now, when you look at the suits today, Axiom is the company that's making the Axiom suits. The demonstration that they did the other day, literally last week, totally not satisfactory at all. Because if you're going to demonstrate mobility, you've got to move. What they did was bent down and picked something up. They had that in 1969. So that wasn't anything special, right? They didn't, for me, what I expected to see was doing push-ups, some sit-ups at least. Let me roll around and then get up. That would show that at least you've got some kind of mobility and movement. Because when you do, if eventually, which we know they're not, but let's play their game, they're supposed to be going to the moon, yeah, the likelihood of falling down, okay, is going to be great. It's there. Let's see how you cope from being on the ground and getting back on your feet, okay? Because that was a problem on the moon anyway, you see. But it didn't demonstrate anything in dynamic mobility.
But I'm not even a flat earther, and I know the moon landing is fake.
Yeah, it was definitely a fake thing, right? And if you
what do you think of distance to the sun, Jin?
Okay, the distance to the sun, of course, is not what they claim it to be, which is supposed to be 93 million miles away. Now, if you look at the sky during the daytime when the sun is out, there are times when the sun's rays come through those clouds at like a 60, sometimes 30-degree angle, okay? You know, perspective rays flanging outwards. Now, if the sun was 93 million miles away, the rays would be coming through the clouds parallel, vertically down on top of your head, down to the ground. So when we have them coming at these angles, 60 to 30 degrees, that's indicative of the sun being close. Now, there's another problem that people may not, another revelation, and that is the moon casts its light on a moon dial the same angles as the sun does on a sundial. Same angles. The moon is casting the same shadows, the same angles. So if that's the case, either the moon is 93 million miles away or the sun is closer to where the moon is. This is the problem we're at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. We know it's not 93 million miles away.
How far is it, you think?
Okay, now we go back to the Rowbotham era. Rowbotham had it at 3,000 miles, okay? And then we've got this guy called J. Tolan Media 1. He used his optical equipment and estimated the sun to be 5,000 miles away. So we've got a 5,000 and 3,000 distance there. That's all I can give you in the way of the distance of the sun. Definitely.
Yeah, but I brought this up the other day, and people get offended in the server for that.
Ah, that is a shame. Yeah. Well, I'm sorry.
I said some flat earthers claim it's 3,000 miles away, and they said it's not true.
Well, the real answer is, if you're going to be real here, we don't know because we haven't measured it. Okay. Now, J. Tolan Media, using his optical equipment, estimated it to be 5,000 miles. That's what he did using his optical equipment. I can post you that video right now and you can watch it for yourself. It's 30 minutes long. He wanted to use 2 cameras, but because he couldn't get the 2 cameras to work properly, he decided to use the 1 camera and another optical equipment, spent about 15 minutes and gave us the distance to the sun. He did this, I think, in 2018, this video. It's a great one.
But here's the problem with that, though.
The man
Here's
is
the problem.
honest.
Okay, here's the issue.
Yeah, go on.
When you Google the distance between the United States and England, it says it's roughly around 4,500 miles. 4,500, roughly.
Miles, okay.
Yeah, so if the distance to the sun is between 3,000 to 5,000, basically a plane could take the same distance and just go vertically up and it'll reach the sun, no?
Right, now I'm glad you said that, because I have pictures that I took with my iPhone that it seems like the plane could go and fly to the sun. The sun is that close, and we're above the clouds. We're above the clouds. We can see the sun. It's like if I was the pilot, I could fly to the sun. That's how close it looks. Literally. My own personal photographs. Okay? So what you're saying is correct. It would seem like you could fly to the sun. Yes. I shit you not. Okay? What's your response to that?
Well, my response is, okay, so let's say you stick with the 3,000 miles, right? And the counter argument will be, well, you can't just vertically go up to the sun because it's too hot, it'll burn it and it'll destroy the plane. Sure, you can't do that for the sun, but what about the moon? Because these people claim there's moon landing, right? So why don't we take a plane, go straight up to the moon, we could reach it, right?
It's a possibility. Remember, in order to go where the moon is, there's no air up there. So there's a problem. You see that? There's no air up there. especially when you're talking about. Let's have a look. They said it was a 3-day journey, so obviously it's not a 3-day journey. The moon is that close; it's as close as where the sun is. So if we can go to the sun with an aeroplane, it means we should be able to go to the moon with an aeroplane. I can understand where you're coming from with that. I get what you mean. The only problem is, it hasn't been done, has it? No one's tried it. The photographs I have of the sun, that it looks that close you can go to it. So if you can go with the sun, then maybe you can go to the moon, maybe. But it's definitely not 3 days journeys away. It's definitely not 238,000 miles. That's what they reckon the moon is. What's your response to that? I posted that video, boy. Okay? The one with the distance.
I agree it's not 93 million miles away, but I just don't think it's 3,000 miles either.
I think it is that close because it burns. I can feel that heat so intensively on the back of my neck and top of my head. And then being in the aeroplane, seeing the sun that close, I think it's between 3,000 to 5,000 miles. I will go with that number because it's definitely not 93 million miles away. And from the experience I've had from inside a passenger jet airliner, looking out the window, took my pictures, that sun looks so close the plane could go and fly to it. That close. So it's possible. Definitely a possible thing we can do. I think, you know what I mean? We've got jet fighters that can fly at Mach 3, so they can keep up with the speed of the sun. The only problem is the fuel will run out. Then you've got to refuel. Do you see what I mean, yeah?
Yeah.
Right. So it's definitely doable. Remember, apparently one theory or one story is that was the reason why they grounded the Concorde, because it was revealing the flat Earth and the fact that the sun wasn't 93 million miles away. So they sabotaged the plane and to bring it down and end supersonic flight.
What's your thoughts on the Bermuda Triangle? They're claiming if you go there, the ocean sucks you in. What do you have to say about that?
I can't believe that because one I haven't been there. Although there are places on Earth where you can have this kind of what do you call it? You know, the vortex, but that happens periodically. It's not a regular thing. Now Japan has its Bermuda Triangle, by the way. They call it the Devil's Triangle. Okay, and the shape of that triangle is, if you can imagine, a very long, elongated triangle. So if you can imagine, let's say 3 inches, just scale it right down, 3 inches as the base, and then the height is like 3 feet. Okay, can you imagine that? It's a long triangle, isn't it? Long, isn't it? Long and thin. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
Right, that's the shape of the Japanese triangle. And the Bermuda Triangle over in America is more like an equilateral triangle, almost, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
Right, okay, right. Near enough. Maybe just a look, maybe the base is a bit longer than the sides, okay, but almost equilateral. Now, it's just a zone that the powers that shouldn't be has marked off as a place we can't go to because that's where they're hiding things, obviously. Don't think anything untoward would happen to any of us if we went there. We wouldn't disappear. The ship wouldn't stop working, all the electrics. That's all a lie. There's no way I'm going to believe that. And I don't believe that. I don't believe that anything is going on in those zones, but some kind of conspiracy where they're hiding things. Something's being hidden there. That's all. That's all I can go with at the moment. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big conspiracy, right? People claim they're running some military stuff. There's something going on there. They don't want the regular folks to go.
Right, yeah, so there's definitely something going on there. I will agree with that. But where boats disappear, I will never agree to that at all. That's rubbish. That doesn't happen.
Well, they claim there's planes and boats that have gone in there. No one heard anything from them ever again.
Yeah, that's a story. That's a story. Yeah, I'll never believe that.
You're right. It's a
I
story.
will
Like,
never,
where's the
ever,
video
ever,
proof?
ever believe that.
But the thing is, there's I don't know if you watched this new Netflix documentary that came out. This plane in Indonesia that it went up, it disappeared. No one knows where they went, and 300 people basically disappeared.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
It's a story, isn't it? It's a story.
No, this one is not. This one that I'm telling you is not a story because there's families of
Okay, so
victims.
if people have disappeared, then it's the powers that shouldn't be playing stupid games. Okay, that's what's going on there. It's another like gaslighting, right? They're gaslighting us. They're showing us the length and breadth of their power of control. Okay, that's what's going on there. Okay, so if it's a real story and you feel it's a real story, people have disappeared.
What do you think of the
and crying?
what do you think of the concave model? Because that all glory guy believes is concave.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean it's the reverse of the globe. I don't see reverse curvature. That's what you'd have to see. I've never seen that ever in my life. 61 years. So really for me it's a non-starter. Concave is a non-starter for me. Yeah.
Let me ask you a philosophical question now. Let's prove. Okay, everything we could prove with our senses, right? So your eyes, what you observe, perspective, everything, right? It basically signs that it's touch, feel. Yeah, exactly. So it basically points that everything we observe without mathematics and these so-called experts telling us, it points to being flat, right?
Exactly.
Right. So the question then becomes, if it is flat, what's the reason all these people claim it's a globe in school system? Like, what's the motive?
Okay. Well, that's because we were born into bondage. We were born into a slave system. Okay. Earth has been hijacked for generations before we were born, and those generations are seeking to keep control. So they will use any means necessary to keep that control. So they fabricated this heliocentric model to make us think that we're on a ball and we can go to space. It's all part of our control mechanism, because once you accept that, once you accept it and you're not fighting against the system, you're going with it. And that's the whole point of it. Control, without a doubt. Control.
But how do you control someone by telling him it's globe instead of flat?
You tell them from their childhood days. Because when you go to school, you don't go to school critically thinking. You've only been alive 5, 6, maybe 7 years. That's a very short time to gather information about Earth. You can't. You haven't, because you've been playing. You've spent your time pooing in your nappy and that, for 1 or 2 years, toddling around. So you're not really picking up anything. But the one thing you can be sure of is that your environment is level. You're not experiencing spin or curvature, but you're not aware of this. You're not even aware of the Earth could be spinning. That's not even on your radar at that age. So it's easy to mold children's mind at that age, at 7, 8, 9, 5, 6, 7. That's when they capture you. And once you've got that in your head, I mean, I've discussed the Earth being flat with this age group, and they defend the Earth like they knew it was a globe from the day they were coming out of their mother's womb. And then when I actually said to them, hold on, who's going to know more? You, that is only 7, or me, that is like, at that time, like 50 something, 55 or whatever. Can you know more than me? Then they calmed down. That was the only way I could calm them down, was to use the age card. To say, okay, so if I know more than you, I'm telling you that's not true. So let's start. Then I had to start again, calm them down. And then they began to see that they can't know what they're saying. What they're actually telling, they cannot prove it. And then they realized. And then they started to agree that, yeah, the globe it's not a globe. One, they haven't experienced it. We can see too far. These are the 2 main things I did. Didn't talk about the spin, just those 2 things alone. Curvature, seeing too far. And then they got it. Okay? Didn't go in about the Earth spinning yet. Because it's an overload. So, yeah, that's why they do it. They do it because they can easily mold the child. And once the child believes the teacher, because that's what you do. The teacher's not lying to me. I'm learning about the earth. You're going home skipping with the lollipop in your mouth. La, 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 la. You skip home from school because you learn about the globe and how it spins and that. Do you know what I mean? They didn't give you any proof. No tangible evidence because you're not looking for that. You're just taking in what the teacher told you as the truth because the teacher doesn't lie to you. Can you see how easy it is now? Does that make sense? Yeah, that's how it works. That's how they got us. And innocent children will always follow what they're told until they're confronted with something else that challenges that. They're going to defend what they've been taught, which is what I experienced with the 7, 8, 9, 10-year-olds, elementary school kids, defending it like it was like they made the globe, the way they defended it. Then when I pulled out the age card, so you're saying that I'm older than you, so I've made a mistake. Jin Sensei made a mistake. 55? You're how old? 10, 7, 9? And you know more than me? Kodomo? Children?
You speak Japanese, right?
Yeah, I speak Japanese, yeah. So it's all in Japanese, yeah. So I'm saying to them, you know, あなたたち私にもっとわかる子供のに何歳あなた ?10 歳 ?9 歳 ?7 歳本当に人生生より55歳のに I'm saying I'm 55, you're 7, 8, 9, 10s, you are children know more than me? I've lived longer than you, how can you know more than me? Ha! Then they calm down. They go, oh yeah, buddy. Of course.
Do you teach flat earth in the school too, or just English?
I teach flat earth when I get it at school, and I teach it out in the parks on the street. I'm taking my globe, my flat earth Gleason's map, and my aeroplanes, and I'm having some heated, lovely discussions with the kids. Yeah, and they're loving it because they're learning that what the earth, it is not this. I said to them, never ever believe this because it's impossible to live on. It's not real. You know it's this. Some of them have traveled, so I gave them the plane. Show me how the plane flies. Because you've got to give them their chance to shine and experience. I want to see what they know. So I give them the toy planes and show me how the plane takes off. And over there is Hawaii. Fly to Hawaii for me in that plane. And we're in there. Don't crash. Cracking jokes as well. Don't crash. And then they show you how the plane flies. And there is no curved trajectory in that flight. Just a takeoff, leveled flight, and they land with the wheels nose up. They got it perfect. Then we showed them on the ball of the globe. Shouldn't the plane fly like this though? Shouldn't it? Shouldn't it? Yeah? It didn't do that, did it? No, that's right. And then I asked him, when it's doing that, can you have a meal? No. Can you get a drink? No. Can you go to the toilet? No. Why? And then they show me that because the plane is like this. So yeah, Taira Janaikara, it's not level, which means they can't walk. You can't. You have to be in the seat.
What about, what's your thoughts on gravity?
Okay, good question. I learned about gravity at school, and what my teacher told me was, it's a force acting on my body, pulling me down, okay? So what did I do when my teacher said that? I flapped my arms and jumped up and said, I don't feel it, miss. I don't feel it. But yeah, that's why you're returning to the ground, is it? Because it's pulling you down. But I couldn't feel that force. But I said, okay, miss. Right? And this, I would have been about 8 years old, 7, 8. NASA just going to the moon, okay? Supposedly. That's when I learned about gravity because I looked at the globe, looked at Australia for months, spinning it, looking at Africa and the world. And eventually I thought, why don't the people fall off at the bottom, is what I asked my teacher. Why don't the people fall off from Australia? Because you can walk here. I didn't think about Africa sideways, just top to bottom. It's 2 striking points. And she said, gravity is keeping them on the ball. And I asked, what's gravity? What do you mean? I don't know what that is. She says, it's the force that keeps you on the ground. What do you mean force? It's acting on your body, she said. It's acting on my body. So that's when I flapped my arms. Because I was trying to kind of like shrug it off. I'm only a kid. I remember it. And then I jumped up. I said, I don't feel it, miss. I don't feel this force. But she says, that's why it's pulling you down. So I took that to be, okay, so gravity's keeping me down. And it wasn't until I got to secondary school and learned that gravity was a theory. Okay, now, oh, so it's not real then. Gravity's a theory. hasn't been proven. I learnt this in secondary school, so I would have been about 16. It's a theory. So it's not a real thing. But I still carried on thinking it was real until I became a flat earther. And then we looked at the Newtonian and the Einsteinian, both theories unproven. That's when I now know that it's density and buoyancy. It's definitely not gravity. There is no gravity. Okay? Lighter things, lighter than air.
I have a problem when you say there's no gravity.
Well, I'll tell you why. I'll explain it. When I have a children's balloon, I hold it in my hand, I let it go, it drops down, boom, at a fair notch to the ground quickly. I take that same balloon and inflate it with the air from my lungs. I tie it up. It's the same rubber balloon. I let it go. It drops to the ground, but slower. So there's a marked difference. Why isn't gravity constant? It pulled it down quickly once. Now it's finding it difficult. I release the air from the balloon. I then pump it with helium. And now it can't pull it down at all. It's gone up. So obviously,
that's because the density to the air. It's a lower density.
That means my body is a heavier density to the air, so I go down. That's what it is. Right. So
I agree with that. But okay, so you just proved there is gravity, though.
No, I'm not proving
that's
that
not gravity.
No, I'm just proving that my weight is not supported by the air, so I must go down because that's the natural order of living on a flat earth. This earth we live on, the Creator has made that order. No man made that order, God made it. Okay?
So you're saying there's no gravity, but there's density, is what you're saying.
What I'm saying is that things that are lighter than air will float above that air. Okay? Because it's lighter. The air won't support it at all. It will just flow straight through because it's lighter than air. Okay? And anything that is heavier than the air, again, the air won't support it, so it will drop to the ground. That's the natural order of things, yeah? A natural order. And we cannot argue with that natural order. We can try to use it, okay, but we can't argue about its existence. Try to manipulate it and use it to our advantage, yeah. But to say it's gravity, no. It's not gravity doing anything. Because the reason they created gravity is clearly obvious. When you have a spinning ball, an equator spinning at 1,000 miles per hour now, okay, and you throw water on a spinning ball, the water wants to fly off. It will always fly off, not roll or fly off. When you keep the ball stationary and it's not moving, the water rolls off and accumulates at the bottom. So in order for that to keep us invested on the globe, they had to create the gravity to keep the water on a spinning ball. That's the reason why they used the word gravity. It does not exist in the reality that we live in the natural world outside. How can it be that gravity can hold on the Earth's ocean, but yet a butterfly can fly off and just fly away? No problem. It's impossible. That's not how the Creator created this earth. The Creator didn't create a ball. To live on a ball would be a mathematical nightmare. Problems all the time. It would be a main conversation between carpenters, bricklayers, bridge builders, tunnel diggers, military personnel. Everyone would be talking about the curvature. It would be part of our normal language. Like we use level normally and horizontal, curvature would be a thing spoken of because we see it, we experience it, we have to account for it. Mathematically, when we're building things, railway tracks and everything else, it would be a common thing we talk about because we see it, experience it, and it drives us mad when we've got to do our maths for the slightest degree off because of that bloody curvature. Got to start again, scrap this, start again. It's a nightmare. God didn't make that. Did you like that answer? Yeah, you can't argue those answers, boys. You will not have your cake and eat it. I'm going to give you the tin. Eat the tin, boy. You're not getting any cake today. Better sharpen your teeth up. Nothing but tin, no cakes. Just the reality of we're living on a flat earth. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is the answer to those questions. Very interesting that they were. There is no way we're living on something that is a ball that is spinning through the space. The word universe, you're using it so regularly, like door handle, switch. Let's go shopping. Open the car door. Let me get in. Shut the door. Steering wheel. The universe is not that common to us. We don't even know if it exists. What evidence do we have that it exists? What methodology have we used? I'm saying have we used to confirm that there is a universe that is beyond 40 billion light years? Yeah? And we're still moving through it. No, it's just not there, is it, ladies and gentlemen? We're not moving.
I love hearing you, Jen. It's good to see you on here, buddy.
Thanks a lot, man. Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate that, man. We're all here. We're all in this together, you see.
I love you, Jensper.
Yeah, we love you too, man. So
You're one of my favorite people here.
Are you talking to the young lady?
You're right. He's aggressively speaking the truth.
No, I'm speaking to you, Jensper.
Yeah, that's right. The young lady. It's great having you here because she's quite motivational herself when she gets going. Very motivational. In fact, you can almost say it's compelling, isn't it? Compelling with the points she raises. Yeah, you can't help but listen, and then you cringe for the Globers because they're on the receiving end of that. Yeah, I just love it. They're on the receiving end of all that compelling truth. Wow, I'm glad I'm not a recipient of that. Just so glad. But sometimes that's what it takes. That message can sound sweeter and more compelling from a female voice.
If the Earth is not spinning, how does the sun is up half of the world and then goes down and then the other half of the world gets lit up?
Okay, the word down should never be used with the sun. It should never be used at all in reality. In reality, the sun never goes down. Doesn't go down anywhere. That's an optical illusion. So if you say down, then optical illusion should be joining that word immediately. Okay, they're together. Because when you look at the sun from the east, it looks like it's coming up. But it's not coming up. It's coming towards you. It's always in the sky. It's the distance that it's at and the angle from where you are that makes the sun appear to be rising up. But when it reaches you at 12 noon at the top of your head, that's the height it's at all times. It's always up there. So when it leaves you, it's not going down. It's remaining at that altitude. We'll say it's like, let's just for simplicity's sake, it's 3,000 miles from my head. It will remain at that 3,000 miles from my head all the way around as it completes its circuit each day. It never comes down. It comes towards our location, heats up our location, and then moves away from our location to another location heading west. Do you get it now? There is no down.
I get your argument for it, but yeah.
Well, that's what we observe. That's what's actually going on. That's exactly what is going on. For if it was going down, that would be a very, very tiny ball Earth. Honestly. Because if it's going down and disappears at the horizon, that's a very tiny Earth. Very tiny. So no. It's not going down. It's always up. And you know that because when you stand up, okay, you're standing up now. Now you're going to walk on the streets. You're walking on the pavements. You don't know it yet, but in front of you, in 100 meters away from you, is a round manhole cover, a metal plate. You can't see it from where you're standing, but it's there. But as you walk towards it, okay, you begin to see this black thing that's a different color from the paving stone. And now it's an oblongish shape, and now it's an oval shape, and now it's becoming more round as you get closer, and as you get closer, it becomes more circle, and as you stand above it, it's a full circle. You walk back away from it, the circle shape changes. Okay, can you see how that thing that's a real circle looks different as you move away from it. Yeah? Angular resolution from your perspective. It's an everyday occurrence. It's an optical illusion, isn't it? Because the thing is actually circular. And because of your angle at which you're looking at it, it's now, and from the distance you are from that manhole cover, you're looking at an oval-shaped thing, but it's actually circular. Okay? So it's a real thing. It's an optical illusion. The sun never goes down. Apparently, in its circle, there is a slight wavy motion as it's in its path. So there is a slight down, but it's very slight. It's not the down that you think it is, that you see it when it's disappearing from you, looking like it's disappearing behind the horizon. That's not what's going on. It's always in the sky at that altitude. It never comes down from that altitude. It's just at the angle at which it's moving away from you, from your position. You can't, what I'm trying to say is that you are unable to witness that distance because you're here where you are at your locale and the sun has gone beyond you. So when you look like a bus as you're walking on the pavement, the bus comes past you, full size. There's the bus. It's full size. People are on there looking at waving. As the bus moves away, it appears to be getting smaller. Is it actually getting smaller, or is it because it's moving away from you? Distance, the size is getting smaller because you can't see it at its full size. It's moving away from your locale. Still a full-size bus. People are on there laughing and talking and having a conversation on the bus. You see that? Even though the bus looks like it's getting smaller. But in actuality, it is not. It's remaining at the same size. It's just that it's moving away from your locale. Angular resolution from your perspective. The law of vision. God's law. Not man's law. God created this earth. And I'm not religious in any way. But I do understand.
I have something to add to that.
Yes.
That also actually complements it. Another way of looking at it is how you can perceive, like the lights. When you have lights that are like the sunset over the beach, and how you'll see the light coming straight to your feet, reflected on the water. That happens for everybody individually. You all have your own perception of light. It always comes towards you. That's another aspect of perception. So you actually do have your own personal sunset. Or
Absolutely.
when headlights are reflecting off the pavement, they're reflecting towards your feet, towards you.
Each individual, even a child has it, different heights as well. Everybody has their own personal. And that can only happen on a leveled surface, because if it was curved, the light wouldn't reach your feet. It would stop at the curvature. The curvature would block it instantly. It wouldn't reach you at all. You see? That's how you know that the earth is not curving in any way, shape or form. Yeah, that's a good point you made there. Definitely. So yeah, no, the sun doesn't go down, doesn't go up, doesn't go down. It just stays up there in the sky, up there all the time on its circuit together with the moon. It moves faster than the moon. What a beautiful design it is. But we flat earthers are not so arrogant that we're going to start to tell you what things are on these other objects that we see in the night sky. We can't. We have no way of discerning what they are. And we can't go there. We don't have that technology. We will never ever have that technology. We have no business there. But man has made it their business to lie to the human race that they can go there, and an industry has spurted out from that, and now that we're paying for it hand over fist. The Artemis mission, for example, alone is said to be costing $93 billion, which is still set to rise. Okay? That's not fixed. Remember, they said 2025 they're going to the moon. Now, I don't think they're going to be able to. That's not enough time. They've got to build those spacecrafts and test them. Okay? Test those suits. There's a lot to be done in the next 2 years. So we'll wait and see anyway. They've got all of 2023, and we're only in March. Then they've got 2024 complete. Okay, so yeah, I suppose they're going to be doing it in July. We can assume that July, to try and be in line with the Apollo missions. We'll wait and see. But what I was saying earlier is that they're preparing this generation not to expect the dynamic leaps that we were all expecting back in 1969. Because if the moon is 1/6 of Earth's gravity, then we should be seeing some dynamic movements. So what I'm hoping from people, if any flat earther has that opportunity to be talking with NASA when they're doing their promos and Q&As, are you going to be taking a golf club to hit it? And can we see it really go? And are you going to be getting a baseball bat and see how far you can launch a baseball on the moon? We want to see that. And then are you going to be jumping higher than 18 inches? Because that's what we can do here on Earth. Can we see that athletic ability? I want to see that. It's supposed to be 1/6. So these astronauts should be weighing something in the region of 62 pounds. And if they're super fit, then they should be jumping much higher than these basketball players. And they can do 3 feet here on Earth when they do their layups and do the dunking. All right. So we want to see some real athletic ability. They're going to make an excuse here about the vacuum. Don't want to tear the suits. Okay, fair enough. Just jump up then. We don't want to run around. Mind you, if you look back at the old Apollo missions, especially like 15, 16 and 17, they were doing a lot of running around and hopping and bouncing around. So, they didn't seem to be worried. I wonder why that was, ladies and gentlemen. Could it be because they were in a place called Clovis, New Mexico, in the Cannon Air Force Base, yeah? Underneath 2 airplane hangars that were joined together, covered with sand, and then those shingle stones, and then concrete powder in there? Could it be because they were on Earth all the time?
Oh, yeah. They don't even have to... Oh, sorry. I was going to say they don't even have to do that anymore. They can just run the simulations, and the so-called astronauts don't know the difference between simulation and the real thing.
Want to move?
Hello.
Привет.
What are you doing?
Howdy.
But it could be a globe, baby. It could be a globe.
No, it's my son.
Shout.
I love the sound of kids when they come on because, they bring all that lovely energy, all that naivety, they want to learn. I love all that. That's the best time to teach them the truth, man, So whilst they're being indoctrinated at school, we who are on these servers, when they come on, give them a chance to express themselves, and then let's help them along the way. Simple baby questions that they can understand, full of honesty, because that's what I do with the kids. I drag out the truth. I said, you can't be lying here, because you've got to tell the truth. Can you know more than me? And I'm 55 and you're 10. Can you know more than me? 10 years versus 55 years. Can you? Okay. So you now know that I know more than you. So when I tell you that the Earth is not a ball, how can you prove
You've
to
been
me that it
listening
is?
to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. We hope you're having a fantastic day on this flat and stationary plane. If you too would like to join the debate,